All right, thanks everyone. We have to start our council meeting. Otherwise, we'll have to cancel the whole day. All right, good morning. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the standing committee. Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the standing committee on city finance and services meeting on Wednesday, October the 8th, 2025. This meeting is being held in person and by electronic means. Council member may participate by either method. Any council member joined electronically are reminded to enable their video to confirm quorum. This meeting is being live streamed on City's website and YouTube. The meeting progress will be updated regularly on X at Vanstat Clerk. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having care of this land and looking forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I will also recognize the immense contributions of City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Councillor Joe in the chair, Mayor Sim. Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly. Councillor Fry. Councillor Klassen is on a leave of absence for personal reasons all day. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Meisner. Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney. You have quorum, Chair Joe.
Thanks, Clerk. So this is the plan for the day. We're going to break at noon for lunch and followed by the reconvene in-camera meeting at 1 p.m. Return at 3 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda. If needed, we're going to recess at 5 p.m. for a dinner break and reconvene at 6 p.m. to complete the agenda. The committee members will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have report 1 and report 3 on the consent agenda for the committee consideration. We will hold report number 2 to hear from speaker. The committee may adopt the recommendations for report 1 to 3 on consent, 1 and 3 on consent. Does any member want to hold any items for debate or question to team members? Okay. Before we consider the consent agenda, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Okay, thank you. We will now have a report 1 and 3 for consent approval. Would someone like to move adoption? Moved by Councillor Kirby Young, second by Councillor Meisner. All those in favor say yeah. Opposed say nay. Thank you. The following report has been approved on consent. It's a contract award. Number 1, contract award for PS 2024-0941, an ENG RFP supply and delivery of fuels. Number 3 is amending agreement number 1 to Fujitsu Consulting Canada, first modification agreement for the provision of the enterprise service management platform. All right, so we now gonna have report number 2. It's a contract award for citywide construction contract 2025 to 2028. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? This item does not have a presentation. Committee members, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing Councillor Maloney, you have a question? Okay, yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. Given the scale and multi-year nature of the contract, can staff walk council through how they've satisfied themselves that this is the best value and lowest risk option for the city in terms of price, delivery capacity and overall governance oversight?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Through the Chair, I'm Alex Ralph, Chief Procurement Officer and Director of Supply Chain Management. Thank you for the question, Councillor. So for this specific just program that we've set up, we have gone out with an RFP, and we have actually looked for options in the market. There were several bidders that put forward what would be their proposal in terms of markup for each one of the different projects. So in that sense, we evaluated that proposal, and therefore the recommendation put forward represents best value based on that markup.
Thanks. Has the city done any assessment of whether it'd be more cost effective for city staff to do much of the work that we're asking the contractor to do?
Yes, thanks for the question. So before 2020, when we set up this program, we used to do invitations to tender for each one of the different projects. So therefore, this represented a lot of administration time, not only for city staff, but as well for contractors to be able to put in a bid. So this simplifies and expedites the actual procurement process and helps us deliver faster.
But has there been an examination of whether it'd be better to hire more staff within the city to undertake this work?
Yeah, in this case, typically projects under REFM are not done through internal forces. We normally would do these projects with external contractors. It's in the case of engineering large construction projects where we do have internal crews that are normally doing the work.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Maloney. We will now hear from the registered speaker for this report. Public speaker should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendation and may only speak once. I will also ask speaker if they are residents of Vancouver, if not noted on the speakers list. Our first and only speaker is speaker 1, Sarah McLeod. Sarah here in person. Okay, calling once, calling second, Sarah. Okay, I guess she's not here. Clerk, can you confirm? If she's not here, we're gonna move on. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, thanks, Leslie. Okay, we're gonna check if Sarah's here. All right. So clerk inform us Sarah's here downstairs. Oh, now she's here. Perfect. Hey, Sarah. Please
I'm
go.
just walking in here. No.
No worries.
George told me to run to the front.
No worries. Please go ahead. You have
Sorry,
3 minutes.
Speak. It was confusing down there because they don't have the schedule with the other stuff. They just have the motion security, which would be great for the motion I'm speaking on later. Shit. Sorry. Okay, are we on contract 2? Is that what we're
Yeah,
talking
contract
about?
2. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Yeah.
Yikes. Sorry, I think I probably put opposed, but I probably meant other just because I was looking at this one compared to the exact same person who got it 5 years ago, and it's pretty much a copy paste, like 80% of it at least. of the document, but some have changed, and I don't know if anyone asked questions about it. But yeah, just from contractor to construction manager, so I was wondering if the position was actually different. Also, like in the previous one, 5 years ago, it did talk about how much that contractor was making per year. It was like 3 to 4% of the annual amount, and in this one, they didn't put that information, so I was like, is that no longer good information to have, like how much of the cost, because the cost went up like 100% in 5 years. Roughly, I didn't get enough time to look and prepare. So I just had those questions about it. And then also, if we're going to grant one person, and I get that they're getting other subcontractors to do all this work, can we just please, whoever that is, make sure that, well, and also because the term building and development work could include inspections. So I just wanted to confirm if like we're also getting the other people to contract to do inspections, or is the city still doing inspections? Because two of some of the other people that made it to the short list, like, are serial violators of certain street and tree protection bylaws just in the last 8 months that I've been paying attention. So not so much with this, I don't know about, hopefully that's not the case with this client, that's why they won it. But I did just walk by one of their sites the other day, and there are kind of slight ones if I'm being picky, but obviously discussions are had with people higher than me, so, and they say it's okay and that's fine. What am I? But that was my general questions, I guess, because if someone is going to be also representing the city, like, we want to make sure that they know the kinds of bylaws that the city would have to adhere to, the staff, and I could call 311 and ask, like, if they're doing that. But when it's a separate contractor, can I call them, or am I still calling the city? These are my general questions. So sorry. Oh, and then, yeah, the whole thing, the benefits weren't even updated. So the listed benefits from 5 years ago are same, the copy paste ones now. It's like, well, we have data from 5 years. Are there any updated things about it? Like, can we say, like, out of the 115 things, like, how many fell into those each categories? We should know that now. And it's just a good bit of information to have to be able to review about, like, why the thing is 100% more expensive now. Is that, like, what are the majority of the things that are getting done out of those 115 procurements, or whatever you want to call them? I'm almost out of time. Thanks, guys, for waiting if you had to wait long. Woo.
Thank you, Sarah. Sorry for the wait. All right, thanks. This is the end of our speakers list. Thank you, Sarah, for speaking to the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services. Would someone like to move a motion? Moved by Councillor Dominado, second by Councillor Meisner. Committee members, is there any discussion? Seeing none on the queue, I'm not going to call the vote. Clerks, please take us to the voting screen, and committee members, please register your vote on the voting panel. All right, so this report passed unanimously. Thank you. That completes report 2 on the agenda. We will now move on to the council members' motion. The next item is motion 1. 0 means 0, advancing a 0% property tax increase for 2026. Is to be moved and introduced by Mayor Sim. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Seeing none, Mayor Sim, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Okay, I'm going to speak fast then. Vancouver residents are hurting across Canada. We're seeing troubling signs, slowing economy, rising unemployment, and growing uncertainty. Businesses are struggling to manage their higher costs, families are feeling the squeeze, and people are looking for some relief. In these challenging times, every level of government has a responsibility to do its part to tighten its belt, find efficiencies, and lessen the burden on taxpayers and local businesses. Now, the City of Vancouver does have room to improve. Over the past 20 years, our city budget has doubled while our population has only grown by 20%. That gap tells a story, one of scope creep and expanding priorities that have stretched far beyond our municipal responsibilities. This council has taken a different approach. We're getting back to basics, closing our infrastructure gap, fully funding the Vancouver Police Department and Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services, and ensuring we deliver the services residents rely on every day, like filling potholes, fixing sidewalks, maintaining bike lanes, removing snow, keeping streets lit, trimming grass, pruning trees, keeping libraries and community centers open, and supporting our emergency services. That's the foundation of a well-run city, and that's what we're here to protect. The zero means zero motion is about easing the financial burden on residents and businesses while maintaining those essential services. It's about ensuring Vancouverites can keep a little more money in their pockets, especially when every single dollar counts. Thanks to the work this council has done to restore fiscal discipline and focus, we're now in a strong position alongside our new city manager to protect and prioritize the services that matter most while delivering a 0% property tax increase in 2026. Now, some have called this an austerity motion, but let me be very clear. It is not. Austerity means cutting services, so let me say that definitively, once and for all, this motion will deliver a 0% property tax increase this year while prioritizing the delivery of services, maintaining, and in some cases, expanding public services across the City of Vancouver. Our message to residents is simple. Core public services will be protected. Libraries and community centers will be protected. Social and community grants will be protected. We are not cutting core services. We are protecting and enhancing them while reducing the tax burden for everyone who lives and works in Vancouver. By staying focused on our core
Sorry,
municipal
Mayor, you're out of time.
responsibilities, we can deliver the services that residents expect and deserve.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Do we have a seconder for this motion? Second by Councilor Kirby Young. We will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speaker if they are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. Please note that this item has a public body representative speakers list who will be heard prior to the public speakers list. Our first and the only public body representative speaker is, speaker one has withdrawn. Speaker number 2 is Warren Williams from QP 15. Yeah, please go ahead, Warren. You have 3 minutes. Whenever you're ready.
Good morning, and through the chair, thank you for allowing me to speak this morning on this motion. I'm here in opposition of the motion. As you all know, my members are of QP Local 15, inside and outside workers, and also members of QP 1004, outside workers, and Vancouver Civic Libraries through QP 391. And so my membership, our membership, we service the people and the citizens of Vancouver. And a cut like this of $100 million poses a very real threat to cuts in those services to the citizens of Vancouver. And so that's my main concern, our main concern. I have another concern regarding the park board and the transition of the park board into city operations. We've had multiple conversations with staff regarding that. And in those conversations, of course, there's always been the concern of cuts and layoffs if that transition is to take place. I know it's in the hands of the provincial government. I'm hoping that it will happen. But cuts like this is going to have the potential to affect that transition. So I'm curious to know going forward what that's going to look like. I think that the park board transition should happen. But if you're looking at $100 million cut to the budget, it's going to have a dire effect on that transition, in my opinion. I'm not a financier, but it just makes sense to me. So that's really my main point. I'm really concerned about the services that my members provide to the citizens of Vancouver. And for me, as president of the local, that is the most important thing that we do. The work we do for the citizens of Vancouver. And a cut of this nature is going to be detrimental to those services. Thank you.
Thank you, Warren. Thank you for speaking to council. Thank you. All right, so the first public speaker is speaker number 1, Mark Beckett. Mark, online? No, okay. I'm gonna come back. Speaker number 2 is Khalis Nanayakara. Please. Khalis, you have 3 minutes.
Good?
Yeah, go ahead.
Awesome. Good morning, Mayor Sim and councillors. My name is Kalathanani Akara. I'm a senior policy analyst for the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, and I'm here to speak in support of the Zero Means Zero motion. I'm also a resident of Vancouver. CFIB is Canada's largest nonprofit, nonpartisan association representing 100,000 members nationwide, including thousands of small and medium-sized employers here in Vancouver. Small businesses are the backbone of every neighborhood, the cafes, shops, and service providers that give the city its vibrancy. But many are hanging on by a thread. If you were to ask Vancouver small business owners, should I start a business here? 6 out of 7 would say no. CFIB research shows only 15% of BC entrepreneurs recommend starting a business right now, the lowest confidence in the country. Our latest business barometer data tells us that 72% of small businesses in BC cite tax and regulatory costs as their number one constraint, ahead of wages and insurance. Over the past few years, Vancouver business owners have seen property tax bills rise by more than 130% on average, outpacing inflation, revenue growth, and wages. Meanwhile, the city's own payroll costs have risen 156% since 2002, also above inflation. Many businesses now pay 3 times the property tax rate of residents, often tens of thousands of dollars before even turning on the lights. For many members, it's a difference between keeping staff or cutting hours, and that's why this motion matters. A 0% property tax increase for 2026 would send a clear message that the city recognizes these pressures and stands with local employers. It would give small businesses a chance to stabilize and rebuild, not just survive. But zero must truly mean zero. That means ensuring that the restraint on property taxes is not offset by new or higher fees, levies, or utility charges. In recent years, businesses have already faced increases in development charges, permit fees, licensing costs, and the new greenhouse gas and energy limits bylaw. True relief means stability across the board, not shifting costs from one column to another. We urge Council to keep all cost increases predictable, reasonable, and affordable. Control spending and reduce red tape rather than passing costs to local employers. And consult transparently with the business community before implementing new charges. When small businesses succeed, the whole city benefits. In the lead up to FIFA 2026, Vancouver will welcome the world. But the question I hear most from our members is, will we still be here to welcome them? Holding the line on property taxes and not shifting costs elsewhere helps make that answer a yes. On behalf of CFIB and Vancouver small business community, thank you for listening and for supporting a budget that keeps the city and its entrepreneurs strong. Thanks.
Thank you. Speaker number 3 is Paul Bisla.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Paul Bisla. I'm a resident and privileged homeowner. I live in Sunset, which is shared with Musqueam Lands. I want to clarify my position. I do support this motion, so thank you, Mayor Sim, for putting this forward, and for Councillor Kirby Young for seconding the motion. Simply put, you know, as a taxpayer, I feel that governments shouldn't keep taxing their way out of debt. I see this motion as an opportunity to exercise fiscal responsibility, and so thank you to the current administration for doing so. We need to, as a city, we need to reprioritize and get back to, you know, our core services. I would ask this municipal government to focus on those core services and essentially offload any responsibilities that have been downloaded to the civic government over the last many years back to and put those back on other levels of government whose responsibility it always has been. So that's one way to exercise that financial and fiscal responsibility. I also want to add that I also run a nonprofit. I'm privileged to run a nonprofit in Vancouver, and we've been fortunate enough to receive grants from different levels of government, including this civic government itself. And obviously we get private sponsorship as well. While this financial support is helpful and appreciated, nonprofits shouldn't just rely on government supports. And if those supports are reduced, I'm not going to look at it as a challenge or an issue. I'm going to look at it as a challenge, rather, that gives me an opportunity to be innovative in how I find other ways to create that revenue. So for me, it's not as someone who runs a nonprofit and supporting community. I don't see it as a problem. I see it as an opportunity for me to get innovative. And so, what if it's not about the money? What is it about? I think what supports are critical, and what I would like mayor and council to be mindful of are the people that help move City Hall and move research and development forward. And I just want to give a quick shout out to social policy planners who have been working diligently to help preserve and support cultural neighborhoods like Punjabi Market, like Chinatown, like Japantown, like Hogan's Alley, and ensure that they continue to have the opportunities to do their work diligently and to support our communities, because essentially they're the ones who are going to help shape the future of those cultural hubs. And I'm going to get in trouble for name dropping a few social policy planners because I'll probably forget somebody, but I feel it is important to know the names of the staff who are doing great work, and we need to ensure that we do whatever we can within this budget to support their work. And so I'm going to name a few people, people like Ari Buller, Nadia Carvalho, Anastasia Crowther, Andrew Pask, and so many others who are doing great work. So again, it's about the people. Let's understand that this is fiscal responsibility, not just austerity measures as some have painted it. And I'll just echo the sentiments of the previous speaker who spoke about business opportunities. I have
Sorry,
friends
Paul,
and
you're at
family
time.
who have. Okay, thank you.
But thank you for speaking to the committee. Speaker number 4 is Bridget Anderson. Bridget, online.
President and CEO of the Greater Vancouver Board of Trade, and we are in support of the Zero Means Zero motion. Our organization represents over 5,000 members, and firstly, I would like to thank the Council and the Mayor for their ongoing collaboration and efforts to support Vancouver and our business community. It has not been an easy 5 years for the business community, and it has also been a challenge for the city, to be sure. Lots of costs have been downloaded during a very challenging environment. We recognize and appreciate recent commitments to keep the 2026 property tax increase as low as possible. But you need to know that the business community continues to face significant challenges, inflationary pressures, rising payroll costs, and the lingering impacts of the Canada-U.S. trade war. Confidence remains low. As the speaker just said, CFIB's business barometer shows 71% of small businesses in BC cite tax and regulatory costs as a top constraint. The city's own 2025 storefront report shows vacancy rates are at over 10%, well above the healthy range of 5 to 7%. Independent businesses have declined by 4% since 2020. Businesses are also facing growing costs for most inputs, wages, and measures related to safety, higher security spending, theft, vandalism, repairs, and preventative measures. The financial toll of the cumulative increase in costs has been a major challenge. With ongoing trade uncertainty and the economic challenges and global events on the horizon like FIFA World Cup, small businesses will be at the forefront of welcoming the world. They need stability and financial capacity to be ready. We appreciate that a healthy city requires good services, especially core services, which is also compounded by aging infrastructure. As mentioned, we appreciate the motion's desire to limit property tax increases, especially considering substantial increases in recent years. We recommend maintaining predictable, reasonable, and affordable cost increases for both property taxes and fees. We encourage Council to look into the future, as well as to ensure that the trajectory of the city's finances and service levels for core services are stable and sustainable. Aim for a multi-year plan where increases are capped at the lesser of inflation or 4%. Vancouver's small businesses are the backbone of our local economy. They provide jobs, services, and vibrancy in every neighborhood. We urge Council to ensure that the 2026 budget supports their continued success, not just this year, but in the years ahead, by keeping all cost increases predictable, reasonable, and affordable. Thank you.
Thank you, Bridget. Speaker number 5 is Carson Binda. Carson.
Well, good morning. My name is Carson Binda, and I'm British Columbia Director for the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. I'm here on behalf of thousands of taxpayers who can't afford and don't want any tax hikes from this city government. City Council must freeze taxes instead of taking more and more money from struggling taxpayers and businesses year after year. This City Council has already raised property taxes by more than 20% on struggling families and businesses. Taxpayers have gone up far faster than population growth or inflation, and the median Vancouver homeowner now pays the highest municipal taxes and fees in the region. That median homeowner paid $8,360 in municipal taxes and fees in 2024, compared to $7,340 in Surrey, $6,390 in Burnaby, and $5,670 in Delta. City Council must immediately cut wasteful spending to keep costs low for struggling taxpayers. The city shouldn't be blowing hundreds of thousands of dollars in severance payments for bureaucrats like Paul Mokery. Taxpayers shouldn't be on the hook for $1 million Vancouver sign, and the city shouldn't be spending hundreds of millions of dollars to host just 7 international soccer games for the FIFA World Cup. But more than anything, we can't afford a bloated municipal bureaucracy that slows down approvals and costs big money for struggling taxpayers. Because every dollar that's wasted on 6-figure severance packages, $1 million Vancouver signs, or international soccer games is money that's not going towards the core services taxpayers rely on or keeping costs low for families and businesses. Thank you. We urge Council not to raise taxes by a single dime on taxpayers.
All right, thanks, Carson. Speak number 6 is Jadeep Jack Sanjira. So Jagdeep online. No, okay, so we're gonna come back. Speaker number 7 is Matthew Hay.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Matthew. I'm a small business owner in the healthcare field, an educator, a renter, and a proud Vancouverite. I strongly oppose this motion that will gut vital public services many of us depend on. The language of this motion is vague. The cuts are uncosted. I love this city, not in spite of its challenges, but because of its potential, and because of the incredible people I meet every day who live and work and struggle here. One day I want to own a home and to raise my family here. But if this motion passes, it sends a clear message to working class Vancouverites like me. You are not a priority. You are not welcome. A 0% tax increase is fiscally reckless, not fiscally responsible. The city's own budget survey made it clear. This freeze will mean deep cuts to city services. This is austerity, a strategy to protect the wealthiest and punish the majority, despite your empty promises. With over half of Vancouver households renting, how can we justify a budget that prioritizes luxury real estate over livable communities? This doesn't even help the average homeowner. It benefits only those with the most expensive properties, receiving the most despite needing help the least. A 7% increase costs the average condo owner under $10 a month, about $20 for single-family homes, less than a trip to JJ Bean for services that keep our city safe and alive. What's being proposed is a bare minimum standard, one that'll underfund critical services, overburden already stretched staff, and abandon our most vulnerable neighbors. That's not relief. It's a bait and switch. This isn't just about numbers, it's about hope and opportunity for working class people. Mayor Sim, your administration has aligned itself with the wealthiest voices in the city, and it shows. From budget decisions that erode public trust to the public vilification of Councillor Orr for attending a peaceful rally opposing the mass killing of civilians in Gaza.
Can we stay on topic, please?
It's clear whose voices are welcome and whose you don't. I urge this council to vote no on this motion, not just because it's short-sighted and inequitable, but because the people I live and work alongside, the people I serve, deserve leadership that acts with courage, not cowardice. You have a choice today. I hope that you choose the people who build this city. We are all watching. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. Speaker number 8 has withdrawn. Speaker number 9 is Yaro Yunus. Let's go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Jairo Yunus. I'm the Director of Policy at the Business Council of British Columbia and a Vancouver resident. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I've come today to support your motion for a 0% property tax increase for 2026. It is a prudent, people-focused step for restoring affordability. Across BC, property taxes in the CPI have risen by 94% since 2010. That's nearly double the rise in property taxes across Canada at 54%. And that 94% is a lower bound estimate. It captures only what owner-occupiers pay directly. It does not capture the indirect effects, where businesses pass higher municipal taxes onto consumers through higher prices, and landlords passing them on to tenants through higher rents. Therefore, property tax inflation has been not only a major, but an underappreciated driver of the cost of living squeeze in BC. In BCBC's recent report on municipal operating spending, we also found that real operating spending grew faster than population growth in nearly 80% of municipalities between 2013 and 2023. When you compare what municipalities actually spend to what they would have spent had budgets kept pace with population and inflation, the cumulative excess spending totals nearly $3.8 billion, or $831 per British Columbian over that period. Now, to be clear, the spending mix hasn't dramatically shifted. Municipalities in BC are still spending most of their budgets on core responsibilities like policing, transit, sanitation, parks, and general government. But within that mix, spending has consistently risen faster than population growth or inflation can explain. And that raises a fundamental question. Have residents and businesses received exceptional improvements in core service quality that justify exceptional increases in spending? Or are core services being delivered less efficiently over time? In addition, we also saw rapid growth in areas like health, housing, and social services, but this accounted for a small share of municipal budgets. Now, against that backdrop, Council's 0% property tax increase is a welcome reset. It is an act of fiscal discipline from BC's largest city at a time when all levels of government are running loose fiscal policies with little appetite to rein in spending growth. Holding the line for 2026 signals a commitment to doing more with the resources you already have, focusing on outcomes, efficiency, and the core services people rely on. To finish, I just want to remind everyone in this chamber that residents and businesses have been tightening their belts for many years. Now it's time for all levels of government, whether it's municipal, regional, provincial, or federal, to do the same. We applaud Council for showing leadership, and we hope other municipalities will follow your example of committing to deliver core services more efficiently and restoring affordability for the people who live and work here. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 10 is Mark Von Chavez. Online.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Mark Von Scholwitz, Vice President, Western Canada for Restaurants Canada, and I'm here to speak in favor of the Zero Means Zero motion. It's been a really difficult time for restaurants ever since the pandemic, and just lately we've had our 2025 food service facts report that's come out, which shows, again, the combination of double-digit operation cost increases plus consumer confidence being down, and there's an affordability crisis in Vancouver and right across the country. This has led to restaurants, only 41% of them being, 41% of them being unprofitable. What we're seeing on an anecdotal basis with restaurants here in Vancouver is when leases are coming up for renewal, they have to walk away from those leases because they simply cannot afford the rent increases that landlords are asking for, and this is resulting in restaurants shutting down, relocating, or just permanently closing their doors. So we really appreciate the courage of this council to put forward this zero means zero motion. As the previous speaker mentioned as well, it shows the courage of your convictions to actually get some successful financial restraints in the system. We can't afford property tax increases that continually increase and are forcing small businesses off the retail spaces in Vancouver. The other thing that I'd want to mention as well is that we can make sure that we don't offset these tax increase stability with increased fees and costs. We, along with the other business organizations that have signed a letter to council, have basically made that point. On behalf of Restaurants Canada, we really appreciate you introducing the motion, and we strongly urge Council to pass this motion for the success of restaurants going into the future. Finally, on a personal note, I just want to let Council know that I will be retiring at the end of the year, so this may be the last time that I'll be speaking before Council on behalf of Restaurants Canada. Anyways, thank you for the time today, and I hope that you do pass this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Wish you a very happy retirement life. Speaker number 11 is Zachar Solman. Oh, okay. Speaker number 12 is Matthew Uden. Speaker number 13 is Vincent Kong. Please go
Good
ahead.
morning.
Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay.
we can hear you.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Vincent Kwan. I'm the Executive Director of Strathcona Business Improvement Association. Today, I speak in support of the Mayor's motion on advancing a 0% property tax increase for 2026. The small businesses in our district and across Vancouver are facing one of the most difficult operating environments in recent memory. Costs have risen in every direction: wages, supplies, insurance, rent. These are not abstract budget line items. They are daily realities that determine whether a business can stay open another month or even just another week. In this context, holding the line on property taxes is not only about saving dollars. It is about restoring predictability. A 0% increase demonstrates prudent leadership. It restores the sense of steadiness and predictability that businesses rely on to make informed decisions every day. Behind every business are the people who make our city work, the entrepreneurs who take risks, the employees they support, the families they provide for. Together, they form the economic backbone of our communities and the tax base that sustains other vital civic and social programs. A pause on property tax increase gives the people and their families behind these businesses a moment to breathe, to plan, and to rebuild capacity during this highly challenging economic period. This stability matters for the city as well. A healthy local economy is the foundation of civic capacity. When small businesses falter, the city's own financial strength weakens, not immediately, but inevitably. This motion should not be seen as austerity. It should be understood as stabilization. Leadership in moments like this is never easy. Every decision involves trade-offs. Will end up having no one being fully satisfied. This is when the public looks for leadership that is firm, measured, and forward-looking. Leadership that understands the difference between spending more and spending wisely. I hope that Council takes this difficult but necessary step to safeguard the economic and civic capacity that will help us or to weather through this uncertain period. Until we can say with confidence where our economy will be in the next 12 to 24 months, the strongest decision we can make today is one that protects the predictability and stability. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. Speaker number 14 is Janet.
All right, I am a Vancouver resident, homeowner, and I am in the process of starting my own business. I find it kind of laughable that a $100 charge could stop me from opening that business. However, my statement. The proposed motion will cut $100 million in revenue. How are you going to pay for this? I saw Councillor Kirby Young say that reducing paperwork and moving services online, aka cutting jobs, would allow Vancouver to avoid cuts to libraries and lifeguards. Really, $100 million. Recently, I assisted a friend of mine who works as a server in filling out an RTB application. As a server, he doesn't use a computer every day like you and I do. He doesn't have a computer other than his smartphone in his home. Without my help, he could have ended up homeless. This idea that you can cut jobs and move everything online just doesn't work for everyone. And serving the people of Vancouver should be a higher priority than saving the wealthiest and most housing secure among us a few bucks. Is there some reason that you guys think that Vancouverites want this? Have you garnered signatures on a petition? How many? Have you done a letter writing campaign? How many letters were sent? Because Councillor Orr did do a letter writing campaign with over 2,000 letters sent opposing this motion. And a month ago, I signed a petition of COPE's calling for an increase to the empty homes tax. I don't know the final count of signatures on that petition, but I do know that the mayor's tweet celebrating that motion's defeat garnered 33 likes, while Councillor Orr's reply received 722. Mayor, are you not tired of being ratioed by this man? It's embarrassing. Lastly, speaking of being ratioed, Mayor, I was disgusted by your tweet this weekend. Genocide is not a Jewish value, and believing
Sorry, can you stay on topic, please? We have to stay on topic.
Anti-Semitic. The designation of Sammy Dune as a so-called terrorist
Sorry,
group, which Canada did in concert with the genocidal U.S. government, was entirely performative.
I'm sorry, so we have to respect the rules. Please respect the rules, okay? So we have to take a recess, 2 minutes recess. Thanks, everyone. Okay, so I have to remind everyone that please respect the rules. This is a very serious environment. Well, we are serious about we have to stay on topic. Please respect everyone's time. Thank you. Okay, speaker number 15 is Jenna Durr. Jenna online? Yeah, please go ahead, Jenna. You have 3 minutes. Okay, so Jenna, you might be listening to the live stream, so now is your time.
Sure, yes. Can you close the doors before?
Are you there, Jenna?
Hi.
Hi, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you so much. Hi, my name is Jenna Durr. My pronouns are she, her. Firstly, I just want to thank the council for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm a resident of Vancouver and a teacher, and I'm speaking today in opposition to Motion 1. I'm sorry, I'm so out of breath. As I said, I'm a teacher, so I've been trying to step out of my class for just a moment to speak to this, which I think just shows how important it is or how strongly I feel about it. I'm currently standing in our back room looking out at my students working here. So yeah, again, I want to speak in opposition to motion 1, 0 equals 0, as I think it's an irresponsible plan that gives a break to the richest Vancouverites at the expense of the middle and lower and working class peoples. I teach a class called Urban Studies 12, and we often talk and discuss about the importance of third spaces, these especially non-commercial spaces where people can gather and build community. And I'll tell you, the youth, the teenagers, they end up really understanding how important these spaces are to them, and how critical they are to protect. Spaces like community centers, libraries, art galleries are truly indispensable to a thriving city. And I think the kind of city we all want to live in, if we really think about it. We want to live in a place where people can gather, share ideas, where you can easily meet and communicate with people who maybe you wouldn't otherwise run into, who have different values and backgrounds. I also happen to live in a rental apartment along the Broadway Plan route, and whenever folks are coming or mentioning kind of their dismay at the densification, I always speak in support of it. But one of my main concerns with that plan that I think is very related to this issue is the lack of a plan for increased community infrastructure, right? Like, we're building all these apartment buildings and thinking that adding like a pool or a workout space in a community building replaces third spaces, and they just don't, right? Again, it's just privileging the richest people who have access to those things and letting the rest of us just kind of suffer. And I find it kind of heartbreaking. I realize that Mayor Sim will probably argue that there's a way to keep property taxes at their current rate without compromising these services, but I think it's just entirely unrealistic and unbelievable. As previous speakers have pointed out, it's a very small rate, what's a very small amount of money to raise the property tax for most people would make an unbelievable difference to these community services. And the money has to come from somewhere. We all know this. Equity programs, reconciliation initiatives, upgrades to infrastructure amenities, arts and culture, housing and homelessness prevention services, all of these are also key in addition to,
Sorry, Jenna,
the
you're out of
library.
time. You're actually
Okay, thank you.
15 seconds over. I give you extra time for that. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Thanks for speaking to council. Speaker 16 is Christine Ra Frederickson. No. Okay, we can come back. Speaker 17 is Akshay Krishnan. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. Akshay? Oh, okay. Speaker 18 is Gree Ortiz. Oh, okay. Speaker 19 is Fabian Contreras.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thanks. Everyone, I think, around the table cares about values affordability. But the motion isn't about affordability. It's about optics. It's about chasing a headline instead of facing hard choices. This motion doesn't set the stage for responsible budgeting. Here's how it's supposed to work. Staff assess what's needed to maintain the services residents rely on: clean water, safe roads, reliable community centers, and they bring forward professional advice based on that evidence. Then, council debates the trade-offs: where to invest more, where to scale back, and how to balance those choices with what residents can afford. That's how accountability works, and that's how transparency works. But when we start with a number, when we say make it fit zero, before we've even seen the needs, we flip that process upside down. We're no longer debating trade-offs, we're forcing staff to make them behind closed doors. And that's not fair to them or to the public. The Auditor General's report on our recreation centers showed how fragile this approach is. We don't have clear asset management plans tied to service levels, so we don't actually know what it costs to sustain our infrastructure and meet demands. Without that, setting a number first is guesswork at best and willful negligence at its worst. A responsible council starts with what Vancouverites expect from the city: safe roads, reliable community centers, and arts and culture supports that make this place worth living, and then direct staff to show what it costs to deliver those services at different levels. Right now, the message you're sending is cut until it fits a number. The message we should be sending is, show us what it takes to meet the expectations of the people we serve. Raising taxes without understanding the impact isn't fiscal discipline. It's an abdication of council's role. It leaves residents in the dark about what's being sacrificed by making staff do the political work behind closed doors so politicians can chase an easy headline. If we want transparency and accountability, council must lead the budget conversation, not hand it off to staff. That's your job, and this motion strips you from that. Please reject this motion so that you don't further erode the trust of people in council as an institution and the committed staff who work for it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, speaker number 20 is Winky Tan. Winky online or in the chamber? Withdrawn. Speaker number 21 is Tanya Webkin. Withdrawn as well, okay. Speaker 22 is Jean Tambalt.
Hello. Hi. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jane Talbot. I'm the President and CEO of the Downtown Vancouver Business Improvement Association. We represent over 8,000 businesses across 90 city blocks in the Central Business District. And this ranges from small independents to major employers. They all contribute to a vibrant, resilient downtown. I'm here today to express our support for the Zero Means Zero motion. Relief as operating costs continue to rise and recovery remains elusive for many is critical. Downtown businesses are facing inflation, higher payroll and insurance costs, and ongoing safety and cleanliness challenges. At the same time, Vancouver's commercial property owners pay amongst the highest taxes in Canada, and those costs are often passed directly to tenants. A pause in tax increases would help businesses stabilize and reinvest, which are key steps towards sustaining a healthy, competitive downtown economy. And this isn't just about holding the line on costs, it's about long-term fiscal discipline and smart service delivery. We encourage council to continue focusing on efficiency in core services, especially public safety and sanitation. And as others, including the Vancouver BIA Partnership, have noted, stability shouldn't come through new fees or levies, but through collaboration, fiscal prudence, and shared responsibility between the city and the business community. On behalf of Downtown Van and our members, thank you for your leadership and for your commitment to a thriving downtown core.
Thank you, Jane. Speaker number 23 is Harmon Moon. In person? I didn't see Harmon. Oh, it's not. Harmon. Okay, we can come back. Speaker number 24, Neil Wills. Yeah, please go ahead, Neil.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing me to be here. As a representative of the BIA Partnership, I'm pleased to be here today to speak in support of Zero Means Zero budget proposal. The BIA Partnership has submitted a letter of support, as you've heard, along with our industry partners, the Vancouver Board of Trade, CFIB, UDI, and others, to the Mayor and Council. As you know, because I've spoken in this chamber about it many times before, the small businesses of Vancouver pay much higher property taxes than the services they receive. They often pay for the airspace above their businesses. So yes, the small businesses support a Zero Means Zero tax proposal. While we support this proposal, our working group has also listed a few things we're concerned about. We want assurances that Zero Means Zero will not move costs onto other things that the municipality charges for, like business licenses, permit fees, utilities, patio fees, and other similar things, or increasing the wait times for said licenses, etc., because as we know, time is money. The data we've collected and listed in our letter is clear that our small businesses are suffering, and 71% of them list taxes and other regulatory costs as the top constraint to the operation. We cannot stress this enough. Business needs some semblance of predictability moving forward and reasonable increases that are more or less in line with inflation. Roller coaster property taxes and business-related fees these last few years are not conducive to the long-term viability amidst all of the other challenges we are facing. We cannot forget that the City of Vancouver is only one of the many taxation authorities that businesses of Vancouver's have to submit to. We're pleased to hear this proposal has a focus on core services, community grants, library and community center services, and that all of these services are priority for the mayor and council. These services are also a top priority for our business members and their families that work and reside in Vancouver. The small businesses of Vancouver know better than most how hard these last few years have been. They have been faced with difficult decisions on staffing, stifling growth, or harder decisions like being able to keep the doors open, all while facing hard-to-swallow tax and fee increases across the board. They know when things are must-haves or nice to have, and sometimes hard choices need to be made in order to keep the doors open. We look forward to hearing on how this is going to be achieved and what steps council will be taking to assure the small businesses of Vancouver that they will not be bearing the brunt of this program in other ways that will continue to cause hardship for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Neil. All right, speaker number 25 is Nana Vershny. Online? Oh, okay, come back. Speaker number 26 is Mark McLellan.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
I've been a Vancouver resident for 14 years and a Vancouver property owner for 1 year. This is my first time ever calling into council, and I'm calling in opposition to this motion. If you are a property owner in the city of Vancouver paying property tax, you are doing just fine. Vancouver has the lowest property tax rate in all of Canada. Residential property taxes are comically low in Vancouver. I can tell you it's much, much lower than paying rent or paying a mortgage or paying strata fees. Part of living in a society is contributing your fair share, and property taxes in Vancouver are a pretty moderate amount. I love living in Vancouver with my wife and daughter and benefiting from the many wonderful services our city has to offer us. The idea that there is all this government waste that can just be cut with no downsides just by crunching the numbers, whatever we're calling it, has no connection to reality. You are supposed to be leaders that we elect to represent us. You have to take ownership of what you are doing, and you are doing something with this motion, and not hide behind this mistaken idea that we can cut services with zero downsides. It is not leadership to do this via vague instructions to city staff or decisions otherwise made away from the public's eyes. You have to make the case for your decisions. If you think children shouldn't have libraries to go to borrow books and play with each other, then say that. If you think there should be fewer swimming lessons and open swimming lessons for children, then say that. If you think we shouldn't have warming shelters for our fellow citizens who are homeless to prevent them from freezing to death outside in the middle of winter so that mansion owners can save a few $100s a year, then say that. You haven't told us what you're going to cut. We just have to guess. It'll just be a surprise that gets handed down suddenly, as far as I can tell. When introducing this motion, Mayor Sim claimed nothing is getting cut, and services will stay the same and be expanded and be better than ever. But that math doesn't really add up to me. What is going to be cut? What is it? I have no idea. Every decision has upsides and downsides. To not admit that would be to lie to your constituents. If you have cuts that you want to make, please make the case for each one individually and openly to the public, and own the decision you make, like a leader would. Cutting services will have noticeable negative effects. That is a fact. Anyone who says otherwise is not being honest. I urge everyone on council to please reject this motion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mark. Speaker number 7 has withdrawn. Speaker number 28 is Craig Ollenberger. Craig?
Hi there. My name is Craig Ollenberger, and I'm speaking here just as a concerned citizen. I have to say I do not support this motion. I think we all understand the need and the opportunity to find efficient ways to operate our city. There's always opportunities to run things better, to manage things better. But I think we have many important services in the city that are at risk of being compromised. At a time when we're seeing such serious inflationary pressure, there's nothing I'm seeing in my community that is getting cheaper to operate. And what I'm hearing from my fellow community members and my fellow property taxpayers are that everybody understands that in a time of inflationary pressure and in general that a cost of living increase is a very reasonable thing to expect. The previous speaker had mentioned that property taxes are are quite approachable in Vancouver when you look at other cities and what they offer. we have property taxes that are in the reasonable range, and I don't think any of us who live here would expect any less than a cost of living increase. And I think the intention is that cost of living increase goes to things that matter for us, that matter for the city, and we know those costs are going up. We see them going up everywhere, including in our own lives, and we know that we have to contribute if we want a city that is a great place to live that it has been. So I guess I would ask you to reconsider 0%. I think it'll cause too many negative effects on our communities and the services we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 29 is Brenda Lee Cal. No? Okay, no. Speaker number 30 has withdrawn. Speaker number 31 is Margie Sanderson. Okay. Speaker 32 is Madeline Andrews. No. Speaker 33 is Chen Yang Boon.
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead, Chen Yang.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm calling in opposition to this motion. I care a lot about a lot of things, and I spend a lot of my own free time unpaid trying to advocate for the things I care about. Active transportation, Vision Zero, infrastructure. But it all feels meaningless as we get stonewalled by staff and councilors saying that they've already been ordered before this motion even passes or doesn't pass to keep spending to zero. As a citizen myself, all the time I'm seeing deferrals and cancellations of needed infrastructure and services. We're replacing sewers at half of our target rate. We have parks and recreation projects being canceled or delayed or sent back to the drawing board for years. And we see active transport projects such as Portside Greenway or Kent Avenue being de-scoped or delayed or disappearing from capital plans. And all this is because we can't fund it. And the primary way we fund all of this is with property taxes. So how are we supposed to catch up to our huge infrastructure burden and our population growth without the revenue to do any of this stuff? Decades of shifting the burden of property taxes away from residences and to commercial property taxes and taxes on new housing have put a stranglehold on the city. Businesses are really, really struggling with their rents because they have triple net leases that require them to pay more and more commercial property taxes. And that's why we have vacant storefronts. It's because we're keeping property taxes low for residents. And that's why we're having expensive housing, because we are shifting it from property taxes to tax. And now we are in a huge housing slowdown, and that revenue is going down and down and down, and we don't know where it's going to come from. And you're thinking of keeping property tax increases to zero? Like, what fantasy la la land do you live in? This is so absurd, and I can't really fathom how you could possibly justify this. This just means tons of cuts and like I am at a loss for words because it makes absolutely no sense, and it's such the opposite of fiscal responsibility that and so nakedly political from like a platform of parties that promise to be post-political that I really like. Please do not support this motion. I think your mind's already made up, but that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 34 is Bobo Eric.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead, Bobo.
Oh, hi, thank you. Yeah, my name is Bobo. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm speaking today in opposition to this motion, and I encourage you to vote no. When we look at the city of Vancouver, I think Councillor Kirby-Young had made this point a couple of years ago, which is that we have a huge infrastructure deficit, right? Like, I think the Councillor Kirby-Young spoke out against the waterfront plan in the West End, in part because of concerns that we were spending more money on infrastructure when we already have an infrastructure deficit. Mike Howell had an article in September about the state of Vancouver's recreational facilities, which sort of commented on the $500 million infrastructure deficit that we have every year in the city of Vancouver. And those realities are just totally at odds with this motion of trying to keep property tax increases or keep the budget increase to zero, in terms of actually tackling the problems in the city. Like, it's just very bizarre to me that when the mayor was elected sort of in 2022, and the discussions around trying to tackle services and bring address these underlying issues and the budgetary shortfalls that we have in the city, that we're not doing that, right? Like, we're trying to cut revenue or we're trying to limit services without actually addressing the problems. It all just seems very odd to me. So I would urge you to vote no on this, to actually reflect on what it is that you want to do as elected representatives sort of a year before the election. What do you think Vancouverites want? Do you think that targeting a 0% increase is really Vancouverites' primary concern, or do you think the residents of the city actually would like to see improvements? And so, that all being said, thank you for listening, and I hope you will vote no. Bye.
Thank you, Bobo. All right, speaker number 35 is Rob Niger. Rob? No. Okay. Speaker 36 is Claire Adams. Online? Okay.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
My name is Claire Adams, and in 2023, I became a homeowner for the first time in the beautiful neighborhood of Strathcona in Vancouver. I live in a 1970s townhouse with my partner and my 2 young kids. I love my neighborhood, I love the city, and I love my neighbors. I'm strongly opposed to the zero means zero motion. Being able to buy a home in one of the most expensive property markets in the world was not due to my hard work or being more frugal than my peers. It was because of luck and privilege. My partner already owned a condo when I met him, and we were both gifted money by our boomer generation parents to enable us to buy a 3-bedroom home where we could grow our family. Owning a home gives us security of tenure and protection from the rapidly increasing cost of renting in Vancouver. I'm pretty sure if we were still renting, we would have already had to move out of Vancouver. I'm calling to ask you to vote against this motion. Property owners in Vancouver, myself included, are not in and of themselves a marginalized group. The provincial property tax deferment program can also alleviate the financial pressure on homeowners who do need relief. In your motion, Mayor Sim, you state that you want to explore every option to reduce the burden on taxpayers. But the simple fact is, owning a property in Vancouver comes with immense benefits. Not only does it give us a place to live, it is also one of the most secure investments someone can make. And above all, we get to live in this city that is such a great place to live because of the investments that it's been made into it by our government. One of the speakers earlier made the point that the median property owner pays more in property tax than residents in Surrey. This is a disingenuous point unless the speaker also wants the median house price in Vancouver to fall. The truth is, Vancouver has the lowest residential property tax rate in Canada. If you bought a home in the 60s, your investment would now be worth at least 100 times what you paid for it. This motion simply gives a break to folks who own multi-million-dollar properties at the expense of average people. Rather than framing a reasonable property tax increase as a burden, I suggest you consider who would be truly burdened by the inevitable cuts to services the 0% increase will incur. As a middle-class mom with 2 young kids, what I really need is space for my kids and swimming lessons. And I want my kids to grow up in a city that takes care of all people who choose to make this place their home. I welcome a property tax increase and will continue to do that. I also reject the divisiveness and dehumanization of talking about taxpayers versus everyone else. We are all residents of the city. My neighbors who don't pay property taxes contribute to the city every bit as much as the rest of us. Please, Mayor and Council, reject this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Speaker number 37 is Nikki McGowan.
Hi. I'm Nikki McGowan. I'm a resident in Vancouver. I'm calling in opposed to this motion. I'm concerned about the impact it would have on services. We're at a time when a bunch of neighborhoods are growing. My neighborhood is growing, and the facilities that we already have are aging and in need of repair. Services are oversubscribed. I have a young daughter, and this year, for the very first time, I went through trying to get swim classes. Many people have mentioned that. We don't need cuts right now. We need more the impacts of an increase in property taxes on my life would not be significant. Some of the speakers have already mentioned we don't pay that much in Vancouver compared to other cities. Sorry, background noise from the little one. But the impact on my life of cuts to services, or even services not keeping up with the pace of growth, would be huge. Like I said, I have a young daughter, and this year, my life would have been completely different without libraries, without community centers, without places to go to talk to other parents. It makes such a difference having services like that and having a community. And the small increase does not make that much of a difference. So I hope you consider that. Thank you.
That's it for Nikki. Okay, I guess she finished her speak. Okay, thanks. Speaker 38 has withdrawn. Speaker 39 is Parker Johnson.
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead, Parker.
Oh, okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Parker Johnson. I've lived here in Vancouver since 2000. In East Vancouver, worked for the city for 10 years, and I'm calling to let you know that I want to encourage folks to vote no on Zero Means Zero. Austerity moves like this are actually a form of structural abandonment for the most marginalized, and also reduces much-needed services in the absence of any clear and transparent understanding of where these cuts will come from. Services like libraries, community centers, garage pickups, our equity program has already been cut. Reconciliation initiatives, upgrades to infrastructure and amenities. It's all unclear as to where these cuts will come from. And during these very challenging times, I think it is irresponsible to have no transparency around what these plans are. And so I really do urge people to vote no on this. Housing and homelessness prevention services, all these things are very important, along with arts and culture. And so I think our taxes are more than reasonable. And more importantly, I think it's important that people be clear on setting their priorities before making their budget assertions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Speaker 40 is Rena Milne.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. So I'm a resident and business owner on the unceded First Nations territories, often referred to as Vancouver. And listening to the previous speakers who are in support of this motion, it is very clear that business owners, nonprofit owners, and homeowners included have some valid concerns about property tax increases, and they should be addressed by council and the mayor. However, previous speakers have also spoken on the low rate of property taxes currently already in place in Vancouver in comparison to other cities. And I am in agreement with these speakers when I say I am strongly opposed to council voting this motion through at this time, mostly due to the lack of clarity from Ken Sim as to where other cuts will be made in order to make up for a 0% property tax increase. I think City Council needs to make an informed decision on what the tax rate should be set at. And what you're asking for today is for council members to make a decision without this important information, including the presentation of the nonpartisan budget consultation process, which was completed by thousands of Vancouver residents. So, Kenson, today you opened up by claiming that your Zero Means Zero proposal will maintain and prioritize essential services, and you specifically singled out library services. But I'd like to point out that you've already cut funding for library services. So I have very little confidence that you will stick to a 0% cut to the essential core services, which is what you opened with. This track record of yours, you ran on a campaign of finding efficiencies at City Hall, but after 3 and a bit years, you've already delivered 2 of the biggest tax increases to residents of Vancouver. So I don't have a great deal of confidence that you have thought through the Zero Means Zero proposal.
And I really strongly ask Council to vote in opposition until full transparency on what this means for the overall budget and its cascading effect on how our city operates is revealed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rena. Speaker 41, Cynthia Lowe.
Hi, I'm calling on behalf of my family and I. I am a resident. We are residents of Vancouver. We pay taxes, and we are strongly opposed.
Cynthia, sorry to interrupt you here. So you are representing a group of 3 people, right?
Oh, well, my family, which is probably about
okay, yeah, so
24
because
of us.
as a procedure bylaw, we have to identify each of them. Are they with you right now?
No, they're not with me. I'm speaking as an individual right now.
Okay, so then you only have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
No worries.
Thank you.
So we are opposed to this bylaw, this motion. My family moved here in 1975 as immigrants. We choose to live in Vancouver. We've had a rich and joyful life here. And as mentioned before, the property taxes are relatively low, and I think we are all willing to pay $1 a day to have the kind of quality of life in the city that we enjoy every single day. We use community centers, we go to the library, and we really do hope that, while we are a small percentage, we are owner-occupants of properties. 55% of the city are renters, and I doubt very much that those landlords will be passing on this saving to those renters to make a difference for them. So I really encourage City Council to vote against this motion because I don't think it improves the quality of life of residents even in the long term. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Speaker 42 has withdrawn. Speaker 43 is Sam Zimmerman. Sam?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Great. My name is Sam. I live and work in Vancouver. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm here to address City Council and to speak in strong opposition to the motion to produce only one budget scenario with a quote-unquote zero, which actually means 1% property tax increase. I'm concerned that while Council says that infrastructure and community-based services will not face cuts, there's also no clear plan presented on how to address the large budget shortfall that would be introduced by cutting property taxes. A quote-unquote zero means zero slogan sounds nice, but what is the true cost of this motion going to be? Is it cuts to community services, alternative funding sources, or going further into debt? What's going to be cut? The motion states in item 8 that the Council is committed to exploring every option for the budget. So why are we limiting ourselves so early to only one budget scenario of only 1% increase that doesn't even keep up with inflation? I argue that multiple budget scenarios should still be considered until a clear path is presented to address the budget shortfall that would take place with the reductions in property taxes, or with the lesser increases in property taxes. It's irresponsible to move forward with this motion until a transparent plan is made. In times of a struggling economy, community services like libraries, parks, pools, arts and culture programs, and community grants are all critically important to support a thriving and diverse city. And I'm in opposition to any cuts to these programs. I'm incredibly frustrated that the budget survey put out asked everyday residents and small business owners to make this difficult choice between essential community-based programs and the affordability of property taxes. All the while, the city is substantially increasing the budget for policing and development with no scrutiny over the efficiency there or the negative impact of police violence. I'm concerned that last year, police funding had a net increase beyond their pre-allocated budget due to overtime and the introduction of new task forces mid-year. And I'm concerned about how low-income and unhoused residents of Vancouver are being disproportionately targeted by police violence. I'm also concerned about how the empty homes tax was cut in 2023 and that collected net revenue was returned to developers. In summary, I propose that we still consider multiple budget options and also that the police force be subject to the same efficiency scrutiny as other programs. Yeah, we should have a budget that is for people and residents and not for police and developers. Thanks for taking the time to listen and respond to the public on this issue.
Thank you, Sam. All right, so this is our end of our speakers list. I'm going to go back to the missed speakers. Speaker number 1, Mark Beckett. Mark?
Yeah, hi there.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Hi. Thank you, Council. Thanks for taking the time to consider this. My name is Mark. I am a resident in the city of Vancouver. I've had the privilege of calling it my home for almost a decade now, and I am opposed to this motion. I have further had the privilege of being a homeowner in the city for approximately 7 years now. The city is my home. It is a beautiful city, and I think what makes it so beautiful really does come down to the services the city is able to provide for its residents. When I look at the motion that's put forward today, I would really urge Council to take a moment and consider what are the actual objectives we're trying to reach here. If the stated objectives are to be able to benefit the taxpayers while trying to ensure that we're still able to provide our services, I would argue that this motion actually does quite the opposite. I think ultimately speaking, it benefits our most privileged members of society, while I would say double negatively impacting our most vulnerable, whereby the only taxpayers that ultimately are receiving this benefit will be the homeowners who oftentimes are the most privileged portions of our society, let alone corporations that may own homes or individuals that may own multiple homes. And we can be quite assured these savings are not going to flow down to our renters. The rents will still increase. And the renters in the city are paying taxes just like everybody else in the vast majority of circumstances. So ultimately, the bracket of taxpayers that we are benefiting are those who, relatively speaking, will typically be on the more privileged end, whereas conversely, in order to afford these cuts, services will be impacted. We're already seeing the results of these, and if we continue down this path, the people who are already not being benefited by this bill are now receiving the brunt end of, they are the ones who, typically speaking, may be able to rely on these services the most and may be able to benefit from them the most. So not only are they not receiving the benefit of their tax cuts, quote unquote, as their rents will continue to go up, now they're also not going to be able to rely on the benefits and the services that have largely carried them through these difficult times that we're all facing. So I think if the purpose of this motion really is to try to benefit our taxpayers, I would really urge Council to take a moment and consider how this motion does that, and how we can better serve our communities and our people by looking at different services, different taxes, etc. But I think targeting the homeowners really ultimately brings about the opposite effect of what the stated purpose is. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 6, Jagdeep Jack Sanjira. Jagdeep online? No, okay. Speaker 11, Zachar Solman.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hi there, my name is Zakir Solomon. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm speaking in opposition to this motion. There's been some comments in City Council recently about misinformation, and so I think it's important for us to clarify a few facts about the nature of property taxes within BC. So the increase to property taxes in 2023 was 10.7%. The increase in 2024 was 7.5%. The increase in 2025 was 3.9%. In a spring staff report, staff predicted a 5 to 7% increase would be needed in 2026 to help maintain existing service levels. How then can this motion be seen as anything other than a cut? Zero may mean zero, but there would still be an approximate 1% infrastructure tax that would be levied this year. And this tax cut means roughly $20 in the pockets of property owners. For just a $100 million cut, we can give taxpayers a $20 check back. 2,000 people know these facts. They emailed you about them. Many more are watching the outcome of this motion. And I would urge you to think about the people who are going to be living in this city in the future and the services that people rely on. The other day I was talking with a friend of mine who has a newborn baby. She was talking about how important community services are for her to access as a mother, and how she's able to cheaply find a way to, stimulate her child's growth, have her kids meet other kids. These are the kinds of things that taxes should be used for. We should not be trying to preemptively cut services that make people's lives in this city better. I urge you to reconsider this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 12 is Matthew Uden. Okay. Speaker 16, Christine Rolf Frederickson. No. Speaker 17, Akshay Krishnan. Yes.
Yes, hello.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I am speaking in opposition to this motion. We were informed that an increase of between 5 to 7% to our property tax rate would be necessary simply to maintain existing service levels. So I see the direction to staff to stop the preparation of budget scenarios for 0, 1.5, and 2.5% increases, to instead only prepare a scenario for a 0% increase as dismissive, irresponsible, unrealistic, and unserious. This motion, citing ongoing fiscal pressures that require significant long-term investment and decreased funding from senior levels of government, then touting a fully funded police department and fire department, paints a confusing picture. Staff has informed Council that we cannot afford to freeze property taxes and still maintain our existing systems and services, and a vague exploration promised in this motion does little to convince me otherwise. Recently, Council shuttered the City Equity Office to save a few $100,000, while effectively ignoring the millions of dollars of overspending from the police department year after year. Opportunities do exist, but are too politically dangerous for Council to pursue, so I have little confidence that Council and staff will be able to find a way to make up the difference. Vancouver has the lowest property tax rates in the country, but we can't afford to keep that fool's gold medal. Not increasing tax rates at all for 2026 will crush our existing services and infrastructure, force staff into a no-win situation, and sabotage our city's future. I love this city, and I urge you to vote no on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 18 is Greg Ortiz. Okay. Speaker 23 is Harmon Moon. Harmon.
Oh?
Yeah, please go ahead.
All right, thank you. My name is Harmon Moon. I live in Vancouver and Mount Pleasant, and I'm here I'm on the phone to speak in opposition to this motion. Now, I recognize that Council's mind is made up on this issue, and I get it. Nobody wants to raise taxes in an election year. So if anybody has any urgent emails they need to reply to, this would be the time to do it. I promise I won't be offended. You'll just be missing a riveting discussion of Vancouver's tax system. Because Vancouver's tax system is bad. It's a great example of perverse incentives that contributes to our housing crisis, which, by the way, have I mentioned we're in a housing crisis? I feel like I don't do that enough. Vancouver has the lowest residential property taxes in the city. The number I found, which I assume is the right number, but I could be wrong, but the number I found was 0.28%, which is a country mile behind the next lowest, which is Victoria at 0.44%. For context, the two largest cities in Canada, Montreal and Toronto, tax at 0.59% and 0.72% respectively. So our residential property taxes are a fraction of those in every other city in Canada, and yet we still have to provide services like the major city we are. So how do we do it? By squeezing every other revenue tool we have, including business taxes and development charges. And that's where we come to the perverse incentives I mentioned. Because residential property taxes are so low and development charges are so high, it's dramatically more profitable to buy a piece of land and sit on it than to try to build something on it or to start a business on it. Because why go through the long and expensive process of permitting and public hearings when you can sit in your single-family house watching the grass grow behind your white picket fence and make more money that way? That is to say, our tax system rewards owning land and punishes doing something with it. That's perverse. It's a major reason why we have so much trouble building the desperately needed new housing that we need to solve our housing crisis or grow our local economy. Like I said, I know Council's mind is made up on this, and I know how this vote is going to go. But as a citizen, I oppose this motion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker number 25 is Nana Varshni.
Nana Varshne. I'm the current vice chair of the Racial and Ethnocultural Equity Advisory Committee with the City of Vancouver, and I'm deeply concerned that the lack of transparency of the Zero Means Zero motion. I'm deeply opposed to it. Marginalized and racialized people of our city need the services that are going to be cut because of a lack of an increase. It's frankly irresponsible at this time, during this time of economic uncertainty, to make this decision to affect people that don't own property but do own a stake in what happens in the city. So I really urge you to please consider voting against this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk just told me that Speaker 16 has just joined online, so I'm going to go back to Speaker 16. Christine Ruff Fredrickson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much. So my name is Kristen. I am a resident of Vancouver. It's been about 10 years now. Live over Mount Pleasant. It's quite nice. So I'm calling in to oppose. About a month or two back, I read that city staff put together a report for how much of a tax increase would be needed to maintain Vancouver's current level of service. And I can't remember what the number was exactly, but it was somewhere between like 5 and 7%. It certainly wasn't 0%. That's a difference of millions of dollars, right? And so, we're being told that with this 0% increase, that no cuts will be made to our public services. But there's been no budget shown to us on how this would happen. There's been no alternative revenue streams proposed. And so when this money isn't brought in, there's only one of two things that can happen, right? Either services are going to get cut or you're going to put the city into debt, right? And so, I know that you guys are smart people, right? You've been in council for a number of years now. Many of you were like lawyers and other esteemed positions before entering this role. And so when I know how much you know, and I know what's being proposed, all I can really surmise is that you're lying to us. And I also just want to say, staff is there to put together objective, well-informed reports on what the city needs. And not only has their report been ignored, but you've thrown it out in favor of a tax plan that would endanger public sector jobs in Vancouver, which are the types of jobs that they hold, right? So, why not just slap staff in the face at this point? So I oppose. And also just keep in mind, those of us who care about having a functioning, flourishing city, with open libraries, functioning sidewalks, we're going to remember this decision for the election next year. So thank you for your time, and I oppose.
Thank you. Speaker 29 is Brenda Lee Cal. Okay. Speaker 31 is Margie Sanderson. Oh. Speaker 32 is Madeline Andrews.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Madeline Andrews, and I live in Vancouver, and I'm against this motion. Like the previous speaker, I'm really concerned at the lack of transparency about what this means. I'm shocked at the potential of things being cut, and people don't even know what is going to be cut. Especially in a climate these days where people are less involved with politics. We need people to be informed and take part in these decisions. And that occurred with this survey, and for that not to be being used at all in this decision making is so disheartening and doesn't encourage participation in really serious matters that affect Vancouverites' lives. And I live in Vancouver. I was born and raised here. And in terms of not raising property taxes, people can defer them. I don't know why this isn't talked about more when homeowners complain about property tax. And again, like other speakers, we already have low property taxes. So I don't understand why we would keep on keeping it so low when we have so many services that we need to build and increase in. I would like to also bring up regret that lots of politicians have had, like years forward when they think about austerity measures that they've done. It's known what happens years ahead from that, and there's lots of regret. When you look up, like when Chat GDP tells you, gives you information about austerity measures, I'm quoting, research shows they lead to negative outcomes, including increased mortality, reduced access to health care, worsening economic equality, and increased social unrest. It does not seem like this is a thought-out motion. It seems like it has to do with an election coming up. And so thank you so much, and thanks for your time.
Thank you. I'll move on to the speaker 35, Rob Niger. Rob?
Sure, I'm the Executive Director of Sunset on Fraser Business Association. I am also a business owner in Vancouver and a property owner in Vancouver. I support, along with my board, the 0% increase. I would understand the speakers before me, their argument, if the city was focusing already only on core services. But Vancouver is notorious for doing things well beyond their mandate. Many of the things that the civic government takes on are provincial jurisdiction. Many of the things that happen in Vancouver when it comes to permits that are required, licensing that is required, regulations are not required or streamlined or are at one office in Burnaby, Surrey, North Vancouver, New West, and they are well-functioning cities. The fact that we are the highest regulated city not only creates costs, but it takes away the money that needs to go to the very services that the speakers before me talked about. So, for example, to build a home in Vancouver is about $200,000 more expensive here than it is right across Boundary Road. And what happens? That cost gets translated down to renters. And when it's the renters that are paying for all those regulations and permits and extra arborists and so forth that other cities don't require. So if I'm saying this also to the people before me, if you want to save core services, then first we have to ensure that the core services are being serviced and not everything else. So when you have a bureaucracy that says 5 to 7% increase is necessary, okay, if we're just doing core services, but this is from a bureaucracy that is also a highly managed bureaucracy, one that has a lot of regulations and then the cost of managing those regulations that do not necessarily serve British Vancouverites or the very people that need services the most. So what we would like to see is predictability and stability. Every resident needs that, and every business owner needs that. You can't plan ahead without predictability and stability in taxation and other costs. So if there's a 0% this upcoming year in 2026, and there's a stability brought forward, and maybe in the future we're going at the rate of inflation, for example, then that's predictable, and we can plan for it. And if the civic government focuses on its core services, its real mandate, then the very services that everyone spoke about can be actually managed properly, rather than the myriad of little pet projects that exist in the city of Vancouver.
Sorry, Rob, that's your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go back to speaker 29. Brenda Lee Kell is on the line right now. Brenda?
Hi, it's Brenda. It's Kyle. Brenda Kyle. I live in the Grandview Woodlands neighborhood, and I need to speak. I do not support this motion. I'm deeply concerned that city staff indicated in the budget survey that a 0% increase would result in significant cuts to services, and the services haven't even been defined. It's just, we cannot support this. And I'm going to just leave it at that, and that's my thing. I do not support the motion. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Brenda. Okay, so this is the end of our speakers list. Thank you, everyone, for speaking to the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services. Committee members, is there any discussion? I saw Councillor Fry. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm going to have lots to say on this motion, but also working on the assumption that it is a direction from the mayor and it's likely to pass. I have a few amendments I'd like to propose. So I've just submitted one to the clerk.
Let me take you to the amendment queue. Please add yourself there, Councillor Fry.
This is referencing the very first be it resolved clause from the mayor, and it talks about maintaining community grants. What's omitted here very explicitly is arts and culture grants, which is a separate kind of grant and is articulated if you look on the city website. We heard through the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee and through artists in general across our city the critical importance of the arts grants and the struggles of the arts community in general. And so I'm hoping this is viewed as a helpful sort of inclusion into how our grants work. Because if you look on the website, we do have a very separate distinction: community grants, arts and culture grants. I do not believe it's the intention of this council to undermine the viability of the very fragile arts and culture community at this time.
Okay, thanks. Seconded by Councillor Kerby-Yang. Okay. Councillor Kerby-Yang, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate this. And we did have a very robust discussion about the importance of continuing to support arts and culture. And when the mayor brought this motion forward, I actually asked this clarification question from the mayor and his team and was assured that community grants was an umbrella term that also included arts and culture grants if it provides more, and I intended to speak to this in my comments, but if it provides more certainty and specificity, then I'm happy to provide and support that. But I will say that my understanding is that this was the mayor's full intent from the beginning. It is included, but if the language makes that explicit, then again, I'm very happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kerby-Yang. Mayor Sim.
Yeah, I'll just be very brief. I want to be very clear. We support maintaining all the grants. Period, full stop.
Okay, thanks. All right, so seeing no one else on the queue, so let's go to the vote for this amendment. So, yeah, we have that on the screen. And Council, please register your vote. We are voting for Councillor Fry's amendment. All right, this amendment passed unanimously. I'm going to go back to the main queue. Councillor Fry?
Yeah, so thanks, Chair. I submitted a second amendment, and this is also on the subject of grants. And just to be clear from...
sorry, let me just move you to the amendment queue. Please add yourself there. Okay, there we go.
And just reflecting on how our grants are structured, and if one looks at the City of Vancouver website, it's pretty clear that we have community grants is one section, arts and culture grants is a separate section, and indeed there are other grants like the Community Climate Action Grants, the Heritage Grants, and the Sport Hosting Grants that are not included under the term and the itemized list of community grants. So the amendment here is to include those other potentially omitted grant forms. And also recognizing that in the previous budget, we had $1 million that was reallocated for street cleaning in the 2025 budget that was reallocated for street cleaning. And to see that grant stream made whole, because it did actually come with significant impacts on community and social policy grants in that budget and in this year. So reflecting that and there's a request in the 2026 budget.
All right, we need a seconder for this amendment. Seconded by Councillor Orr. Any more comments? Oh, yeah, okay. So, clerk, please put second amendment on the screen. there we go. All right, seeing no one else on the queue for this amendment, I'm gonna ask clerk to take us to the voting panel. Please register your vote, council. Okay, this amendment did not pass with Councillor Zhou, Kerby-Yang, Dominado, Montague, Messner, and Mayor Xin in opposition. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the main queue. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. I have one more amendment that I have just submitted. And this is
again. Let me take you to the amendment queue. Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, so this is a reflection that, and I'll elaborate this in my comments a little bit, but the 0% budget, as has variously been articulated, could amount to as much as $100 to $120 million in cuts to existing staffing or services. We're not really sure what that might look like because it's not articulated in this motion. And I think that it's important to have clarity and transparency around this. So this amendment reads that measures to offset tax pressures and achieve a 0% budget, including any cuts to services or staffing, be articulated and itemized as clear, easy to understand line items in the 2026 budget presentation. And I know that my ABC colleagues were big champions of ensuring that as a campaign promise that we would see clear line items, budget line items, and in fact going back in time. So I think this is probably consistent with a lot of the intention that my ABC colleagues have previously articulated around the importance of transparency in the budget, and I think in this particular case, the importance of where we may be contemplating significant service cuts or staffing cuts and various trade-offs. So,
okay, thanks, Councillor. Seconded by Councillor Bly. Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, I am deeply supportive of this amendment. I know that I personally in the past have had trouble and it's taken a long time to work out what is being cut or increased in Vancouver budgets. And I think this is an excellent move. And it's great to hear that this amendment is supported by previous statements of the majority on council.
Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I'm happy to speak in support. And what it highlights for me, in addition to other comments so far in support of this, is an emerging issue around driving revenue from other sources in the city. And, you know, we saw a pretty passionate group of residents come forward in support of a legacy restaurant that was about to get pushed out on the recommendation that is in response to a motion that was about transacting as much revenue out of city-owned properties as possible. This revenue has to come from somewhere. It's over $120 million likely, considering our collective agreements and contractual obligations to our staff. We have 9,500 members, not included VPD and VPL, our library members that work at the City of Vancouver. 14, who knows what the number is, I'm going to be careful not to say, that are not under those collective agreements. So right now, I think what we're trying to establish, what we heard from speakers, is some facts around this motion. And there are no facts around this motion right now. So I am supportive of this. I actually don't think it goes far enough because I think it puts added pressure. A move like this puts added pressure on the many, many commercial tenants that we have in city-owned spaces, the many, many artist organizations in city-owned spaces that are at risk of losing their businesses and losing their spaces because of increased revenue being driven out of a goal, which is to keep property taxes low by leveraging our property endowment fund. This has to be talked about. We've made decisions that have been driving this forward in this council chambers, led by the mayor, who I appreciate comes from a business background, but the city is not a business. The city should be operated like a not-for-profit. We should be able to have moderate property tax increases that are not 10%, which was a result of this council in the first year after ABC was elected, but moderate, around 3 and 4%, that match the rate of inflation, that recognize we are in an affordability crisis. But I am not comfortable with driving a low property tax rate at the cost of legacy businesses that are likely to be threatened with ever increasing costs to running their business because they happen to be in a city-owned building. It's just one of many examples where we have flipped the script here, and I think it's putting our city at risk in the future. So I support this. I think we need a line by line, but what I'd also like to see is what are the new forecasted revenue generating decisions that under Mayor Sim are going to be coming forward, because I actually think that puts an enormous risk to the future of our city and the affordability of our city. So I'll leave it there for now. I'll have more to say on this, but I'm happy to support this. But I think it highlights a much bigger issue that we're not talking about.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Carbiel.
Yeah, thanks. Can you start my timer fresh?
Oh. There we go.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I wasn't going to overly speak during this debate because I know we've got a lot to get through, but I did feel compelled because I am really perplexed by the illogic of some of the previous statements. To the comments around businesses shouldn't suffer just because they're in a city-owned building and we're going to raise their rents. The market sets those rents. We do not sort of punitively set them higher. And in fact, when we have city-owned properties, while those sit in the property endowment fund and they have a mandate to generate revenue, that revenue actually allows us to invest into the property endowment fund, and it strengthens our financial position as a city. We actually are able to support the arts and culture organizations in maintaining stability and staying in the city through a lot of the grants that we just talked about. We provide nonprofit grants and nominal leases to enable operators to have those spaces, and those have been fundamentally important and critical to whether it's through either nonprofit nominal leases or within our property endowment fund providing in-kind space as new developments come on stream. And that's something that the city's been deeply committed to with the Making Space for Arts and Culture. So I think it's really important in this conversation that we don't conflate or misconstrue things, maybe a misunderstanding, but about how things actually work. And I think to the point that was made about the Shaughnessy restaurant, I do think that actions speak louder than words. And that, I think that was a misstep, quite honestly, by the park board they didn't have to open up that lease for Shaughnessy, nor did they have to actually take the decision to actually try to boot them out or award a different contract based on the results that came back. I think that that assessment process was flawed, and council roundly rejected that and maintain the legacy business. And that's exactly what we're trying to do, is to support businesses to stay in the city. If the businesses continue to have their property taxes raised, when we're hearing from things like Restaurants Canada that people can't afford to eat out now, they're dining alone sometimes. People are buying groceries and they're having, I heard this on the news a couple days ago, they're having meals twice a day, sometimes instead of 3 times, and snacking. So, when people say, and we hear some of the speakers, it's just not another trip to JJ Bean. Well, folks, some people are not going to JJ Bean. They're having trouble buying their basic groceries. So it matters. So I'm just going to sort of reject, I think, that positioning and that logic. And with respects to this amendment, let's let our staff do their job. I think they've heard very clearly from this council and from the mayor's motion what it is that we value. We'll get into that more in the debate, but it is those frontline services that support livability and quality of life in the city of Vancouver. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks very much. We heard a lot of anxiety from the comments and from online. There was a letter writing campaign. For the record, it wasn't my letter writing campaign, it was my party's. But 2,000 letters in 48 hours, this is very important. People want to know what's being cut, or what, if there is cuts. They just want assurance. And this amendment gives that insurance. It just says line by line what is sort of on the table here. I think it's sensible. I think it's measured, and I will support this.
Thanks. Councillor Fry?
Yeah, thanks. And I just want to bring this back to the essence, because the mayor's motion it is not terribly specific other than a few carve-outs. And it does suggest, we know from our staff update previously at the midterm update, that we are looking at significant pressures on our budget, significant cost pressures that are unavoidable. And we know that in order to reconcile those, we're going to have to find cuts to staff, cuts to services, or new ways to generate revenues. And I think it's important that as we're doing that, we have transparency. And, I'm going to pull up my prop here from the ABC platform. One of the only things that I really agreed on your platform was the ideas around transparency, accountability, and good government. And your very specific commitment was an ABC majority would publish line item budgets for the last 5 years and all years moving forward. This is at a bare minimum. When we're talking about potentially massive trade-offs, big changes to operations in our city, because $120 million does not just grow on trees. This is a big undertaking to reach that 0% budget. So it is in the spirit of transparency and accountability and good governance that we are very clear what those trade-offs are going to look like when it comes before this council to make a vote. And it's frankly not fair to put this on staff to just somehow bury it and find a magical thinking kind of numbers that will just, allow this 120 million to materialize without having a very clear, frank, articulate conversation around what that means. Election year or otherwise, this is at a bare minimum what we all have committed to, running to serve the city of Vancouver as accountability, transparency, and good governance. So I think this is, I would hope to be a kind of depoliticized statement, really, because it's not that onerous. It's just good housekeeping and good governance. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, Councillor Bly, I think your timer is not right, but...
Yeah, I won't take much time. It's certainly not across 5 minutes. I just think it highlights another point that we heard from speakers, and a thing that it's an issue that I've had a concern with, that we gave direction to staff, which included a 0% property tax scenario, to come back with that. And then we went to the public. We make decisions in here, 11 of us, but we represent 750,000 people in this city. And those folks engaged in our budget survey. They gave their feedback on what they cared about, what services they wanted, based on those scenarios. And so what this does is it decenters the public's voices in this decision. It's saying, we're not really concerned with what you have to say and the time you spent to engage in a critical city decision, arguably the most important decision we make each year in this council. And we don't care what you have to say, because we're going to do this anyway. Because, well, we can all speculate as to why. The point is, the budget survey has preceded this motion, and that is fundamentally a problem when it comes to public engagement, public process, and making sure that the voices of Vancouverites are represented in this chamber. And so that in itself means it's critical here that those same folks who are going to want to continue to engage will have a chance to come and speak to the budget and sign up as a speaker to have their voices heard. And they will need to be able to see in what is often a 700+ page budget document clearly what they are speaking to. And we do this every single day. We do this for a living. They have busy jobs, they have busy families, and they need to be able to see exactly what they'll
Councillor
be
Bly, I
speaking
think
to.
you are over time. I don't have the timer right, but okay. So before I advance Mayor Sim, we need a motion to pass 12. Finish the item. Okay, we need a seconder. Second by Councillor Corbian. All in favor say yeah. Opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carries. All right, Mayor Sim, please go ahead.
Question through you to the city manager. Just really quickly, would Councillor Fry's amendment help or hinder the process?
Through the chair, thank you, Your Worship. I think the amendment, as we work through this process, there are significant labor relations issues that we're going to need time to work through. So coming back in short order with a line-by-line item, we just would not be able to do that in order to get the budget done for this thing. We would be coming back to council, ensuring that notionally we're heading in the right direction in short order, but the ability to get a line-by-line budget ready for, let's say, November, December would be very challenging.
Okay, thank you. So I'll speak on this topic then. I can't support the amendment. And I feel strongly, and I want to reiterate that we've been very clear that we are going to be maintaining community grants, library services, community centers, sidewalk and road maintenance. We've made a commitment to support our first responders. We have a track record, and we will continue to do that to support public safety and Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services as well. The amendment as written it's not helpful. It slows us down, and so I cannot support it.
Thanks, Mayor. Councillor Maloney?
Just have a question of clarification through you to the city manager. Did I hear that right? That we're not going to have a line-by-line budget by November or December to make a decision on, and the public won't have access to it?
Through the chair, should this motion pass, in order to begin the work to commence the motion, we would not have a line-by-line item, just as there are a number of, to meet this motion and do so in an orderly fashion, commencing very quickly, we would not be able to come back to council with a line-by-line budget in November or December. What staff would commit to is coming back to council with regular updates, and there would be a line-by-line budget prepared for council, the details of which would be worked through throughout the course of the fall, early winter, and shared with council in the first quarter of the new year.
So we have to vote on a budget that we don't have details of. Do we get broad category descriptions only? I'm interested in knowing what the process is that's proposed.
Through the chair, that's actually correct. Staff would be looking to come back to council to ensure that we're heading in the right direction with what I'd call a consolidated budget, a budget where we're notionally confirming we're heading in the right direction. And then as we work through the details, as it involves both restructuring our labor management and labor relations, and doing so in a very orderly, thoughtful process, we then come back to council in the new year with the detailed budget.
Thank you. That'll be all.
Councillor Fry?
Yeah, I'm also struggling with these comments, and I'm wondering if through you I can ask of the city manager just to work through this, because I mean I've been on council for 7 budgets now, and we do typically get a pretty itemized budget details, and certainly we're contemplating some big cuts to the budget. I don't think it necessarily needs to be as onerous. I'm curious how you're interpreting this as being as onerous as a line-by-line item when the motion directs just articulated as clear, easy to understand line items, not necessarily a line-by-line getting into the weeds. Is it not conceivable that we can include a fairly clean, easy to understand reckoning of where the trade-offs are going to come to achieve $120 million in savings in order to achieve a 0% budget increase?
Through the chair, in short answer, I think it will be very clear to council where notionally we're going, and I think back to your point about a clean budget, absolutely, staff will bring back in short order an undertaking such as this. Maybe if I back up, an undertaking such as this, should this motion pass and staff has clear direction moving forward, staff will begin working to achieve council's direction. That will involve coming back to council likely in November to ensure that with a preliminary budget that ensures that we're heading in the right direction, meeting council's motion. However, the detailed budget will not be ready for November, as we've got a number of issues, and some of them are legislative as they relate to labor relations. That will take us some time to work through in a really thoughtful manner to ensure we meet this new direction from council in an orderly fashion. So there will be a line-by-line budget. It just will not be presented in November or December. That'll have to wait till the new year. But there will be a notional budget fully presented with general.
Right. And okay, so I appreciate that, because to be clear, this amendment doesn't suggest November or December, any timeline. It just asks to include it in the 2026 budget presentation. Does that mean a timeline?
So thank you for the clarifying question, actually, the clarifying comment. Just to share that in order to meet the direction from council, to have a balanced budget, we'll need to get moving on it very quickly. Of course, if there's any delay in getting to work on this, it'll be very challenging for us to meet council's direction next year. That's why as soon as this is passed, our team will be working expeditiously to get to work on this. So that was the reason for going early to council, should this pass, to ensure we're heading in the right direction, and then continuing that work. I think nothing would be worse than spending a lot of staff time and resources and heading in the wrong direction. So we'll be coming back to council to ensure we're heading in the right direction.
And that's the time. Thanks. Councillor Maloney?
Yeah, just another clarifying question to the city manager through the chair, please. When will the public get a side-by-side comparison of, say, this previous year's budget with the figures for the new budget so that they can compare?
Please go ahead.
Thank you. So that's going to occur likely in the first quarter of next year. You'll be able to compare apples to apples. Notionally, we'll be coming to council to again ensure we're heading in the right direction in the next month or so. Once we get to work, to make sure we've got the right buckets and the right envelopes for each department. Meeting council's, should this motion pass, meeting council's desire and direction under the motion. And then we'll have a line-by-line item once we've worked through all of the details. And again, there's a number of requirements, both in terms of our collective agreements, labor relations, all these other things to make sure that we're doing it right in a thoughtful and orderly fashion.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thank you. Just a clarifying question through you, if I may, to the city manager around your remarks. So I'm clear to the city manager, what you're stating is that this itemized and articulated line by line outline will be delivered to council in the new year. Is that correct?
Please go ahead, city manager.
Thank you. Through the councillor, that is correct.
Okay. Yes. And are you also stating to council right now that this amendment, as it's written right now, around the presentation that comes in the fall, that could have some negative labor relations implications if it were to pass?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. That's all I need to know, so thanks very much.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. All right, seeing no one else on the queue, let's go to the vote. So, clerk, please take us to the voting screen, and council, please register your vote. We are voting Councillor Fry's second amendment. Oh, third amendment, okay. All right, the amendment did not pass with Councillor Joe Kerbian, Dominado, Montague, Meisner, and Mayor Sin in opposition. Okay, I'm going to go back to the main queue. Councillor Fry?
You know what? I'll jump back on to make some comments.
Thank you. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thanks, Councillor Bly, for mentioning the budget survey. I think it's absolutely egregious that we didn't wait for this budget survey. But in that spirit, I want to include what I heard were priorities for people so that we're not going to get cut. If we're not going to have a line-by-line budget, I made my own line-by-line list of things to be protected. So there's an amendment that I sent out. If you want to move to the amendment
queue, Councillor Orr. Second by Councillor Bly. Please add yourself there. Amendment queue. So I can advance you. There we go. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Also, I think the language of prioritizing core city services feels very vague. If there was a fire in a pet store and we prioritize saving puppies, that doesn't mean that we're going to save all the puppies. It just means we're going to prioritize it. So I'd love for everyone to join me in articulating exactly what we're going to protect here. If there's any amendments to my amendment, things that you want to add on here, I'd love to see it. I'd also love to see that the libraries stay open 7 days a week. Earlier this year, we passed a motion to get info from staff on the costs. So I've added that in also explicitly. And I've heard that people want to protect libraries from my fellow councillors. So I included that at the end too.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Kerbian.
Oh yeah, I just had a point of privilege. I can't find this version. It might. Oh, I'm sorry. It should be. It's on.
Well, it's probably the light is not working, but go ahead.
No, I can't find this one in my email, so I was just hoping it could come on screen. Can you just point out what's different in this one? Because I don't seem to have the email copy.
Oh, the email was sent to us at 11:39 a.m. by Councillor Orr. Well, you're reading the email. I'm going to advance Councillor Maloney.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, thanks to Councillor Orr for moving this amendment. I think it would give people some certainty that things the majority of Vancouverites prioritise wouldn't be jeopardised by this budget. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else? Okay, if not, I'm going to take everyone to the voting screen. So we are voting for the Councillor Orr's amendment. Okay, this amendment did not pass with Councillor Zhou, Kirby-Young, Dominado, Montague, Meisner, and Mayor Sin in opposition. Okay, I'm going to take back to the main queue. Councillor Orr?
Yeah, thank you for that. I did just send another amendment. Should be coming through there. If you want to move to that.
Yeah, move you to the amendment queue. Please add yourself there. Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So we heard a few things from people. We heard about property taxes already being very low, and that we heard from Councillor Bly saying a nominal sort of increase is acceptable. If I've done my math correctly, the average savings of Mayor Sim's motion per month for a single family homeowner is $24. This will save $24. So when we're talking about people not being able to eat, I think that's kind of outrageous because this is $24 a month per single family homeowner and $8 a month for a condo owner. That's maybe one latte from JJ Bean. I haven't been there in a while. I don't know what the cost of a latte is anymore. But yeah, so that's the spirit of this amendment.
All right. Thanks, Councillor. Anyone else? Okay, if not, let's go to the vote for this amendment. Oh, we need a seconder for this amendment. Seconded by Councillor Fry. Okay. All right, so let's go to the vote for this amendment. Everyone, we are voting for Councillor Orr's amendment. Councillor Bly? Okay, so this amendment did not pass with Councillor Zhou, Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Dominado, Councillor Bly, and Councillor Montague, Councillor Meisner, and Mayor Sin in opposition. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the main queue.
All right. Okay, let's keep it rolling here. Just on that same sort of thread around the budget survey, I'm gonna move a motion to defer. Does that go to an amendment queue or is that different?
Yeah, so please send the deferral motion to everyone. And I can move you to the amendment queue. We receive it.
Yeah, I think we definitely just need to hear how many people filled it out. We need to hear what. This is why we do it. This transparency, democracy. This is why we have the budget survey in the first place. We need to hear from people what they prioritized, and then I think until we do, I don't think we can make this decision in good faith. So.
Okay, second by Councillor Bly. I'll move you. Please add yourself to the amendment queue, please, Councillor Orr, if you have any additional comments. Okay, please go ahead.
That's it for me.
Okay, Councillor Dominado.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the city manager, just a couple of quick questions. Could you just clarify when we anticipate having information back on the budget input, or if we already have it? I just can't recall the time frame.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have the budget survey returning that information to council. I don't have that. I don't have that at hand. I could get back to council in very short order.
Just when it was closing, when we were closing the survey. I just can't remember the date off the top of my head.
I will just need a moment.
Okay.
I will.
While you're getting that, maybe I could ask the follow another question. Is just around. Can you just remind me that we do have all of our satisfaction surveys in from this year? in last year? Around services, which also touches on budget?
So, I'm sorry, Councillor. I just don't have that information at hand, and I'm acquiring both of your questions here in very short order. My apologies.
No problem. While you're gathering that, I'll speak to this this item anyways in the amendment. Just to clarify, I think maybe for the public's benefit is we have many years of satisfaction surveys that have indicated to us from residents and businesses the services they're satisfied with, the services they're not satisfied with, where they want to see us prioritize resources, where they don't want us to prioritize resources. And so we have all of that information. It looks awfully similar year to year after almost 8 years on this council, I would say. There's some change depending on issues that may be surfacing. For example, there's increased concerns over street disorder, so that may impact that. I also know that our staff, our professional public servants, take all this information into consideration in the work they're doing, not only the direction the council gives, but I don't want us to, and I think maybe through previous amendments that have come forward, it's a bit of a disservice to our staff to suggest that we don't trust that they're going to bring forward appropriate budget information, that they're not going to consider input that is collected every year. So I just want to level set that because it's been implied somehow that none of that information is going to be considered. That is absolutely wrong and not factually correct because it is. And I have a lot of faith and confidence in our public service and our staff that do this work. So I just wanted to reflect that, and I appreciate you'll be, I see the city manager is now standing.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, and I did not mean to cut you off.
Nope, that's fine.
So the survey closed on September 14th for the budget survey. Those results are being analyzed, will be delivered with the budget presentation, date to be set, but likely November. And at the same time, we'll also be presenting the civic satisfaction surveys as well.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. That's all my comments, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Carbiel.
Yeah, I was just, I will be succinct and was going to say the same thing, that the survey was open between August 12th and September 14th. It has closed, and the normal practice is that the results of the budget survey are brought forth with the budget presentation. And it says very clearly to the public that will happen later as part of the budget discussions later in 2025. So from my mind, this motion is redundant, and Councillor Orr might not be as familiar with the procedures. There's a lot to learn as a new councillor, I get it, but that is already happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fry?
Yeah, I'm supportive of this because I think that there is a lot more work to be done on this. And with all due respect to Councillor Dominato's comments about the professionalism of our staff, we had a staff presentation at the midterm that suggested the kind of pressures we have on this budget and what we could anticipate the budget increase would look like. The decision to make a 0% budget increase, should it pass, is a political direction. It's not staff direction. This is going to force staff to respond to a political direction that the mayor is setting. So I think that if we're interested in level setting, that's the clear level set. I'm curious, Chair, if I could through you ask a question to the city manager, because I believe the comment earlier was that there would be a check-in with council later this fall to see if we're heading in the right direction. And what does that look like? And would it not incorporate things like the outcome of the budget survey to reflect that? And would it include potential cuts to achieve a 0% budget? What is that check-in going to look like? And would it not make sense to include the budget survey as part of that?
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship. So it will include the budget survey as part of that. The check-in, what I mean by that is a preliminary budget. So there will be envelopes with overall funding for each department and notionally where directionally where we're heading as a city. That will then be followed with detailed line by line information later in the new year.
Right. So we will be receiving in short order with the budget survey, also a sense of where the cuts are going to happen and that kind of thing to achieve this 0, should it pass?
You'll receive direction. We will be presenting direction to council for council approval to make sure that we're heading in the right direction with the budget.
As far as achieving a 0, but not.
That's correct.
but not a clear, okay. All right. I'm going to uphold my support for this particular deferral motion. I think it makes sense. There's a lot of unanswered questions here. And frankly, I think that what I'm hearing from the city manager is that there's a very tight timeline to deliver on all this. As we know, we don't have to actually pass a budget till next year. I think around April. So we do have time, and considering the significant impacts of 120 million or more cuts to service and staffing in the city of Vancouver, I think that it probably deserves a little bit more circumspection and input from council and the public.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bly.
Thank you. And I too intend to support this amendment. And unless I've misunderstood some of the comments earlier related to the public's input in our budget process, I think the point that maybe is being missed here is that the public were shown 3 different scenarios and provided their feedback based on those 3 scenarios. And now 2 of them have been taken off the table without any analysis of what that feedback is. And if I'm misrepresenting, please, I ask anybody to come back on the queue and clarify. But what I heard is basically that this process is the same year over year, and we hear the same things from the public year over year. And therefore we should be discounting the value of that public input. I don't think so. So I think all this is basically stating is if we're going to reframe what's coming forward in this budget, that we ask for the public's input and we don't make a decision until we get it. We're changing the narrative. We're changing the budget decision and framing based on this motion after we've asked the public for their input. That inherently is problematic, and that's why I'm supporting this motion.
Thanks. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thank you for that. I actually hadn't thought of that. I forgot that this was a completely, we already passed this motion. It almost seems like this current motion is out of order because of that previous one. I believe the language that it supersedes the previous motion is what makes it not out of order. But I think that is totally valid, and I really appreciate that addition. So I think that makes it even more reason that we should defer this. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, seeing no one else on the queue, so let's go to the vote. We are voting on the Councillor Orr's deferral motion. Please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, this amendment did not pass with Councillor Zhou, Carbian, Dominado, Montague, Meisner, and Mayor Sin in opposition. Okay, I'm going to go back to the main queue. Councillor Orr.
Thank you. Thank you for that. All right, moving right along here. I have another amendment if you'd like to go to the amendment queue.
Okay, please send your, okay, we got it. Yeah, please add yourself there.
The amendment's pretty simple, and further that the draft 2026 operating budget prioritize cuts to the mayor's $1.5 million office and communications budget.
Second by Councillor Fry. Anyone else on the queue for this one? Councillor Maloney?
Yeah, thanks. I think this is definitely worth considering. I mean, I'm constantly very sad that the budget of the school active travel unit is half the budget of the mayor's office, and it always pains me to see the relative priorities given to kids getting safely to and from school and the resources of the mayor's office. Thank you.
Councillor Fry?
I believe it was referred to as the dumb spend in your platform as far as reducing the amount of money going into the mayor's office. And I think this is, at the bare minimum, consistent with a lot of what ABC had purported to do, reduce the amount of partisan activity and spending in the mayor's office. We know that the amount of spending in the mayor's office since the beginning of this term has gone up significantly. We've seen massive increases across the board. And I think if we're looking to the rest of the city services to tighten their belt in order to achieve a 0%, this is at a bare minimum what the mayor could sort of walk the talk, as it were. So happy to support this.
Thank you. All right, seeing no one else on the queue, so let's go to the vote again for this amendment. Okay, this amendment did not pass with Councillor Zhou, Carbian, Dominado, Montague, Meisner, and Mayor Sin in opposition. Okay, going back to the main queue, Councillor Orr.
This is the main queue here. I'm happy to jump back on and take a little break here for others to ask their questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Meisner.
Just to confirm, is this questions or debate?
Question and debate. You can ask questions through point of information.
Okay, I don't have any further questions, but I wanted to make some closing comments.
Yeah, you can do that too.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Just a few comments on this. Yes, this is a very ambitious goal, but it's what Vancouverites expect of us. I have confidence in that over the past 3 years of engaging with Vancouver citizens. They are under pressure. Cost of living is on the rise, and people are feeling the pressure. And that's not just homeowners, that's renters, that's small business owners. I heard from several of my opposition councillors in the past hour or so about property taxes being, quote, very low. I would kindly suggest that they go talk to any homeowner working 2 jobs to pay their mortgage, or go talk to a small business owner that's struggling to survive if they think that property taxes are too low. And I also want to state for the record that I am not comfortable, nor will I be supporting a property tax increase of 6 to 7%, as was suggested about 20 minutes ago in an amendment. That is totally unsustainable. The reality is that property taxes have been rising for many years above inflation, and we need to get back to a place where any property tax increases are reasonable and are at or below inflation. And we also need to clearly demonstrate where this money collected from property tax is going. The City of Vancouver has strayed outside of our core services and jurisdiction for many years, if not decades, and this is unsustainable. We need to get back to basics and find more efficient ways of running the city by focusing on core services that citizens expect, while ensuring that frontline services are protected. And I want to be clear that my support for this motion is contingent on those frontline services for Vancouverites being protected. So I look forward to our staff coming back with further information about how we can work together towards this ambitious goal, which I do believe is achievable. I think we can find savings within the budget to help ensure our city is affordable for everyone. And that's why I'll be supporting this motion. And I think it's long overdue.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So I'll cede the chair to you, Deputy Mayor Meisner. So I'll ask some questions.
Yep,
make
go
some
ahead.
comments. Thank you. So I'll just make some questions through you, Deputy Mayor Meisner, to the city manager or deputy city manager. So we heard some comments that from the speaker saying that this council cut library services. I'm not sure if city manager knows that, but maybe deputy city manager, you know that. So did this council cut any library services? There we go.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Sandra Singh, Deputy City Manager. I don't have a recollection of council directing cuts to library services. I would have to go back and confirm what budget decisions were made in the past, but in terms of what budget has been allocated to library over the years. So we can certainly return to council with that.
Okay, if I remember correctly, we keep increasing the budget for library, Vancouver Public Library. Do you have the same understanding? We never reduce any budget for.
That was my recollection. I'll have to go back and verify that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so that's my understanding too. So I think again, there's some misinformation spread out in this council chamber. Another question. So I think some speaker mentioned Vancouver has the lowest property tax in Canada. Can city manager or deputy city manager verify that? To my understanding, even in BC, there are a lot of municipalities. They have higher. They have a higher property tax than Vancouver, lower property tax than Vancouver.
Through to the chair, I'm not aware of the city of Vancouver having particularly low property taxes as it relates to the region or the province.
Yeah.
I've certainly seen many graphs that show the city of Vancouver on the higher end of that spectrum.
Okay, thanks. All right, so I'll just provide some quick comments here. So I'd like to support this motion. A few weeks ago, we were all at UBCM. So I had so many conversations with different municipalities. They are all struggling for their financial situation. They all want to find some cost-saving opportunity to support their residents. And we are doing something exactly the same. So exactly the same as our other municipalities. Actually, very interesting. Like in last Friday, when the UDI event, Premier Eby also said the provincial public service is too big. So he would like to reduce non-vital governmental expenditure. That's aligned with all other municipalities, aligned with our province. Vancouver is no different. And we are doing the exactly same thing because really when you talk about the residents, affordability is their number one concern. And it's not only about homeowners, it's about the renter. So through the, some comments made is we are doing this one only for homeowners. That's not right. This council, we are building a lot of affordable housing, speed up the building permit. The report yesterday showing that the rent has decreased by $500 in city of Vancouver. So we are doing everything in terms of affordability for homeowners and for the renters as well. So, and also talking about efficiency, I think there's so many opportunities we can improve city efficiency. I keep mentioning this example. 20 years ago, state of Texas, they did an optimization of the routing of garbage collection without adding new resource, without adding new investment, just by changing the routing, it saved, guess what, it saved 20 million US dollars. So that's about 20 years ago. I really hope that Vancouver can undertake some of those initiatives and help us improve our efficiency without adding resource, without cutting core services. That's exactly the direction it's giving. And I hope our city will consider this very seriously. And also that, every council previous terms, always adding more service so that, a lot of service in Vancouver is not provided in an effective way. I think we have an opportunity right now to change the direction, make sure the city is running more efficient, and also pay back more for our residents and also businesses. So, and also I want to mention, I heard something about the 2,000 letters in 48 hours. Well, those letters only in English. Let me tell you, almost 50% of the residents, they do not speak English at home. So if I can use other language, I can easily bring 20,000 letters to support this motion. So I don't want to use that to show that it's really a minority compared to the big voice we heard from the community, which is affordability. And we need to make sure that the city is running more efficient. So that's all my comments. Thanks. I'll take the chair back. Okay, thanks, Councilor Kirby.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Let me provide comments on the motion in terms of what I want to see, what I think the motion will do, and what I think the motion will not do. What I do want to see with this very clear direction is more potholes filled and less lengthy planning to fill them, more sidewalks repaired and not sidelined, more trees and canopy flourishing and not fading. I want to see more clean streets and public spaces in neighborhoods across the city. I want to see less small business closures. I want to see lower retail vacancy rates. I want to see continued support for both of our public safety services for the Vancouver Police Department and Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services. I want to see us continue our arts and culture grants to help support and sustain our incredible arts sector. I want to see grant investment in programs that deliver demonstrated results, like this council's investment in the innovative mental health program that we heard an update on yesterday from Vancouver Coastal Health. I want to see people spending time in libraries and community centers. I do believe that this motion will recalibrate city spending on what we know matters to residents, that they clearly tell us they care most about every day. I do know this motion will support small business. I know that it will support livability by putting spending towards frontline services and quality of life for Vancouverites. I know that the motion will drive revisiting and modernizing city processes, like whittling down a 38-page application for a BIA simply to put up holiday lights, or businesses that are facing complex renovation permits, so the city can prioritize the frontline services and the local businesses can put less time into processes and more time and energy into their actual businesses and their own staff. I do believe this motion will address a long overdue need for the city to recalibrate its spending, and I think it will drive all of us to spend less time on planning work and more time on delivering services, less time on paperwork, and more energy on outcomes. I believe this motion will not gut vital services. That has been made abundantly clear in terms of what has been set up as sacrosanct. I believe this motion will actually do the very opposite. It actually seeks to prioritize and protect those vital services. Make no mistake about it, this is a moment in time. It is about systemic change to position the city more effectively and to deliver the best services and outcomes for our residents. Without doing this work to revisit how we deliver, the trajectory does not look good, folks. We've all seen what other levels of government are struggling with. We have seen what the individuals are struggling with every day. We see people that are trying to make ends meet. We see them cutting back on vital and essential things like food. If we want those services to continue, that people prioritize and care about the most at the same and ideally at a better level of service, it is incumbent on all of us to be open to do the deep dive. We shouldn't be afraid of change. Instead, we should embrace the opportunity to take stock and do better. All Vancouverites deserve that. And as councillors, if we are not willing to stand up and make that change, then I would question what the motivation is behind not doing it. We have challenged the status quo on a number of fronts. And this is what we're continuing to do. This is our job. And to the comment where this is not staff direction, this is council. Yes, you bet your bottom dollar it is council's direction because council gives direction to staff. That is our role to set high-level policy, and it is staff's job to expedite and carry that out with the consummate professionalism that I know all of our staff do every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much. So, as a local government, our core responsibility is to manage the budget, balancing service delivery with limited revenue sources like property taxes and fees. And I fully support this principle and have consistently challenged unnecessary spending throughout my 7 years on council. I don't subscribe that we can raise property taxes to an unlimited amount to deliver more and more services that are outside of our jurisdiction. I don't subscribe to that and never have. I think that there is an affordability crisis in our city, and I think that residents are relying on us to make fiscally sound decisions at this council. But what we have before us is an 11th hour move by the mayor introducing a last minute motion that lacks substance. There's no detail. There's no facts. All I'm asking is for the mayor to show his work. This morning in the introduction of this motion, I heard Mayor Sim say that Vancouver suffers from scope creep, which may be true in some areas. I actually agree. But this proposal is fiscally reckless, a 0% when we will incur increasing costs related to a number, unavoidable increased costs means we're already running in a deficit. And despite some comments from speakers, this isn't to pay off debt. City budgets, operating budgets cannot carry any debt. So I think there is a lack of understanding of what's happening here. Just yesterday, we heard from Vancouver Coastal Health about a $15 million investment in the last 3 years to hire healthcare workers. I agree with that program, but it's fulfilling the mayor's campaign promise, the same mayor that said that Vancouver now suffers from scope creep. It's funded entirely from property taxes, and it's a service that squarely falls under provincial jurisdiction. That was his top campaign priority in 2022, to drive activities outside the city's jurisdiction. And now in an election year budget, the mayor is trying to fix the problems he created. Under his watch, we have 800 new FTEs, full-time staff. Under his watch, we have $640 million in additional operational spending under this ABC-led government, insisting the city allocates property tax revenue into speculative investments like Bitcoin. A bloated mayor's office budget increased close to 40%. Countless wasted staff hours attempting to disband an elected park board. We spent most of this term chasing these pet projects instead of leading on the issues that our residents care about, and they are willing to contribute to in property tax increase to a reasonable amount: housing, infrastructure, root cause issues to public safety, the core services residents expect, parks, community centers, staffing for these services, lifeguards. So now what we've got before us is a mayor that's trying to sell a story of fiscal responsibility. But you know what? Voters are smart. They won't be hoodwinked by a gimmicky zero means zero motion that's been introduced at the 11th hour. Fiscal diligence takes months of analysis, not last-minute theatrics. And let's be clear, core services are the backbone of city operations: housing, infrastructure, parks, public safety, libraries. So if the mayor isn't planning to cut these staff in these areas, I just ask, where does he think the savings will come from? And, in past news articles, in fact, during budgets in the last 3 years, the mayor has blamed high tax rates, 10.7%, 7.4%, on past governments keeping taxes artificially low. So how is proposing an artificially low freeze now fiscally responsible? only to burden future councils and budgets with even greater deficits, forcing this trend of very high and then chaotically low tax proposals that appear to cycle with re-election campaigns. This is not what I heard today that businesses want from the representatives from BIAs. They are asking for sustainable and predictable taxes that focus on city services. The mayor may love AI, but this artificially low property tax proposal is anything but intelligent.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks. It's going to be hard to follow up. Just a point of order. Do we have a second round of questions? I have so many questions left. Do we allow? We don't get that.
this
Okay, I'm
discussion,
going to try
yeah.
a few here. Stephen Quinn asked one of my colleagues a pretty good question. He asked, in 2027, can we expect another 10% increase that will see moved down each year? And this is through the chair to the mover of the motion.
Yeah, please go ahead, Mayor.
My mic. Great, thank you. So 0 means 0. We are giving the city manager guidance to hit the 0. And let's see what we do. And I fully expect that we'll do the same thing in the following year.
All right. How is core services being defined here? And is climate mitigation and adaptation a core service?
Through the chair
Through
to
the
me
chair
again.
to the mover.
So I want to be very clear. We've already said this a few times. We're maintaining community grants. We are maintaining libraries. We are maintaining community centers. The guidance we're giving to the city manager, sidewalk repair, potholes, road maintenance, Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services, Vancouver Police Department.
But the question was about climate mitigation and adaptation.
Once again, we'll leave it up to the city manager to come up with recommendations.
All right. Carson Binda brought up a good point about severance packages. Is this calculated in the motion through the chair to the mover?
Once again, the role, as mayor and with this council, if they approve this motion, we are giving guidance to the city manager who operationalizes this.
Excellent. Okay, thanks. I'm against this motion. I don't think it is serious. Council is directing staff to do one thing one week and another the other week. We have a budget survey that we're waiting to hear back the details that the mayor, members of the public have taken time to fill out. If there are ways to save money without losing services, laying people off, or harming the public, I'm all for it. But I'm not seeing any evidence of actual waste after years of a focus from this council. I think we need a costed plan. Before we lock in a commitment to huge cuts. We need to hear from the public. The city just fired the chief equity officer. What's next? We didn't vote on that here, so I think the public should have to get to weigh in on things like that. How many firings will there be? We don't know. So I have deep concerns about this whole premise of an uncosted tax gimmick that requires hundreds of millions in cuts, terrifies staff, and cuts services. So I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. So where's the fat to trim? The absence of specifics tells me that this direction is not thought out. It's a wild swing and a miss. Nowhere in this motion is mention of where the cuts are going to come from. Cuts to achieve a 0% tax increase will cost in the neighborhood of $100 to $120 million. The mayor said this is not an austerity budget because no services will be cut. To be clear, this is literally an austerity budget. By definition, an austerity budget means cutting spending, not cutting services. It's hard to imagine how the city's going to achieve a zero budget, meet its cost pressures, and not cut services or lay off staff. At the midterm update, we got a good sense of the kind of pressures the city's facing on top of inflation, metro cost escalations, collective agreements with our various unionized employees. Then, of course, under this administration, massive new spends on policing, and we're learning now that the police are expected to be way over budget with overtime and held vacancies. So much of the spending bloat that we've seen over the last 3 years has been initiated by this mayor and council majority. We've seen record cost increases over the course of this term, and frankly, some reckless spending, not the least of which the bloated mayor's office hiring and spending, including private transportation and security spending, or as Mr. Binda referenced, $1 million Vancouver signs. All of this has resulted in record increases year after year, 10.7%, 7.5%, 3.9% year after year. Yet now, in an election year, cynically, the mayor proposes a 0% budget increase. We heard anecdotes from councillors that this zero budget direction will make it easier for BIAs to put up Christmas lights or plant tree canopies, which suggests some kind of systemic change or efficiencies, but there's no direction here for systemic change, let alone improving the Christmas light permitting system. This is a performative gesture to slash the budget, full stop. The opportunities for systemic change for improvement and efficiency have come and gone. President Harry Truman famously said the buck stops here, and it wasn't a statement about zero budgets, it was a statement about taking responsibility for decisions and direction. We are shackling our finance staff to present a budget with no options but a zero. We're throwing good money after bad by engaging the public in a survey for the budget, a taxpayer-funded budget survey that apparently this council has no interest in even considering. I'm disappointed that we're not going to have a clear and easy to understand articulation of the kind of trade-offs that will be necessary to achieve this zero budget. It just means more work for members of the council and the public to cut through the spin and swagger and call out what kind of trade-offs the mayor is setting in a motion where zero means zero, but in fact, zero actually means negative. I want to apologize to all the public who rely on city services and acknowledge the stress that the specter of massive cuts means for our staff. This vague and performative direction is harmful, and the uncertainty is doing a great injustice to our process. You know, I signed an oath in office, we all signed the oath of office to carry out our duties with integrity and be accountable for the decisions that we make. There's no way to be accountable for this decision because there is no detail to this decision, so I will thoroughly reject this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Maloney.
The majority on council has had 3 years to find cost savings and efficiencies. They should have made them before the end of year 3. I heard about a 38-page application for businesses to install holiday lights from someone who's been on council for 7 years and in the majority for 3, and who dismissed the genuine attempts of Councillor Orr to increase transparency as inexperience. I also heard passionate criticism of the 6 to 7% amendment, but that has more basis in staff advice than this arbitrary figure has. I can't vote in favour of this motion because this motion will hide the budget process from the public. Starting with an arbitrary number and asking staff to meet it puts the process in the wrong order. The budget process is supposed to work by staff assessing what's needed to maintain the services residents rely on, like safe streets, clean water, community centres. They bring forward professional advice based on that evidence. Then council debates the trade-offs and decides where to invest more, where to scale back, and how to balance those choices with what residents can afford. This process provides accountability and transparency, but when we start with the number before we've seen the staff assessment of what's needed, we flip that process upside down. We're no longer debating trade-offs, we're creating a process where staff makes choices behind closed doors, and that's not fair to them or the public. It's not about letting staff do their job, it's about not making staff do our jobs. We should be starting with what Vancouverites expect from their city: safe roads, reliable community centres, arts and culture supports that make this place a great place to live, and then direct staff to show what it costs to deliver those services at different levels. This process is cut the budget until it fits a number. The process we should have is show us what it takes to meet the expectations of the people we serve. If we want transparency and accountability, council must lead the budget conversation, not hand it off to staff. That's our job, and this motion strips it from us. More than ever, we need residents to be able to easily reassure themselves that good decisions are being made by all of us in the open, in the interests of all Vancouverites, and that's why I can't support this.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Dominado.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to the motion. I thought it might be helpful for us to do a trip down memory lane as we're talking about budgets and considerations at this table. In 2015, the City of Vancouver Financial Outlook foreshadowed that increased costs related to first responders would put significant pressure on the city's budget. These, quote, these cost increases would need to be offset by increased revenues through fees or property tax, or by reduced expenditures or staffing levels, end quote, claimed the report by staff. In the following year, the city's financial outlook anticipated the potential for a significant gap between the growth in expenses and the growth in revenues. In other words, the warning signs have been there for years. And then during that time, between 2015 and 2020, at the time of this being written, the number of full-time equivalent staff increased by nearly 1,000. Previous councils were repeatedly warned that costs were rising faster than inflation and that corrective measures such as process improvements, information technology transformation, and review of service delivery models were necessary to address higher costs of labor, facilities, and operations. I highlight this because I think it's helpful to level set and provide some of the historical context that goes far beyond, it goes several councils back, but also that in 2020, the budget leveled an increase of $110 million at that time. I also want to reflect that at the time of this council convening in 2022, that fire, our first responders, fire and police were not fully funded. And it was through the efforts of this council that we did commit funds to those first responders because of a growing need in the city of Vancouver. And also, I think as many know, we're not just serving the residents of Vancouver. We are a hub for activity, for sporting events, activities. Our VPD just highlighted the costs related to protests and other services. And then I think we have to really put a lens on this in terms of affordability. To have the proposal table today that we go ahead and support a 6 to 7% property tax increase, and I heard a number of speakers speak in really binary terms about the impact that this is really only to support homeowners. We are losing sight of the fact that property owners, whether they're commercial or residential, they pass those down to their business tenants, they pass them down to their residential tenants, because they're not just simply paying property taxes. If you own a property or home, you have insurance, and depending on that could be $4,000 to $8,000 annual on top of your mortgages. And we're just seeing this in my neighborhood right now. We're seeing an automotive service that is closing their doors because their property owner is increasing their lease and it's not sustainable for them. So they're shuttering. And so those costs do get passed down. So this is not, we should stop pitting owners against renters and just recognizing that. And then finally, I think we heard some very clear comments made by BIAs, other business representatives, that what they're looking for, in addition to supporting this motion, is predictable, stable, and sustainable funding property tax increases over time. And so they recognize that this is a part of the revenue model, but they want it to be predictable. They want it to be stable so they can plan, and so do homeowners and others. But I'll end there just to say that there is increasingly, people are feeling the financial pressures, and I think this motion is sound. I think it is being responsive. I think it is, people described as reckless. I think it's responsible. I think it's being responsive to what we've heard from residents and business owners time and time again. And I wouldn't be supporting it if I didn't believe that and have confidence in our team and the city staff that we can deliver this in a thoughtful way and preserve and protect the critical services that people depend on every day in the city. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Meisner, I'll pass you the chair and I'll make some very quick comments. Yeah, we just received the number from the Deputy City Manager regarding the VPL budget. Let me just put something publicly. 2022, $53 million. 2023, $54 million. 2024, $59 million. 2025, $61 million. So we did not cut any library budget. Actually, compared to 2021, the VPL budget increased by 20%. So seeing that we're cutting the library service or budget is some misinformation. Do not spread out the misinformation. That's it. I'll take my chair back.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Councillor. Mayor Sim, please go ahead.
Great, thank you very much. That was a very robust conversation, and it seems like we have an election coming up because a lot of interesting comments. Okay, so yeah, so I just want to be very clear here. Predictability and stability are super important to residents and business owners across the city, and I want to be very clear. Zero means zero. That is the guidance that we are giving to our city manager and the team to make things work. I also want to be very clear. Core services, once again, community grants, libraries, community centers, sidewalk repairs, road maintenance, Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services, VPD. We're going to be maintaining these. And in fact, we've made massive investments. Our administration has made massive investments in them. For the first time in 8 years after we came in, the firefighters were fully funded. The first time in 15 years, the VPD was fully funded. And guess what? Crime has gone down and our firefighters are well equipped. And in fact, we went out of our way to make sure that they weren't wearing suits that cause cancer. So these are really important things that we have done that evidently we're taking shots for now. And we will stand by this and we will support them. Councillor Fry made a comment that money doesn't grow on trees. I completely agree with Councillor Fry, but sometimes I think, we're looking in the wrong direction. We're looking for low-hanging fruit. Back to that in a second. Councillor Bly also mentioned that, the city should not be run like a business. I can agree or disagree, but for the purposes of what I'm going to say next, I completely agree. So let's think about low-hanging fruit. There's been a lot of conversation around cuts. We have an opportunity here. Now, this is up to the city manager because as we all know, we just provide guidance up to the city manager to decide what he does. We have $3.4 billion sitting in fixed income instruments making 2.3%. If we were just to follow what the province does with BCIMC or ICBC and you look at their historical returns, if we get half as much as they got, we would find an additional $200 million, which would be more than enough to cover the $100 million that we're talking about without any cuts. But once again, we will leave it to the city manager. All I'm saying is we should widen our focus on this one. So to be clear, we stand for zero means zero. It looks like Councillors Fry, Maloney, and Orr would love to increase your property taxes by 6 to 7%. I don't know how that affects affordability to the good, but I'll leave it to them. And I still am a little unclear as to where Councillor Bly stands. Are we going for low property tax increases, high property tax increases? Where I get a little confused is I know there is a councillor, or there are multiple councillors in here, including Councillor Bly, that own Bitcoin and have voted for prior budgets that they're now attacking. So I'm going to share my lived experience with you. And you've heard this before. Growing up, I went to 5 elementary schools in 7 years because we're one of the family, and this isn't a boohoo story, by the way, but we're one of those families that couldn't make rent. And I remember my mom, coming upstairs at 3 o'clock in the morning, and she was there in tears. And I didn't really understand what was going on at the time, but later on I found out she was just terrified that she couldn't, she was a primary breadwinner in her family. She was an administrative assistant, typing pull-up BC Packers. And she was afraid that we're going to get kicked out of her home. I also remember the fridge being empty all the time and going over to Brandon Ma's house. When I went to his house, the fridge was full. It's like, holy crap. The reason I bring that up is there's been comments about, it's just the cost of a latte. Well, you know what? $10 is a big deal to a lot of families. 6 to 7% is a big deal. $24 a month is a big deal to a lot of families. And I've never lost sight of that. So in conclusion, I would like to say, I feel that the non-ABC group here live in a world of can't and impossible. And they look for the reasons why we can't do something. Whereas at ABC, we've broadened our toolbox and we are the party that's looking for solutions to make life more affordable while maintaining core services. So I will be supporting this motion.
Okay, thanks, Mayor Sim. Councillor Bly.
Thank you. I wasn't going to speak again, but I must because my personal investments were brought up as part of this debate, which is a bit odd. But I will just say that that is actually the discerning difference that I am concerned a mayor that's bringing this kind of proposal forward doesn't understand. And that is that I'm not opposed to Bitcoin. I have every right to invest my personal dollars in whatever I want to. It's not about Bitcoin. It's about recommending investing tax money, other people's money that we are responsible for in an speculative cryptocurrency. That is the problem, not the cryptocurrency. It's deciding what we're going to do with other people's money.
Thank you. Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, well, I would like to finish the thought that I think Councillor Bligh was trying to get out in her time, and I noticed that I have loads of time. So there is a huge difference in investing the public funds, taxpayers' money in Bitcoin. It's great to have a hobby, it's great to have an interest, but private investments are a very different thing from investing public money in Bitcoin, and I can see from Councillor Bligh's nodding head that that was also her sentiment. Thank you.
Okay, so seeing no one else on the queue. Okay, you go ahead.
You know, I just
Lots of sound bites from this one, eh?
right. Well, I'm just, I'm going to give this one to my former colleague, the MLA from Vancouver Mount Pleasant, Melanie Mark, who used to love to say, "Fail to plan, plan to fail." There's no plan here. This is a zero with no plan. We're going to leave it to staff to come back with a non-articulated sense of what's going to get cut for services and staffing. And I think it's a mistake. And it's fine to have an aspirational goal about a 0% budget, but we don't have a plan. And this is reckless. So we'll have more debate fun to come when this budget is presented for us in a month and a bit.
Thank you. Mayor Singh, I think you are running out of time.
Yeah, just really quickly, I can tell you what the plan is, and it is not to increase property taxes by 6 to 7% per year. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no one else on the queue, so I'm going to call the vote. Clerk, can you take us to the voting screen? And the council, please register your vote on the voting panel. We are voting for the main motion as amended, the first amendment from Councillor Fry. Oh, reset the vote. Yeah, please reset the vote, clerk. Yeah, we are voting for the main motion, but there's only one amendment passed by Councillor Fry. So amended motion, amended main motion. Yeah, which will be on the screen. Let's bring that. Okay, let's take just a very quick, we don't need to take a recess, just very quick moment. No, we need to put that on the screen first, and then people can register your vote. There we go. That's the main motion we are voting for as amended. Yeah, Councillor Kirby. Okay,
Point of privilege, I don't have a voting panel.
we're not there yet. So, clerk, can you bring us to the voting panel? Yes, I'm going to call the vote right now. So, please register your vote on the voting panel, and we have the motion as amended on the screen. Again, we are voting for the main motion as amended. Okay, the main motion passed with Councillor Bligh, Councillor Fry, and Maloney in opposition. Thanks. That concludes motion one. So we're going to take a lunch break. So let's come back at 1:30. Oh, yeah, we'll have in camera at 1:30 and then come back here at 3:30. Yeah, 1:30 in camera and 3:30 back to council chamber. 1:45? Do we need a motion for this, clerk? Okay. Okay. Hours. So 3:45. Okay. So yeah, let's do 1:45 coming back to in-camera meeting. And let's do 3:30. That's okay. 3:30. Yeah, 3:30 come back to the council chamber. Thanks, everyone.
A call cannot be completed as dialed. Please consult your directory and call again. Welcome to TELUS Conferencing.
Hey, Connie, can you hear me on the TELUS line?
Hi, I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you all good. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, thanks everyone. Let's reconvene for our council meeting. The next item is motion two is my motion, so I'm gonna cede the chair to Deputy Mayor Metzner to chair the meeting.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Joe. So the next motion is motion two, Vanstat, a pilot program for smart, transparent, and accountable city services, and is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Joe. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. So does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Okay, not seeing anybody. So Councillor Joe, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor Meissner. So, when residents call the city, whether it is about potholes, safety, or cleanliness, they don't think about which department is responsible. They just think about the problem will be fixed and effectively by City of Vancouver. So, Vanstat is about delivering that kind of coordinated and accountable city government. This initiative applies to a very simple idea: when gets measured, gets improved. That's a very basic foundation for analytics. By using real-time data, setting clear targets, and meeting regularly to review the progress, we can focus our resource on what is working and address what is not working. It turns information into real actions. Other cities have proven that this approach leads to faster services, safer streets, and more transparent government. Vancouver already collects huge amount of data. Vanstat helps to connect it, analyze it, and use it for a better decision making. Staff have confirmed that this direction is achievable within the existing resources. I want to thank them for their confidence and the support. This motion isn't about creating new positions or bureaucracy. It's about improving performance and communication across all the departments. The pilot will start in 4 key neighborhoods: the West End, downtown, Strathcona, and Mount Pleasant. So we can test, learn, and refine the model before expanding citywide. At its heart, Vanstat is about restoring public trust, showing residents that when they speak up, the city listens, acts, and reports back with transparency. The meeting is meant to be transparent to public and the media. Once the program is established, it will also include external stakeholders. So thanks everyone. That's about the motion. I look forward to hearing speakers and your opinions about this motion. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Joe. And I understand you co-submitted that motion with Councillor Montague, but I'm not able to see if he's online. Is he online?
Councillor Montague is online.
Okay, so Councillor Montague is seconding that due to the co-submission. So we'll now hear from registered speakers for the motion. Public speakers should state whether they're in support or opposition to the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they're residents of Vancouver if it's not noted on the speakers list. So we'll go to our first speaker, which is Landon Hoyt. Landon is in person, I believe. Do we have Landon? Nope. Okay, we'll come back to them. Second speaker is Neil Wiles. On the phone.
I'm on the phone. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much. Second time speaking today. I'm here today speaking as the Executive Director of the Mount Pleasant BIA and speaking in support of the new Vanstat initiative put forward by Councillor Joe and Montague. I'm pleased that Mount Pleasant will be included in the first group of neighborhoods where this program will be applied. There are so many issues impacting our region at the moment, and I'm keen to see some of them brought forward and acted upon by senior people that have the experience and the ability to act quickly and effectively. I look forward to hearing about the priorities and the action plans and the accountability, not only to each other as senior members with the power to enact these action plans, but also to us, the citizens of Vancouver. Transparency is key. I'm also encouraged about the possibility of getting our provincial representation to this table in the future. As a lay person speaking personally, I am frustrated by what feels like the lack of action of our local provincial representation, which possibly could be seen as the powerhouses of the cabinet at this moment. I know that the Mount Pleasant BIA and others would be enthusiastic in submitting some of our issues to this group looking for action and solutions. The Mount Pleasant BIA has been using a reporting tool for the past number of years that's been integral in reporting and acting upon a number of issues that have been impacting our neighborhood. About 1,000 reports come into our office through this tool each year. It also imports VPD data and Easy Park data, which gives us added insight into where the hotspots might be. Many of these issues might not rise to the level of calling 911 or the non-emergency number or 311 for that matter. Some of these issues might be shoplifting issues, broken windows, encampments blocking access to businesses. Some might be graffiti or other issues in the public realm. But all of these issues are worthy of our attention, and even with passive reporting like our incident reporting tool, it's quite often indicating where we need to focus our energy, resources, and personnel. The BIA partnership has made a request through the Business and Economic Development Office to expand the program that I'm using to all of the areas that are in the Vanstat pilot. We look forward to the possibility of sharing and integrating this data with the Vanstat team in real time, helping to move forward some of the solutions and actions in an expedited fashion. I thank you for your time, and again, I am in support of this.
Okay, thank you, Neil. We'll now go back to our first speaker, who I believe is on the phone, Landon Hoyt.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Landon. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Chair and Council, for the opportunity to speak. I want to begin by expressing conditional support for this motion and appreciation for Councillors Cho and Montague in bringing forward a model that aims to make city services more accountable, transparent, and coordinated. For those of us who work in the downtown east side every day, we've long called for a more holistic, evidence-based approach to safety and service delivery. Too often we see multiple departments acting in silos, housing here, sanitation there, policing over here, while residents and small businesses experience all of it as one city. The Vanstat model represents a real opportunity to break down those silos and ground decisions in evidence and outcomes. I'm encouraged to see that this approach doesn't focus on only policing, but also includes health, engineering, economy, and community services. That said, I want to raise an important principle. Data is power. The way we collect, interpret, and act on data determines whose needs get prioritized and whose stories are heard or not heard. In communities like the downtown east side, data can easily be misread if it isn't contextualized. For example, a drop in overdose calls might look like success on paper, but unless we also track access to treatment, housing stability, or the capacity of community supports, we risk drawing the wrong conclusions and allocating resources in the wrong direction. If Vanstat is truly about accountability, then it must also ensure equity in how data informs action. That means including community voices and interpreting results and setting priorities, not just reporting outcomes to the public after the fact. I'd also urge Council to make sure that as resources are reallocated based on these data trends, we direct them where the need is greatest, even when that need is complex or politically difficult. I also urge City staff and Council to work closely with BIAs, as Neil said, including Hastings Crossing, as we are on the ground every day. I've said it in this chamber before, I know every brick on every sidewalk in my catchment area. We collect so much useful data outside ourselves that can contribute to Vanstat, and we want to ensure that's reflected. We've seen the cost of fragmented reactive approaches. This pilot has a chance to do something different, to use data not just as a management tool, but as a bridge between City Hall and communities that too often feel left behind. I'm optimistic about the direction of Vanstat, and I'll be watching closely and supportively to ensure the downtown east side is heard and represented through data that drives this model. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Landon. That is the end of our speakers list. Thank you, everyone, for speaking to Standing Committee on City Finance and Services. Committee members, is there any discussion? And I'll have to get the clerks to help me advance. So Councillor Orr, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks to the speaker too. Brought up some of my concerns. First of all, how will this pilot address these concerns with data manipulation that have occurred in prior similar programs?
Is that the question through me?
Through you to the mover, yeah.
So that's through myself to the mover.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. Thanks for the question. I have a full confidence for our city staff to make sure that the data is accurate and transparent. And also, because of this meeting will be open to the public and open to the media, so we will all hold this data accountable, make sure that data reflect the reality.
Thanks. Also through Chair to the mover, how will this framework reflect the city's equity framework and the city of reconciliation commitments?
Well, equity is always at our forefront for everything. And it was actually my motion to make sure that equity lens will be all revealed for all the city bylaw. So I'm pretty sure when we conduct this meeting, there will be a principle for equity, and it will be very important for the city.
Is there any, through the chair to the mover, is there any mechanisms for residents, particularly marginalized groups, to challenge or provide feedback on the data interpretations?
Absolutely. So we will be a very open meeting to public, to the media. So we will all hold together, holding the city accountable for that.
The motion references, sorry, through you to the mover. Motion references a Vanstat director as a new role integral to this pilot. Where would this person be hired from?
Well, so right now, so like the comments we received from the city staff last Friday, we're gonna implement this within the existing resource. So there will be no additional resource at this stage. And also, staff said they do not believe the 3 seconded VPD officer are needed to launch this program. So to answer your question, Councilor Ward, we're gonna, this program will be launched within the existing resource.
Thank you very much. Who ultimately would control the metrics and the reporting? Would it be the council or the city manager or the mayor's office?
Well, I think each department collect their own data, and then, of course, if council requests to see the data, to review the data, we have all the authority to do that. And also, I hope that there will be a very comprehensive evaluation after the pilot, and maybe a yearly update to the public about the progress and also the data.
Yearly updates to the public
at minimum.
At minimum, okay. The reason I ask these questions is just because it is based on Comstat, roughly based on Comstat, which is a very controversial system. It's been called a broken computer system that encourages racist and corrupt policing. Former New York City Police Department officers have complained that the system encourages data manipulation, quotas, and targeting. And this targeting includes the controversial stop and frisk. That was very controversial. A lot of these data manipulation practices have been brought forward. There's a book about it called The Crime Numbers Game, Management by Manipulation. It revealed incidences of precinct commanders persuading victims to not file complaints in order to artificially reduce serious crime statistics, as well as officers engaging in corrupt practices like planting drugs on innocent people or falsifying records. This is in a book about Comstat. Furthermore, the logic and goals of these practices were to keep reported numbers for serious crimes low while keeping the numbers of street arrests and summons high to give the appearance of community control over local crime. And from what I've read also, it doesn't really seem congruent with the community policing model. It doesn't really have a lot of those, sort of granular day-to-day interactions. And a lot of rank and file police members have sort of complained that rather than, their voices being heard, they're just, their boss is essentially a computer or a data system. So there's a lot. I have a lot more questions on this. I realize I'm pretty much out of time here, but thanks for answering the questions I was able to get forward. But I do have a lot of concerns with this. Thank you.
Can I respond to this question, Chair? Some of the question, yes. Thank you, Councilor Ward. I understand your concern, but this motion is not only about crime or public safety. It's about city services. So public safety or the data from police department will be only a small portion of this whole initiative. The whole program will include like engineering, park, and recreation, everything basically. So that's why the public safety is only a small portion of this whole initiative. Hope that answers your question. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councilor and Councilor Joe. Councilor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. And that's a perfect segue, actually, to those comments. I've also read some of the critiques around data manipulation and over-policing, especially where there's excessive pressure to reduce crime numbers. And in the city of Baltimore, where they deployed the Comstat into a citywide services analysis, there were concerns that the New York Times reported about data integrity and pressure-driven decision-making being applied, and further that concerns around politicization of some of that. So I note that from the motion, and if I could, Chair, through you to the mover of the motion, that the proposed governance structure would include the mayor as an executive co-chair, and that the program lead would liaise directly with the mayor's office. Do you worry that this might potentially over-politicize what should be a data exercise?
Well, I don't because of again, the mayor will be part of this initiative, but also the meeting will be open to the public, open to the media. And of course, it will be open to all the city councilor who would like to participate. So I think, that transparency will give us more confidence. This one will not be politicizing. Otherwise, instead it will be focusing on the key service city has to offer.
So why name the mayor and the mayor's office as the chief liaisons and executive co-chair respectively?
Well, that's the learning experience from other municipality. Yeah, which the mayor, as the mayor of the city, should take leadership for this. And also, again, this is only a pilot. We can evaluate this after the pilot and see we can further enhance this program after the evaluation.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm certainly supportive of data and data analysis and the integrity that could afford. Now, the City of Vancouver does currently have an independent officer that helps to hold the city accountable and ensure quality stewardship of public funds and achieving value for the money in city operations. That would be the Auditor General, and they conduct financial compliance and performance audits across all city departments. So, I would respectfully, and I'll let other speakers, but I'm going to suggest a referral and punt this over to the Auditor General and see if they would be have the capacity to do some of this work as far as the compliance and performance audit of this data, because I think that's probably where this more appropriately lies than in a political office, appreciating that would still afford the opportunity for public dissemination of this material through the regular function of the Auditor General Committee. But I'm going to jump off the queue and let others speak first.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Maloney.
Transparency and data-driven decision-making. But I'm concerned that this proposal creates more complexity and bureaucracy than clarity. We're being asked to endorse something that could centralise authority, duplicate existing reporting structures and consume resources that we can't necessarily fund without sacrificing other things. So, there's no information about the financial implications other than that it'll be within existing resources. But creating a Vanstat pilot isn't free, and it requires analyst reporting tools and coordination across departments. So if we're reallocating existing staff, then it's important to be clear on what work won't be done as a result. And if it's new spending, then we should see that reflected in the budget process, not buried in existing operations. So I'd just like to ask a question of the city manager through the, the mover of the motion through the chair, please. What's the full budget in staff time, software, analytics and overhead expected?
So
running
again,
this
as the feedback from the city staff last Friday, they're going to do all this initiative or the pilot within the existing resource. So there's no impact on the budget, no additional resource hired, no additional staff hired for this. Will be all within the existing resource.
Thanks. The motion proposes monthly performance review meetings chaired by the mayor and the city manager. But I think this raises concerns about where operational authority lies. And I think we should be extremely cautious about setting up structures that, as Councillor Fry raised, may unintentionally politicise operational management. And our charter makes the city manager responsible for the administration of city operations. So if we create a new structure where the mayor is co-chairing reviews of departmental performance, this potentially blurs the line between governance and administration. So I do have a question for the city manager. Through the chair, please. Will this take away from the city manager's statutory authority under the charter to direct staff and manage operations? And if a department disagrees with a Vanstat recommended course of action, who has the final say?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. I'll have to take that question specifically back to legal services for some consideration. At this point, we're seeing the way we interpreted these meetings is that it's around daylighting operational data and service level data, having conversations around regular conversations around results and outcomes of our various services and how to and what that looks like. We haven't gotten to the point where we've conceptualized what authorities look like in terms of direction coming out of the co-chairs. So that is, the motion hasn't passed yet. So, but what we would do is we would come up with a proposed program framework. And I think we would seek to ensure that we're respecting the various authorities, but we would bring that back.
Thanks for that. I'm going to jump off and gather my thoughts, and I might have a couple more questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll be brief because I'm not feeling well. I find it humorous that Councillor Orr and Councillor Fry are bringing up issues from police departments in other countries. I hear there's policing issues in Liberia, Russia, and Iran that they might want to bring up as well. But I think they're missing the mark here. They seem to be focusing on collection of data for some reason. This is about coordination and communication between city departments. This isn't about policing. This is about every department within the city talking to each other. I can guarantee you that there are departments that work right across the hall from each other that have no idea what they do, what each of the departments do. This is about trying to figure out the issues in the city, trying to find trends in the city that are a problem, things that are falling through the cracks, that maybe issues that one department, maybe engineering has seen an issue in something and it needs to be brought to parks, but they don't have that coordination or communication. One of the things that we've heard a lot of is, if we want to talk about policing, one of the things that we've heard about is Project Barrage. Everyone was worried that a concentration of policing in one area of the city would displace it through other parts of the city. Well, Vanstat would bring that to light. If there was displacement or issues caused by an action in one part of the city that were causing a reaction in another, Vanstat brings these departments together, raises those concerns, raises those issues, and potentially comes up with solutions to them. If you're going to vote against this motion, what you're voting for is departments continuing to work in silos, not cooperating with each other, and continuing to not communicate with each other. So I have to admit, I'm kind of baffled why there's so much pushback. Departments within the city should be talking to each other. This is providing them a format.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Montague. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thanks, Chair. I'll try to pull my thoughts. I'm also not feeling great. I think maybe to address a couple of the points that I've heard around the table. I have been sitting on this council as my second term now, and I have asked often around having a dashboard or some type of line of sight into core information metrics so that as a council, we can clearly kind of understand how are we doing as a city? Like how are we doing well in responding to 311 requests? How are we doing in terms of tree canopy cover across the city? And I know, for example, we have disparate sources of data and information, sometimes use third-party systems around that do showcase equity issues, for example, such as tree canopy being deficient, particularly in the downtown east side and in the northeast quadrant of the city. But, how are we doing in terms of metrics of use of our various facilities and community centers. How do all those things pull together? Are there patterns amongst that data? Everything is discrete now. Nothing is linked and integrated. And we don't have a vision and line of sight there. I just wanted to address the point that Councillor Fry may raise when he suggested that maybe this should go to the Auditor General. And I think he used words compliance and audit. Compliance and audit is really, as a function, is really focused on performance. And we are talking here about communication and information sharing that can aid different departments to understand opportunities and patterns. The decision-making authority, as I understand it, still rests with the individual, with the city manager, with the individual department heads in terms of the strategies that they determine they want to use to achieve the mandates and the outcomes. And those reports would still come forward, in my mind, through normal channels for approval, whether it's through the respective department head, city manager, or the decisions that need to come to council. But I do really think this is about a communication sharing. I think that we shouldn't be swayed by reaction to Comstat seems to be triggering a policing discussion around police resourcing. That's not what this is about. Comstat exists. That system is used for statistics. It's using it as an example of an organization that has a system where they utilize those metrics, and they have daily briefings, actually, in that case, so that they can look at levels of activity and where issues occur. And so it's attempting, my understanding is to model that approach so the City of Vancouver can have a system. As I said, we have a lot of different services that we deploy across parks, recreation, engineering, arts, culture, and community services, our civic theaters, things like maintenance requests, status for, building management, and looking for all of those intersections. So I think we had a pretty robust discussion earlier today about, sorry, my brain is freezing a little bit because I'm not feeling super great. I think I said that. We had a bit of a robust discussion earlier today about how we work smarter as a city. And technology and information is a big component and part of that. And so to me, I see this as an actual opportunity to give our staff tools to be able to work smarter to solve some of the issues of the city. And from an equity perspective, because that was raised, it's a very good question. Data is what actually daylights where those needs are in terms of bringing some of those pieces together and sees, are we over-servicing one part of the city? Are we under-servicing? Do we fill potholes more in one area versus not? I don't know. I don't know because I don't have a line of sight into actually seeing that data despite having asked for some type of system like this over a long period of time. And so I actually think that that is a worthy goal. And I think that cities should be continuing to advance. We're moving to online permitting now for things like business licenses and those kinds of things. And so I think these are equal opportunities for members of the public to see what the level of activity is and how we're doing, for council to see it, for staff to see it. Data is powerful. We shouldn't be afraid of it. We should look at it. And the real conversation should happen, in my mind, around when we actually have that data. But we should not shy away from getting it. And so it's a bit like libraries. You wouldn't take books off the shelves because you don't want people to have access to knowledge. Like that, there are words that you use for that, for censorship, and that it is about allowing that knowledge to flow more freely so that people can be better connected and our departments can work more effectively. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fry.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and I will want to move on to an amendment, but I just wanted to quickly address Councillor Montague's bafflement and amusement that we mentioned international cities, but not Liberia. New York, Seattle, Chicago, Baltimore, those are all referenced in this motion, in your motion. And so our questions are derived from researching and reading the actual motion that's before us, and those were evoked. And of course, we're going to look into those examples because that's the examples you provided us. So I hope that explains why those cities were brought up. I think the issue here is not necessarily the data analysis, it's the data presentation. There isn't really a mandate in this motion that talks about a public engagement other than a digest that will be delivered to the public. And I'm not suggesting data manipulation might be the scenario, but in the coming through a political lens, it may impart that insinuation for the public. And I think that's why I think it might be appropriate to run this through the Auditor General's office, because they are tasked as an independent body to do data analysis, performance audits, and the like, and can connect all these pieces. I'm going to jump back on. I'm just going to double check on this amendment that I'm suggesting.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, I haven't got much time left, so I'm just going to sum up that I'm concerned that we're being overly specific about the system, the method of communication and information sharing. I'd be more comfortable voting in favour of this if the ask was a more general request for particular outcomes rather than specifying to staff the method of achieving these outcomes. I'm not arguing about the need for better communication, better data tracking. If we want to make city operations more effective, I mean, we need transparency, not just from staff, but in how we design the oversight itself. And I'd be interested to know whether Vanstat would have told the VPD that the Mayor's office was about to announce Task Force Barrage. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Joe.
Yeah, I'll speak after Councillor Fry's amendment.
Okay, Councillor Fry's not yet on the queue, so.
Okay, but are you gonna be on the queue?
He's not yet on the queue.
Well,
Would you like to speak?
No. I'm gonna close the motion at the end.
Happy to call the question if no one's on the speakers list.
Councillor Fry, yeah, please go ahead, Councillor Fry.
All right, I did submit an amendment.
Let me move you to the amendment queue, please. Yeah, please add yourself there.
I'll move him. I mean.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, so Councillor Fry, go ahead, please.
Add yourself to the queue, Councillor Fry. I'll advance. Oh.
So I'm, and apologies for how this is kind of coming across a little scrambled. I just want to make sure that this is in order as I present it. And I'm just, so rather than a straight referral, I'm sending it in.
Councillor Fry, just to confirm, is this a new referral?
It's the same content. It's just rather it's striking the second bullet from the actual, sorry, the third bullet from Article A.
I'm just receiving that here.
Yeah, and apologies. I just want to make sure it's in order and not confusing because I do support the intention here, and I think it's a worthwhile exploration. I am concerned that the governance structure and the overseeing of the accountability and reporting would be better served through possibly a function like the Auditor General, because I do think that the independence of the data and this is certainly not to cast any aspersions, but there have been suggestions that some data when it comes to, say, crime statistics has been misrepresented. Whether or not that's accurate, I don't know, but certainly when it came to random stranger attacks, that was a conversation that was in the media fairly recently, and that the data was out of date. So I think, you know, if we're going to do this, let's see if we can get the Auditor General to put some eyes on this and really give us the best outcomes and the most fulsome sort of independent analysis. That is the task of the Auditor General. And I mean, the mayor's in the past said that he's not really a numbers guy, and this might be a better served opportunity to you know, throw it by the Auditor General and see if it can actually be part of a more robust system of really helping the Auditor General do a better job. And really the core function of that office is to help on this kind of work, so.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. I need a seconder. Okay, seconded by Councillor Bly. Committee, any discussion? Councillor Joe, please.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor Meissner. So I'm not going to support this amendment. I think, you know, we are the elected and, you know, the public elected us for us to make this decision, to make our city better, but not refer everything to Auditor General. Well, our Auditor General is amazing, but his plate is full. There's so many initiatives he's going, and also Auditor General, he publish what he's going to do every year in advance. So I'm not sure if we refer this one to Auditor General, it'll be, you know, considered as a priority. So I think City Council, we should take initiative and implement this as soon as possible. We cannot wait for our residents. And also, you know, it's a pilot. So if something is not working, well, let's do the evaluation, make it better. But now this is all other city has been implemented and it's been very good outcomes. So let's using the current model and implement that, do a pilot, and then evaluate that later and for another discussion in council. So for that, I'm not going to support this amendment.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Joe. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I think the principle of daylighting information included transparency to the public. We just had a robust conversation around accountability, and if I'm cross-checking between my screen and the screen there, and this actually removes the accountability mechanism around preparing public-facing monthly digest to share progress and outcomes with residents, etc. And so, no, I would not support decreasing transparency and accountability.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bly.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't have.
Thanks very much. No, that's all good, Chair. Yeah, I just actually had a question about the omission of this part, and as a point of information to the city manager in terms of how you interpret the delivery of this Vanstat pilot, should it go ahead without this public-facing monthly digest and sort of the governance structure.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. We had, when we looked at the motion, we anticipated that we were going to be providing a monthly report out to the community that included a digest of the data, of the outcomes, of action items, and follow-up. So that's what we had. That's how we had interpreted that monthly digest.
Okay, so if this was to be approved in the absence of that monthly digest, would the reports or the data still be available in a sort of public way that is easy to understand?
I think we understand that the intention of the motion overall is for there to be transparency with community with regard to with regard to the data. So, however, having it explicitly noted as well in terms of the intentions of council is helpful also.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm going to support this amendment. I mean, I don't really, it's not familiar to me that, and just for clarity, and I appreciate Councillor Joe's comments, but we're no longer talking about this, including the Auditor General, Office of the Auditor General is my interpretation, right? And I might be looking at a different one on my screen just because it's so far away up there. Oh, it is still up there. Yeah, the one I have on my screen. Okay, thank you. That's helpful for clarity. So my comments really are around implementing a governance structure. I find this to be entirely operational and doesn't need sort of the confusion of an added layer of analysis or sort of, I don't know, an opportunity for the public to question how the data is being presented. So I mean, one of the staff comments on this motion overall is that this data and work is essentially underway, which is good, means it can be done faster. We collect this data. It's just a matter of being able to present it so that the public can understand it and interpret it and get a sense of it. And so we can remove some of what can at times be perceived as political interference in terms of how data is being shared. So adding a layer of that bureaucracy, to be quite frank, unnecessarily in proposing this governance structure where the mayor and the city manager are talking about it together with a staff employee. Like, I just don't understand the point of that. And to be quite honest, I don't know where else in the city we do that. So it's foreign to me, and I would question why it needs to be in here for it to be an effective pilot. So overall, I support this pilot. I can just maybe leave my comments there. I'll support this amendment. Who knows if it'll pass? But I really want to lift up the comments of the speaker from London Hoyt, that it's all going to be determined by the data that's reported and how it's backed up by facts that are objective and not politically slanted one way or the other. And that's really going to be the challenge in this pilot. So I'll leave my comments because we've got other things to deal with today.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Bly. Councillor Maloney.
Thanks to Councillor Bly for reminding us that staff did say that a lot of this work is underway. And my preference, given my previous comments, would be to let the city manager and staff decide how to deliver outcomes rather than dictating the process. So I think that this is an improvement, but I'm not going to vote in favour of this amendment because I'm against the overall specific dictating to staff about exactly how to deliver those outcomes.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks. What we measure matters, and the way this is structured, I really think that this is going to lead to similar controversial outcomes like we saw in Comstat. You know, communications across departments is good. Open data is good, but the way this is structured is just not. Data is power, like Mr. Landenhoyt said. You know, there's so many questions I still have. Who decides the key performance indicators? What type of information is being shared across departments? So I just think any checks and balances on this is healthy, and I welcome this amendment.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Orr. I'm not seeing anyone else on the queue. So let's go to a vote on this amendment, please.
Non-pass. Oh.
Okay, I'm not able to see those results.
Can we bring the voting result on screen?
If we get it on screen, I can read it out.
There we go.
Okay, so that failed with Councillor Joe in opposition, Councillor Kirby-Young in opposition, Councillor Montague in opposition, Councillor Meisner, myself in opposition, Mayor Sim in opposition, and Councillor Maloney in opposition. Thank you. So we'll now go back to the main queue and the main motion. Councillor Fry, did you have anything further to add? Okay. Councillor Joe.
Yes, so if no other comments, I'm gonna close out this motion. Thanks, Chair and all the council members. I'm really proud to submit this motion with Councillor Montague. I'm actually surprised this motion takes that long time. I thought it's very straightforward. Everyone embrace efficiency for the city. So the goal of this motion is really simple: to make Vancouver city government more transparent, more accountable, and more effective in delivering results that matter to our residents. Every day, our city our city teams work really hard to keep Vancouver clean, safe, livable. But truly, to meet the challenge we face, from cleanliness to housing, from public safety to garbage collection, we need to make sure that our departments are not working in silos. Residents experiencing one integrated city, not 15 different departments. So Vanstat will bring that integrated city approach. It adapts that proven Comstat model used successfully in other municipalities in Vancouver's context as well, by combining the timely data, regular performance review meetings, and transparent public reporting. Vanstat will help us identify problems earlier, allocate resources more effectively, and ensure visible follow-through for the residents. Actually, I'm pretty shocked we did not have this similar function like Vanstat before. In large and complex organizations, it's very common to have interdisciplinary team to meet on a regular basis to solve a single issue. So let me just give you one example. I remember when the hospital experiencing long wait time in emergency department, all relevant departments come together regularly. Nursing and the physician team make sure that enough staffing coverage. Inpatient units make sure patient transfer out of emergency department as soon as beds become available. Lab and medical imaging make sure diagnostic tests be completed on time. Housekeeping make sure that bed will be clean on time. Analytical, of course, make sure real-time dashboard to bring visibility and transparency. Even portering, medical devices, all other departments, working together on the same goal. This is exactly what we need. This is exactly what Vanstat will deliver. I just don't understand why there's so many opposition. Just very interesting because maybe politics, or maybe you do not have experience working in a large corporate function. Okay, I want to thank staff for their input and the support for which everyone received the email last Friday. I appreciate their confidence that Vanstat can be launched using existing city resources and expertise with light consultation from the Vancouver Police Department where needed. That feedback is exactly in line with intent of this motion to focus on staffing structures, to not focusing on staffing structures, but focusing on results and outcomes. The pilot will focus on 4 neighborhoods, the West End, downtown, Strathcona, Mount Pleasant, including Chinatown, Gastown there as well. And we'll emphasize the measurable progress, cleaner streets, faster response time, reduced disorder, improved coordination between departments, and of course, transparent monthly updates to the public. It's not about adding more process, it's about strengthening accountability, breaking down barriers, and making sure that the commitments we make as a city are delivered, especially regarding the visibility and the consistency. If successful, this pilot can be scaled citywide eventually and expanded to include external partners like Vancouver Coastal Health, local BIAs, and the relevant provincial ministries. Because of the challenge we face, don't stop at the departmental level or jurisdictional boundary. Vanstat is about effective, accountable governance. It's about building public trust through results people can actually see. Vancouver will be the first city in Canada to implement this program. I'm sure other municipalities will follow Vancouver's leadership and create something similar. So I really hope to get your support for this motion. And public safety or city service or city efficiency is not something we could politicizing. We should all be on board supporting a more integrated city. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Joe. Now to Mayor Sim.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think there's something happening. There might be a bug in the air here. First of all, I do want to thank Councillor Joe and Montague for bringing this forward. I think this is incredible from an operational perspective. So Vanstats will be a powerful tool for improving transparency, accountability, and decision-making across Vancouver by providing residents, businesses, and city team members with clear, accessible data about how core services are performing. Vanstats helps everyone understand where resources are going and how they make an impact. This open data approach allows the city to track progress on priorities such as housing, public safety, transportation, and climate action, ensuring that goals are backed by measurable results. For residents, Vanstat builds trust by showing how their tax dollars support a cleaner, safer, and more vibrant city. For team members and policymakers, it highlights what's working well and where improvements are needed, guiding evidence-based decisions. Ultimately, Vanstats empowers the whole community to engage with city performance in a meaningful way, turning data into action, insight into progress, and shared information into a stronger, more responsive Vancouver. So thank you very much, and needless to say, I will be supporting this motion.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. Not seeing anyone else on the queue, so let's go to a vote on the motion, please.
Okay, so clerk, please. Oh, Councillor. Yeah, okay, good.
Okay, I'll just wait until we have the results up on the screen, as I am not able to see the panel from here. Okay, that passes with Councillor Orr and Councillor Maloney in opposition, and abstention from Councillor Fry. So that completes motion 2, and I'll give the chair back to Chair Joe.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner. So that completes the second item. The next item is motion 3, protecting the Champlain Heights Forest Trail network for future generations and the residents. And it is moved and introduced by Councillor Fry. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? All right, seeing none, Councillor Fry, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Yes, thank you. This is in reference to the Champlain Heights Trail Network. For millennium, the Musqueam village of Shanaum was one of the largest and most significant settlements in the region, and immediately to the southeast of Shanaum would have been the trails and forested area of the Champlain Heights. In the 1970s, when this land was developed, the city at the time of this redevelopment, which included co-op and strata and social housing, wisely thought to include a lot of the existent forest in that development. And as a result, this lovely neighborhood is embraced and surrounded by forested trails, which I think, and we'll hear from residents and stewards about how it improves the livability and the resilience of that community, improving everything from wildlife corridors to stormwater runoff. As we know, of course, we're going to be embarking upon a citywide official development plan, and currently staff are looking at this land with the eye towards future redevelopment, similar to what's happening at South Falls Creek as the leases expire ultimately. And what are the opportunities for redevelopment of co-op and social housing and market housing, and what the future might hold. And I think everybody, including the residents of Champlain Heights, are excited about those possibilities. But key to that is maintaining this lovely forested trail network, which currently exists as road right-of-ways. They're not protected parks. They're not really protected areas at all. They are just de facto parks. And we, of course, at this council experienced this recently with the People's Park in Strathcona, which is also a street engineering right-of-way that wasn't really protected, but is a de facto park and is very valuable. This forested trail network presents an incredible asset for this community and for the future of this community. And I hope council will consider that our opportunity here is to protect it for the future and future development.
All right, thanks, Councillor Fry. All right, so we will now hear from, do we have a seconder for this motion? Seconded by Councillor Kerbian. We will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. Our first public speaker is Marge Wiley. Marge is in person. Marge, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Margaret Wiley. I am here to speak in support of the motion to protect the Champlain Heights Trail. I am originally from the Glaston Nation, a First Nations community situated in north central BC. I have lived in the Champlain Heights neighborhood for 35 years. I was raised by my grandparents and spoke the Carrier Indigenous language. We traveled around by canoe and lived mostly off the land. I am a residential school survivor. At the age of 5, I was taken from my grandparents and placed in Lee Jack Residential School. There, I had my culture and my language taken away from me. We were harshly punished for using our language, and we were not allowed to speak of home. In fact, it is difficult for me to express to you here what is in my heart, because these childhood experiences instilled so much fear and taught us to be silent. Recently, I have deepened my healing journey. As part of this, I visit the Champlain Heights trails, and I sit in the Douglas Fir Teaching Garden. The garden was planted by community members and is a healing forest for reconciliation. In the garden, I sit on cedar benches carved by Squamish Nation carver John Spence. My spirit is soothed here, being able to sit among the trees and hear the sounds of the birds helps me to calm my body and my mind and return me to some of the gifts of my early life. I wanted to remind you that the Champlain Heights trails are on unceded stolen lands, as the local First Nations never gave up the rights to these lands. The trail contains many trees and berries and traditionally gathered for food, including salal, Saskatoon berry, salmonberry, thimbleberry, and more. The growth of these plants is carefully nurtured and encouraged in the garden. The fact that so many non-Indigenous people have both spearheaded initiatives and contributed to so much to creating and maintaining the gardens makes me feel that they truly care about reconciliation. It gives me hope. If you vote no to the protecting the trails without consulting the local First Nations, I believe you are voting against reconciliation. I ask you to vote yes and protect the Champlain Heights trails and our healing forests. Thank you. And
Hello, I am Rita Point Comst. I'm from the Musqueam First Nation. I'm here as a support person for Elder Marge. I am a cedar weaver and a natural dye artist living on my own stolen land. There's not one place for me to go in my own territory to go unless we have spaces like these. I am here to support the motion to protect the Champlain Heights Trail, which in fact is named after a colonizer. We need the land for foraged plants, for our cultural work and our education. I ask you to support this motion with Elder Marge.
Thank you. Thank you so much for speaking to council. We have speaker number 2 is Grace Nombrado. Okay, Grace. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hi, hello, my name is Grace Nombrado, and I'm Executive Director of Free the Fern Stewardship Society, and I'm speaking in support of the motion to protect the Champlain Heights trails. Note, all those featured in this presentation have signed a photo consent. Next slide. Our neighborhood of Killarney is the only East Vancouver neighborhood with over 30% tree cover. Next slide. It also has one of the highest tree equity scores in the city. Next slide. Within our neighborhood runs the Champlain Heights Trails, one of the last remaining native forests in our city. Across our whole city, there's only 4% of our native forests remaining. These forests tell the history of our area, and the history is written on the plants, both the colonial introduced invasive species and the native ferns, flowers, and berries that existed long before colonization. Next slide. Free the Fern Stewardship Society was founded in January 2021 when local residents noticed how much invasive ivy was spreading and threatening to climb our local trees. Since then, we've removed 237 cubic meters of invasive plants, replanted over 3,500 native species, and hosted 135 free walks and workshops in partnership with experts, including Indigenous knowledge sharers, 2 of which just spoke today. We consider our work to be an act of reconciliation through restoration as we seek to remove the colonial introduced invasive species and replant Indigenous plants into the forest. We have been able to achieve all this with just 1 part-time staff member, myself, and over 1,500 event volunteers. Stewardship is one of the best investments a city can make, as the impact of funding is exponentially increased thanks to the work of our volunteers. Next slide. One of the most significant spaces along the Champlain Heights trails, which Marge Wiley mentioned earlier, is the Douglas Fir Teaching Garden planted by community members in 2021. It features hundreds of native plants labeled with educational signage. In August 2023, it was designated as a National Healing Forest for Reconciliation by the David Suzuki Foundation and the National Healing Forest Initiative. The garden features carved seating by Squamish carver John Spence. It is a place to heal from the harm done by the residential school system and learn from Indigenous knowledge sharers. Next slide. In the words of the late Indigenous author Richard Wagamese, this is how you change the world. The smallest circles first, the humble energy, the kind that says, I will do what I can do right now in my own small way, creates a ripple effect on the world. Next slide. I ask that you please vote yes in this motion to protect the Champlain Heights trails. We wish to continue the important work of caring for one of our last remaining forests in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Speaker number 3 is Christine Nombrado.
Hello, my name is Christine Nombrado. I'm a registered nurse, educator with a background in informatics and home health. I support the motion to protect the Champlain Heights Trail. The City of Vancouver's Healthy City Strategy 2025 calls for healthier people and places supported in biodiverse, pollution-free natural spaces. In line with the Council's 2022 to 2026 strategic priorities for a healthy city, the Champlain Heights Trail is already delivering on that vision. It is a true third space for our city, a well-used corridor that brings together people of all ages, backgrounds, and abilities, promoting accessibility, safety, and inclusion. It supports reconciliation and Indigenous healing through art, knowledge sharing, and partnership. It serves as a venue for community arts, free workshops, and local events. It connects residents to schools, the community center, the library, local businesses, and the Masonic Hospital, supporting seniors and families alike. Regular use of the trail helps keep this neighborhood active, connected, and safe. It is an outdoor educational space for research students offering hands-on experience in an urban forest setting. Beyond its social and educational value, the trail sustains local biodiversity, supporting pollinators, wildlife, and essential ecosystems. My personal connection to this trail began in August 2020. During lockdown, Dr. Henry encouraged people to go outside, protect their health and mental well-being. This trail became a place where many of us found exercise, connection, and relief from isolation. Today, mental health among Canadians remains 3 times worse than before the pandemic. Through research, it is known that nature reduces stress, enhances cardiovascular and mental health, and contributes to a healthier developmental and prenatal outcomes. In alignment with these findings, as of July 2025, 18,000 physicians across Canada are actually increasingly prescribing nature as part of a patient's care. For me, I wear this lanyard and recognize that this trail is a sacred place of healing and reconciliation, while also taking action to support my community. I personally raised over $2,000 selling my own art to fund native plants. I wood burned and painted the National Healing Forest sign that you see in the sacred circle, and I am currently asking the BCNU to help fund a reconciliation read and return library so others can learn about Indigenous history and their experiences. As a nurse, I make decisions through careful assessment and evidence. I urge you all to do the same. Assess thoroughly, visit the trail, listen to the community, and weigh the long-term health and ecological impacts before you act. You want greener, healthier spaces, but you already have one here. Protect this trail as a living example of urban health, connection, and resilience that we cannot afford to lose. And if Vancouver is truly a city of reconciliation, as the sign outside declares, then reconciliation must be more than just a slogan. It must be visible, measurable action that honors Indigenous voices and protects this land we share. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Christine. So, Councillor Montague, can you turn on your video? We have Councillor Montague online, right? Okay. Councillor Montague, we need to turn you turn on the video to confirm quorum. And okay, there we go. Yeah, he did. Okay. Also, looking at the time, Councillor Ward, we need you. We are barely at 6. We need you. Okay, so looking at the time, I need a motion to extend the meeting. Complete the speakers. Complete the item. Okay. So we have a motion on the floor to complete this item. We need a seconder. Second by Councilor Maloney. All those in favor say yeah. Opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carried. So we're gonna complete this item. Keep on moving. Speaker number 4 is Dr. Anna Hibman. Hi. Yeah, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody, and late in the afternoon. Sorry about that. My name is Dr. Anna Hibman, and I'm here to speak in support of the motion of the protection of the Champlain Heights trail system. I'm here not only as a citizen deeply concerned about our shared environment, but with my background as an adjunct professor at SFU in the School of Environmental Science. So my 4th year capstone students have collaborated with city staff in this neighborhood, actually, mapping trail use, assessing biodiversity levels, habitat connectivity, and predicting climate resilience as well. Free the Fern has invited and introduced my students to this trail system, to the history and current state as well. And inspired by their work, both students of mine as well as myself and my family have actually joined Free the Fern for invasive species polls on their own time for my students in that case. And through those experiences in the trail system, not just in data and reports, I've seen how this forested network nurtures both ecosystem health and community spirit. We all know the converging challenges facing our society today. The climate change crisis, biodiversity loss, growing mental health crisis. Urban areas feel these challenges even more so. Heat waves are intensified by heat island effects, heavy rains overwhelming stormwater system, and increasing isolation affecting residents' well-being. Green spaces are not luxuries. They are essential infrastructure. If you could do the next slide, please. These spaces cool our air. They filter our water, retain the water where we need it. They provide wildlife corridors and restore our mental health. So to meet the challenges, we need action at every single level. At the federal, at the provincial, at the municipal, at the personal. Each level of society must do its part. Today, what's needed is your leadership at the municipal level. And I know that money is always part of the conversation. Council has and will spend a lot of time, rightfully so, discussing affordability, budget, economic pressures on growth. And of course, development, especially in a city like Vancouver, brings revenue. Selling land can seem like a quick fix. But Vancouver has also rightfully, as we heard previously as well, strong guiding mandates: greener city, rain city strategy, biodiversity strategy, the vision of a connected green rainwater network. And all these plans, remind us that protecting natural system is not a luxury, it's smart financial planning. Every tree and trail that cools our city and absorbs rain saves money we'd otherwise spend on costly engineered infrastructure.
Sorry, doctor, you are at time. You are actually 20 seconds over.
Oh, can I have 20 more seconds?
Sorry, Ken. I have to be fair to all the people. That's equity. To be fair to everyone. Sorry
Okay.
about that. Thank you.
But please.
Thank you for your understanding.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so speaker number 5 is Adam Hawk. Adam, online? Oh. Okay.
Hello?
Oh, there we go. Okay, Adam. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Okay, hello. My name is Adam Hawk, and I'm calling to voice my strong support for Councillor Pete Fry's motion to recognize the forest in Champlain Heights as a parkland that's protected from future development. This forest isn't just a collective of trees. It's a vital urban ecosystem, a place of connection, and a sanctuary for both wildlife and people. In a fast-paced, growing, busy city like Vancouver, we need places where people can slow down, breathe, and reconnect with the natural world. These spaces aren't luxuries, they're necessities. For residents in southeast Vancouver, the forest is just as important as Stanley Park is to the rest of the city. It's where children explore nature, elders walk in peace, and neighbors come together. It's a rare patch of wilderness in our urban landscape, and it's been quietly serving the public for over 40 years, and since time immemorial. But it's not officially protected, and that leaves it vulnerable. Community members have already shown how much this forest means. It's great to hear from the previous speakers. It sounds like the local group Free the Fern has done incredible work restoring the land, removing invasive species, planting native, leading educational walks, and building deep community ties. Their care and commitment are inspiring. Now it's time for the city to step up and make sure this forest is recognized and preserved, not just in spirit, but in law. By supporting this motion, Council can ensure that the space remains a place of healing, learning, and connection, now and for future generations. Let's send a clear message that every part of Vancouver deserves access to nature, that green space means just as much in Champlain Heights as it does anywhere else, and that protecting urban forests is an investment in our health, our climate, and our community. Please support Councillor Fry's motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 6, Kim Lanking.
Hi, Hi. So I'm just here as a single mom attacked by a dog recently on these trails, and I'm still here asking you to love them. So that should tell you how special they are. You've been hearing from some experts. I won't repeat their excellent points. I just want to speak as a neighbor who lives inside this forest every day. So I see Champlain Heights really as a design miracle, despite the fact that it was somewhat hastily and shoddily constructed while the city was on strike. It's a poster child for density. I really love living among a close-knit group of row houses. And I think families choose to live here and choose to live this densely because we have these trails. The trees and the owls and the woodpeckers, they're not just scenery to us, they're our neighbors. So and that's really rare. I also should note that in the pandemic, I saw a lot of new faces on these trails. People came from all over the city to have a safe stroll in nature. So this green space isn't just for us locals. It is a citywide treasure. And another thing that makes it very special is the stewardship. I'm so proud to be a neighbor of Grace and to see the Free the Fern folks out there spending thousands of their own hours to make these trails improve air quality for the city, cool us down during heat waves, help us manage stormwater. This is climate resilience at the neighborhood level, and I should say that the city is kind of getting it for free, so you guys are some pretty lucky ducks. This motion ticks a lot of your policy boxes. It's connecting these trails connect people safely without cars. They reduce emissions in the city. They protect habitat and bird corridors, and they support mental health and social equity. And I want to be clear that Champlain Heights, us residents, we're not here trying to block development or density. We believe in density. So this motion is about just making sure that future city planning keeps this trail network whole. Once a forest like this is fragmented, it is gone for good. So please, I'm supporting this motion. I hope you will too. Protect these trails so that our kids and their kids and everybody in the city can enjoy these wild, well-loved spaces.
Okay, thank you, Kim. Speaker number 7 is Christy Frisken.
Hi there. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hello. Good afternoon, Mayor Sim and councillors. My name is Christy Frisken. I am a City of Vancouver resident of 30 years. I'd like to share with council some of the reasons why the trail system is important to me. I live with invisible disabilities and I use the trail system on a regular basis. I do so as part of my healing journey as I recover from a brain injury. The trail system is proof for me that nature and the birds, the trees, all of it play an integral part of everyone's well-being, not just mine. The peace and quiet that draws other walkers and people in the neighborhood in is another benefit for me, as well as everyone else who uses the trails. I am currently unable to work and have not been able to work for several years, and going into the trails and meeting and chatting with other neighbors of all generations, of all genders, of all races, sorry, there's a plane going overhead, helps me stay mentally engaged and also more connected to my community. There were other points made by other people who spoke, which I fully agree with, so I won't repeat them. I'm reading from my notes. But something that I wanted to say was that being in the trails, being connected, having a well-developed relationship to the land that I live on, I feel is my way of participating in reconciliation in a small way as a settler. And it makes me feel like I could be resilient and helpful to others in my community in the event of a disastrous climate event, which I think most people who are going through life with their eyes and ears open are aware is a matter of when and not if. I support the motion to protect the Champlain Heights Forest Trails, and I believe that this motion fits well with the city's climate emergency action plan, as well as other plans and mandates that other speakers spoke of earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Speaker number 8 is Dennis Laplanche.
Hello, my name is Denis Laplanche. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Dennis. Please go ahead.
My name is Denis Laplanche. I'm a member of the Botany Committee of Nature Vancouver, which delegated me to support this motion on protecting the Champlain Heights Forest Trail Network. Founded in 1918 as a Vancouver Natural History Society, Nature Vancouver offers a variety of activities with a focus on nature education and enjoyment and conservation of natural environment. We organize lectures, field trips, and more. We're also involved in several conservation projects, such as the False Creek Oyster Survey and New Brighton Park restoration, as well as bird counts. I've been living in Vancouver since 74, in Champlain Heights for 37 years. I grew up in a small town in Quebec where kids could play in the woods, and my partner had a similar environment in North Vancouver, and I think such opportunity is extremely valuable for all children and adults. The wooded trails winding between the townhouse developments have been a marvelous place to get reconnected to nature, and I make a point of walking there several times a week on the way to the bus, the supermarket, the library, and when life drives me crazy and I need a sanity break. I find it quite amazing that as a consequence of the original development by the city, supplemented in recent years by Free the Fern volunteers, a viable and beautiful natural environment has taken root. As I was preparing my talk last night, I heard a barred owl hooting across the street. A few times a year from my kitchen window, I get to see bald eagles sitting in trees. I'm quite worried that there's no formal plan to ensure that this natural treasure lives on to support the mental health of current and future residents. It should be protected and supported. That's why I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 9 has withdrawn. Speaker number 10 has withdrawn. Speaker number 11 is Lori Ann Bird Snyder. Lori Ann. In person? No. Okay, we're going to come back to Speaker 11. Speaker 12 is Dana Johnson. Online?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Dana Johnson. I've been a resident of Vancouver for the past 4 years, and I'm here today in support of this motion. I'm currently a PhD student at the University of British Columbia. My research focuses on people's relationships with nature in a few contexts, including urban environments like Vancouver. I'm particularly interested in how these relationships shape sustainability efforts and visions for the future of human-nature coexistence in cities. As part of my work, I had the opportunity to interview 7 Vancouver residents who are active environmental stewards and educators back in 2023, many of whom lead nonprofits or environmental programs. This work was completed through a UBC-sponsored internship in collaboration with the City of Vancouver. However, I want to be clear that I'm here today as a private citizen and student. I'm not representing the City of Vancouver, and my comments reflect my own findings and perspective. In support of this motion, I'd like to share what I learned about Champlain Heights, its adjacent trails, and its value to residents. The area's trails are lined with native berries, trees, and plants that create hands-on opportunities for people to connect with nature. Interview participants emphasize that these species not only enrich the ecological landscape, but also support stewardship and learning, especially when people can engage with them directly. Several environmental education and stewardship initiatives are already active in and around Champlain Heights, using these native species as teaching tools and touch points for deeper connection. In this way, the trails function as more than just walking paths. They're places of learning, relationship, and care. These values are exemplified by the relatively easy access to species that line and are found within these trails, as well as the establishment of a food garden and healing garden within the trail system. From a scientific and research perspective, this kind of experience in nature and connection to place that residents have shared with me has been associated with increased well-being, pro-environmental behaviors, and stronger relationships with and values for nature. During interviews, I learned that those trails contain some of the last remaining native forests in the city. Moreover, these trails are filled with Douglas firs, among other trees, which are important for climate change, carbon storage, cooling effects, and air purification. In this way, these trails afford climate mitigation and carbon sequestration strategies. The plants, trees, and flowers of these trail systems have been noted as important to residents in part because they provide important habitat and resources for diverse species of wildlife. Given all of these wonderful values that were shared with me through my own work, preserving these spaces means preserving opportunities for community, for environmental education, and future generations to form meaningful connections with nature right here in the city. So I vehemently support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we can go back to Speaker 11, Lori Ann Bird Snyder. Yeah, 3 minutes.
Hello. 3 minutes. So really it's about the heart that I want to speak to. I'm really grateful for Pete Fry for putting this motion in front of us, for us to have this conversation, this discussion. My name is Lori Ann Bird, also known as Lori Snyder. I'm a refugee here on these lands. I'm from the Red River Métis people, and I've been living in this city for over 40 years. I'm so grateful. I am an educator. I go into school systems to teach about wild plants and the medicines, the plants of this land, our relatives that live here. I would call them my winged friends, the four-leggeds, the ones that swim, the creepy crawlers. This is what we have to understand. This is an ecosystem that supports life. We are part of this system, and it's what I teach the children. We have very little of this left. I've been watching and witnessing as I've been traveling over these lands for the last 13 years as an educator. I'm seeing a lot of sterility. I'm seeing a lot of loss of skunks, raccoons, the coyotes, native bees. These are all instrumental in who we are as people. It would be a shame to think that we have no respect for other life. We are hopefully making intelligent choices and making good choices to be good ancestors, to walk in a good way, to show our children that we actually care about their future, for them to have all those benefits that the previous caller just talked about. There's lots of research. I don't want to bore you with that. I'm super grateful for this organization that has seen the potential, has brought many volunteers, many hands and eyes to this land for us to think about what is truth and reconciliation, what action are we conciliating to the land. I've had the great pleasure of being up there as an educator, working the workshops, meeting the public. People come from not just from Champlain Heights, they come from all over the Lower Mainland to meet us, to see what this project is doing. There are many eyes watching how we are moving, how we are showing the children that we care about their future, not about industry, not about resource, not about another development, but protecting what's here, that we can all witness this. We've lost a lot of trees. We're losing water. We're losing the fact that we are coastal rainforests. I gladly come, give you my services. I would teach you all what I know so that you can have a better understanding, if that will help you to make a decision that's coming from your heart and not from a place with no integrity.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you. All right. So the next one, the last one is Karen D. Francisco. Online?
Hi. Hi. Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Karen DeFrancesco. I am a resident of Vancouver. I was born and raised in Vancouver. I was born at VGH Hospital 58 years ago. I have been a resident of Champlain Heights now for 9 years, and I live in one of the co-ops here. One of the reasons I chose this area was to live amongst the parks and the parklands. I would like to hearken back to 2020 when the facilities were all closed and all we had was the trails that brought peace, mental health care, and fresh air to all of us that live in the area. While we all may not be pleased and happy with the changes that may be happening in this area, we are all very happy that we have this beautiful area to live in. We choose to live here because of the environment. I, too, participate in Free the Fern societies, and I'm very fortunate that my uncle, who is 86, lives in the Mason Apartments just around the corner from me. This area is where I raise my child, where I raise my daughter, where my friends reside, and where I plan to stay for the rest of my life. I ask that you all stand in support of this motion as I do today, and I thank you for the time.
All right, thank you so much. That's everyone for the speakers. This is the end of our speakers list. Thank you everyone for speaking to Standing Committee on City Finance and Services. Committee members, is there any discussion? Anyone? Councillor Maloney?
Thank you. I just briefly want to thank all the speakers for coming along and speaking from the heart and educating us today. And thanks to Councillor Fry for moving this motion. I'm very supportive of it. I have very fond memories of canvassing in the by-election campaign in Champlain Heights and cutting through these areas, and it was very peaceful. So thank you very much. That's all I have to say. We'll be supporting this.
Councillor Orr.
Yeah, similar. I don't want to take too much time. Just want to thank Councillor Fry for a great motion. I didn't know much about these trails other than getting tagged constantly by Free the Fern on Instagram. And I was, what is all this about? So I'm glad that you brought that up, and I'm just glad for your work in bringing this issue to light. Like I said, I didn't know anything about it. I haven't had the chance to come and visit, and I would love to take you up on that invitation to learn more about the traditional medicines that are existing on stolen land, and just just learn more about the ecosystem and the people there. And yeah, thank you so much to everyone.
Hey, Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Council, for your indulgence in staying after 5 on this, and thank you everybody who showed up, and especially Grace. Your work and your stewardship with Free the Fern has been quite remarkable, and indeed was part of my introduction to this. Of course, I vaguely familiar with the neighborhood, and if you were to look at Champlain Heights on a map, you wouldn't necessarily, on the Google Maps, it doesn't show it as green, it just shows it as kind of roads and stuff, and it's only when you're there that you can experience what a wonderful place it is. And on my visit, I ended up, my OCD kicked in, and I started, picking invasive species and pulling up weeds, because that's what people do. And the elders that were there, and I think, to Denis Laplante's point about children, I also was fortunate to witness kids who were really living their best lives with a forest right next to them. And so there is the opportunity for us to have it all. We can have the future development of this site, but maintain this beautiful trail network as a complement to future development, and understand that we need to add that density. And this is a tremendous opportunity for the city to densify those lands, but we don't need to erase what's there entirely. And I think that was the impetus of this motion, was the fact that as our staff are looking at this through a lens of like the ODP and the social housing initiative, just to recognize that these aren't just blank slates. This isn't just a engineering right away, but this is actually a very functional and beautiful park network that we can incorporate into future development and make it even better for the kids that happen 20 years from now, 30 years from now, 40 years from now, and for the people who are enjoying it now. And thank you so much for coming out and speaking. And you're so blessed to have such a wonderful asset. And I'm so proud of the city for having created it in the first place, and having the thoughtfulness to actually include a sort of virgin forest in a new development back in the 1970s. And I hope that in the future we consider it in the same kind of light, and recognize that as we struggle to find ways to enhance our tree canopy citywide, we've already got a diamond in the rough here. We've got the opportunity, and we can have those denser forms of housing next to a forest, and it'll be fantastic. So thank you so much for coming out, and thank you, Council, for indulging the extra time.
Hey, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Corbière.
Yeah, hi, thanks. And I will be brief, just to say that I have had the opportunity to be in the Champlain neighborhood a number of times when I served on the Vancouver Park Board. I attended a number of meetings at Champlain Community Centre, and I also went to a number of events on weekends pulling invasive species, including some that when it was very wet and very rainy, and but everybody still had a great time doing that. I think that as we work to, over time, to renew our co-op leases and evolve our housing and look to provide more homes for people, supporting quality communities and livability with the green space and the trees is particularly important. It's one of the reasons that with the work that we're doing for Falls Creek South, that I actually, as part of that work and council direction, was given move to maintain and expand the park space, right? In addition to the housing on that site. And so I think these are good principles for us to take away into that planning. Those are long-term leases. It'll take a while for them to come up and move forward, but we are committed to having good quality livability in the city. And so I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Mayor Sim.
Great. Hi, thank you very much for coming in. I do apologize. I had to take a call with the provincial government, but I wanted to hear everyone talk because Champlain Heights was my old stomping grounds from 1979 to 1982. I went to Captain Cook Elementary School, but my fond memory there was just southeast of the school. There was like a little boggish area. I think it was on the old, for lack of a better word, dump. But it's like that was a long time ago, and it became a park. And we used to catch tadpoles and snakes there. We'd have the tadpoles. We kept them, and then we saw them sort of incubate into tree frogs, and then we would release them back. We kept them at school, and then we'd release them. And so that neighborhood has incredibly fond memories as it relates to what you're trying to achieve. And I can't tell you how much I personally enthusiastically support what you're doing and super excited about it. So with that, thank you very much for coming on in.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, thanks. So I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, can you take us to the voting screen? And council, please register your vote.
Clerk sits Councillor Dominato. I'll take a vote assist in favor, please.
Thank you. All right, so this motion passed unanimously. Thanks, everyone. That completes motion 3. All right, so we're going to take a dinner break. We'll be back at 6 p.m. Yeah, to continue the business. Thanks.
Can you hear me okay?
Hi, Connie. Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
They make a big difference. They help people see that their time and
Pretty
effort
much
are
all during
respected,
COVID.
and that this chamber is open to everyone, not just those who can take a day off work or navigate complex systems. At the end of the day, better accessibility means better decision making. It means we hear more voices, especially the ones we don't hear from, and I think that's something that we can all get behind.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Do I have a seconder? Second by Councillor Fry. We will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speaker if they are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. Our first registered speaker is Nikita Steele. Did withdrawn, okay. All right, number 1 has withdrawn. Number 2 is Harmon Moon. Hi.
Thank you. My name is Harmon Moon. I'm a resident of Vancouver in Mount Pleasant, and I'm here to speak in support of this motion. Some of you may know that I'm very active in municipal politics and housing advocacy, if my repeated presence here in the council didn't give that away already. As such, I have been asked, have you ever thought about running for council? And the answer is yes, I had thought about it until I went to a public hearing, and any desire drained away immediately. Let me tell you about that public hearing. I made the mistake of signing up to speak to multiple motions, a mistake I've repeated today. And so I found myself sitting in that windowless room, listening to speakers at various levels of unhinged complain that building new housing would ruin the neighborhood or cast shadows or just give you a bad feeling. And at the end of the speakers list, council would vote yes or no and move on. And that part really struck me as putting the lie to this whole process. Because, as I said in my final speech of the evening, at 11:15 p.m. on a Thursday night, after 6 hours of waiting in, again, a windowless room, either council had already made up its mind about these projects and we were all wasting our breath, or council hadn't made up its mind and the developer risked spending millions of dollars and months of, if not years of work on a project only to have the brakes slammed at the absolute last minute. Not exactly a pro-business environment, and not exactly consultation. If I put down a deposit for a reservation at a restaurant, pre-ordered the chef's tasting menu, ordered an Uber to my apartment, and then turned to my girlfriend and said, hey, what do you want to eat tonight? Can I really be said to have consulted with her? I don't think she would agree, and I don't think that relationship would last very long if that was the only way that I made decisions. But somehow we've deluded ourselves into believing that this is the best and only way that citizens can engage with our local government. And this is without even mentioning how public hearings entrench local opposition by favoring landowners who have the time and money to speak to council. We put a lot of effort into allowing people who already live in a neighborhood to block new developments without thinking about or consulting with the people who want or need to live there, thus putting us in our current housing crisis, which, maybe I haven't mentioned it, we're in a housing crisis. This motion does have good ideas, and I do urge council to support it. It's mystifying to me that the number of speakers to a motion is not published in advance, and the social network formerly known as Twitter is a very inaccessible platform for somebody who doesn't have an account. Allowing video recordings is more accessible and probably an improvement over the sound quality in the chambers when somebody calls in, although I have heard concerns that seem fair to me that it could be used to filibuster new projects. But what I want to emphasize is that the public hearing system is not a good system. And while this might make it more bearable, it doesn't address the need to find a better way to engage with local government. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, speaker number 3 is Parker Johnson. Online? Parker? All right, speaker 3 is not online, so we're gonna come back. Speaker 4 and 5 have withdrawn. Oh, 5 is here, okay. Okay, speaker number 4 has withdrawn. Speaker number 5 is here, Chen Yang Boon.
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead, Chen Yang.
Great, thank you. Hi, Mayor and Council. I'm calling in support of this with some reservations. The public hearing system is really, really chaotic. Like, as you just saw, there's 5 of us that just signed up. Three of them couldn't make it because who could have known that 6/11 would be the time that that I would have been called up. Like I've actually gone through my entire workday between the last time I spoke and this time that I spoke, and I might not have been able to show up if it didn't happen right at this moment when I actually literally just finished work. And because of that, it's really, really hard unless you have the time to just to come in for like the whole day. If you have a random day off and on a weekday to come in and speak, it'd be, and as you can see, I haven't even been able to really prepare any statements because of how chaotic it is and how unable we are to plan around it. That said, I think we should really think about what decisions council has that need public hearings. Like, I think that, there's some merit to it for big decisions that we make along with like big grand visions for our city, like big things that will affect many, many people. But when we have this process for every single individual building, it's just like this whole song and dance where a whole bunch of people have to take time out of their day to say their piece, say the same things over and over again, and it doesn't really change anyone's mind. Half the time people are not listening or are answering emails. Like, I can't state how many emails I've received from city councilors during public hearings. And, like, why are we putting ourselves through this? Like, it doesn't have to be this way. And so if we're really going to take our housing crisis with any kind of urgency, I think, yes, it's good for our practices to be accessible and equitable, and that's why I'm in support. But we can find our engagement in ways that are accessible and equitable, but don't privilege people who have the time to spend and who are not working, and only when they're riled up enough to come in and say something because it really, yeah. So thanks for listening to my piece. I am in support because, like, at least if we can get some more diverse and equitable voices, people, I know people who couldn't speak in, or who because it just never works timing wise. It's just a really terrible process overall right now. This would make it slightly better for them, but
Sorry,
I also
Danielle, you
recognize
are
this will make it longer. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so speaker number 6 is Alexa Trebole.
Good evening. My name is Alexa Trebole, and I'm a resident of Vancouver and community manager at Women Transforming Cities, or WTC for short. I'm speaking on behalf of WTC in support of this motion. WTC has more than a decade of experience supporting residents in navigating city processes, and we've heard time and time again how difficult it is for people to engage with council meetings, especially those juggling work and caregiving responsibilities or health challenges. A Vancouver Foundation report found that nearly 50% of British Columbians want to be more involved in their communities, but are prevented by various barriers, including health, time, and information gaps. In particular, community members have told us that they don't speak or write to council because of A, the short time between when agendas are released and the meeting, B, the challenge of knowing when their speaking turn will be, and C, uncertainty about and inaccessibility of the process itself. WTC recently partnered with several accessibility organizations to survey community members with disabilities. 76% of respondents reported feeling unwelcome or invisible in public engagement spaces. We heard that civic spaces often feel confusing, overwhelming, and not designed with them in mind. That means council is missing out on valuable perspectives from residents with direct knowledge of how city decisions will impact their neighborhood. This motion is an opportunity to change that. In addition, addressing these barriers is also about strengthening trust in democratic institutions. When people feel they have a real opportunity for their voices to be heard, they are more likely to trust that their elected officials are working in their best interests. That trust helps build stronger relationships between the city and the community, which ultimately makes it easier to make progress on projects that benefit Vancouver residents. This motion includes small, practical changes that can make a big difference. For example, improving the communication of meeting schedules and speaker registration, would make it easier for residents to plan their participation in advance. Using plain language in communications would help people who don't speak English as a first language or who are new to civic processes feel more confident in participating. And publishing council proceedings on platforms that do not require specific social media accounts would allow residents to stay up to date. Personally, because I don't have an X account, I was unable to see updates from the clerk's office about how fast this meeting was progressing. And in the survey we conducted, more than 60% said that better scheduling, more accessible and updated web-based communication, and more options to comment on meetings would help them participate. The tangible steps outlined in this motion would strengthen both the process and outcomes of decision-making. It will help make civic participation in Vancouver more accessible to everyone and not just a select few who predictably show up. I urge you to approve this motion in full and take these important steps toward more accessible civic participation. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Alexa. Number 7 is Sarah McLeod. I think Sarah is on the phone.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Sarah. Please go ahead.
Hi, yes, thank you for the chance to speak, for the privilege to speak. So what's the word? Support this motion. And kind of the only comments I guess I would have on it is if, like, it isn't specific, which I guess is good if we're talking about council meetings, like council or public hearings. Like, I read it as council, and so the council meetings, like, I've been informed or let know that it's really a privilege to get to speak. It's not like the public hearings, we have a right to speak. With the council, it's actually a privilege that the councillors give to us to be able to speak, but it's not something that's like protected as one of our rights. So when the things asking to look at different, changing some bylaws, for example, to even maybe give some people more time. I can't find the specific one now. Like, maybe potentially, I'm not sure if it's looking at procedure bylaw or if that's like a charter thing, the fact that it's a privilege and not a right. But just to kind of look at that, especially if we're going to be losing the chance to give our voices or to share our voices with less public hearings, maybe just to really solidify the chance to speak at council as like something that wouldn't potentially be taken away from like a different council in the future, would be a cool thing to look at. I just want to thank everyone that I've gotten the privilege to hear and who has shared their knowledge, their opinions, their thoughts, their feelings from the public. And the more open and welcoming it can be made so that we can have more diverse voices sharing their stories as well is obviously would be the best thing for all of us to get to hear all those different perspectives and to just understand our neighbors better. So definitely support. And then I just think, it could even go a little bit further. Like I said, I don't know if it's a change of procedure bylaw or if it's an actual charter thing. I'll leave that up to you guys. But maybe just trying to find a way to enshrine like a right to speak when it comes to council versus public hearing as opposed to just a privilege would be a cool thing to do. Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. I'm going to go back to speaker number 3, Parker Johnson. Online? No, okay, all right. Thank you. So then this is the end of our speakers list. Thank you everyone for speaking to Standing Committee on City Finance and Services. Committee members, is there any discussion? Councillor Maloney?
Thanks to Councillor Orr for moving this motion. I've been involved in local politics in Vancouver as an advocate for a long time, and I was involved in consultation during the excellent SFU Renovate the Public Hearing study. And the best consultation process I've been to was run by the Park Board as part of the Stanley Park Mobility Study. And people with very different views and interests in the road allocation in Stanley Park were brought together for a couple of hours and left with a much better understanding of each other's perspectives. And I think work in this area to improve accessibility and equity is very worthwhile. And I'll be very interested in seeing what staff have to say about it. I mean, I've got some concerns about the timing of consultation and how it works, but I think that looking into it is very worthwhile. And if anyone was going to assess or direct these kind of initiatives, for example, the screen reader items, it'd be the Equity Office. So I'm very sorry they don't exist anymore. So I'll be voting in support of this.
Thanks. Councillor Carbiel.
Yeah, I'm having a deja vu and a trip down memory lane, so I'll preface my comments by saying that I've been banging this drum for a while. I've been going back trying to find all the different references from December 2018 or 2019. I think I brought a motion titled Improving Resident Participation at City Hall that was unanimously supported. It had a lot of the similar goals. It said things such as, be it further resolved, recommendations give consideration, but are not limited to the ability or option to hear speakers on member motions on the relevant council day, potential to schedule specific time slots and speaker times, any accompanying updates to the bylaw, how to improve resident participation, et cetera. There was a trial that was done. There was a new technology system that was promised to support that. And it did not yield the results. I think that we haven't quite got it right yet. I made a subsequent motion that talked about accessibility for speakers, use of technology, and also the amount of time that agendas were published. Vancouver's was pretty egregious. It was only 2 or 3 days before. I think we actually have now shockingly, one of the longer lead times in the city. And I remember a vigorous debate when I was pushing for 7 days. And then there was a debate, well, did it include weekends? Was it at least 5 business days? What is it like? Now we get them on the Tuesday or the Wednesday a week ahead of time. They used to come out closer to the weekend. There was also language in there around publishing high profile and high interest reports ahead of time, which is why our staff have come out early with things like the Broadway plan, et cetera. So there was definitely, I think, a move towards doing this. Are we using technology fully effectively? No, not yet. I'm not sure what the status of the pilot program, the new technology system that was purported to provide some of these benefits, including things like simultaneous translation or closed captioning or some of the other components. We did make some strides, as I said, on publishing schedules a bit earlier, but it is a tricky situation. We have improved in terms of the fact that people can call in now. It's no longer archaic where they have to show up to City Hall, right? And the people have the privilege of being able to do that because they can get themselves here. And they're busy, that was sort of one positive legacy that forced a change, quite frankly. It took a pandemic to do that. And then the province retained that change. They had to give us a temporary legislative change to even allow council to meet during the pandemic virtually. Now we do have that flexibility. But we've been down this road. I support making it as easy as possible. I think technology is really kind of the key piece around it. But our agendas actually surprisingly come out earlier than some of the others, which doesn't mean we can't necessarily be better. But there is also a lot of information that goes into them, and we want to make sure those reports are complete before they get published. So there's a few observations and a little bit of background for folks. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. All right. So no one else on the queue? Councillor Dominado?
Yeah, thanks. I just have a point of information through you to the city manager. Just around the motion around the first clause 3. We can already receive video and audio statements, albeit they're not played in council, but that's the purview, like, is already, I've received video, like, information related to various files I'm working on, but it's already available to members of the public, correct? That they can make audio or videos. Just please correct me if I'm wrong on that, though.
Yes, Councillor. You're correct. Any member of the public can submit a video to council through correspondence for council's consideration, informing their deliberation of items before them.
And so, but in the way this motion is framed is that we would then have those played at every, like, any video and audio would then be played in council in addition to callers and in addition to people speaking in council.
Yeah,
is that how that's interpreted?
So the way I look at the motion right now, that would be the difference from procedurally what happens now, is this motion is calling for those videos to be played as part of the speaker queue. That would lengthen the meetings. Right now, council has the ability to watch those videos as their schedule permits.
Okay, and I mean, you probably won't have this, but I seem to recall in the last term, we had to, as a result of much longer meetings, even longer than the ones now, is that we ended up having to support additional overtime and staffing in terms of clerking. So if we were if we had, and we're almost at, and just on the last questions, we're almost at 8 days now in terms of the minimum of scheduled meetings. We get it's like the Wednesday before the
Yeah,
Tuesday.
it's a week, yeah,
It's a week in advance. Okay, and then just one last question on number 2 is around making reports publicly available as soon as practicable. And my experience over the last number of years is that staff reports change quite a bit over the course of their development, and there's obviously an interest in getting reports out as quickly as possible, but they do change. And so if a report's finalized and then published, and then 3 weeks later it's changed and adapted, and then council hasn't even seen any of the material, can you just speak to that? I was wrestling a little bit with that, is how that would work, because there's some practical elements of this that may just not be realistic, I guess is what I'm
Yeah, I
getting
think
at.
I'd have to take that away and consult with clerks, counselor, but we would have to create some provisions for where do you post reports? How do you, there are procedures for amending reports like yellow memos and such, but to your point, staff are often, with all of the variety of things that they're balancing, the urgent issues that arise, the ensuring that reports are reviewed and by the various departments, because there's a lot of interdepartmental coordination and work. It can be very complex toward the end of finalizing a report. So we'd have to take that away to think about how to implement that, but it's not as straightforward as it would appear.
Yeah, no, in my experience, it doesn't seem so, and because I do know things have changed right up towards a couple of days before council. Anyways, that's helpful. I'm just looking at it through really a pragmatic lens, but I see Councillor Montague's on the queue, so I'll stop. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. I'm just putting together, listening to Councillor Dominato and Councillor Kirby-Young. I'm just putting together a quick amendment here. Just if you can bear with me for 30 seconds.
Yeah, please send your amendment to everyone, Councillor Montague.
Okay, it's been sent. Basically, there's a few things. I think we're all in agreement that the access to council isn't perfect. That being said, I think there's some points in this original motion that are, I think they're easy to do for staff. We have a communications team at the city that should be able to make some changes quite easily and quite efficiently. I do, however, have an issue with a few of the points in the original motion, hence the amendment I've just sent in.
Okay, I'll move you to the amendment queue. We need a seconder for this amendment. Second by Councillor Dominato. You have anything else to say, Councillor Montague?
Yeah, thank you. So basically, it's a strike of those first three. We've already heard that that the delivering of reports, actually Vancouver is leading the charge on this, believe it or not. I'm a little shocked as well, but we actually provide reports quite far in advance compared with other municipalities, and in some cases, reports are constantly being tweaked and morphed by staff. So it's very difficult for them to provide reports publicly that aren't finished yet. I also struck the video aspect of it. The public already has the ability to do this, but I think it's important that we keep those last five. I think those are all things that staff can easily implement at very little cost and can implement quite quickly. And it would provide accessibility to those who don't necessarily have access to counsel.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Orr.
Thank you. Yeah, speaking to the amendment here, I appreciate the robust discussion, and and some of the facts that have been laid out here in terms of Vancouver leading the way, and that videos are available. I saw staff did say that videos are available. I've actually never seen the videos. I think you have to go to a portal of some kind to view them. But I just don't always have enough time to check those out. But I appreciate that this really does keep a lot of the things that I was very excited about especially working with Accessibility Committee and the plain language things and clearly communicating, when council breaks. So I think that it keeps most of the intent, the spirit of the original motion intact, and I will support it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Maloney. Okay. Yes, Councillor Dominado.
Yeah, simply to say, I think the elements, appreciating I was raising some questions about the first three, but I think all of the elements after that are things that are, I think, pretty straightforward. And I think, as someone pointed out on the call, that they don't have an X account, and so they're not getting updates. And arguably, I would agree. I don't use X all that much anymore either. I find it to be quite a toxic forum, frankly. And so, if we can disseminate information through other social media platforms as well. But I think there's a number of things here that address accessibility and making that information more readily available. And I think it's, pretty straightforward. So I'm happy to support this.
Okay, thanks. All right, so we're going to vote on this amendment. Clerk, can you take us to the voting screen? And Council, please register your vote. We are voting on Councillor Montague's amendment. Okay, so this amendment passed unanimously with Councillor Bly and Councillor Claassen absent. Okay, going back to the main queue, Councillor Montague, anything else?
Nothing else from me, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other councillor want to speak? If not, I'm gonna take everyone to the voting screen. Please vote on your voting panel. We are voting on the motion as amended. Okay. Let's just bring the motion as amended to the screen. Do we need to take a recess, clerk? All good? Okay, thanks. Okay, perfect, thanks. All right, there we go. Yeah, so that's the motion as amended. Yeah, so let's call the vote, and please register your vote on the voting panel. All right, so the motion as amended passed unanimously with Councillor Bly and Councillor Claassen absent. Thanks, everyone. That completes motion 4 on the agenda. The next item is motion 5, Next Stop UBC, a call to accelerate the completion of the Broadway SkyTrain. And it is moved and introduced by Councillor Orr. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? All right, so Councillor Orr, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Oh, it says Councillor Orr and Councillor Maloney. Okay, so we have to check with clerk regarding the procedure. So do we need to take a recess? Let's take a 5 minutes recess to figure out who is the one submitting that. Yeah, Councilor Montague, we need you to be online, and also other councilor, please back to council chamber. All right, so we figured out. So there's some administrative error also is actually submitted by Councilor Maloney, and Councilor Orr is the seconder for this motion. So we're going to correct that. So it's actually will be moved and introduced by Councilor Maloney. Councilor Maloney, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Please go ahead.
Thank you. This motion was drafted in partnership with UBC's Alma Mater Society, AMS, and over 13,000 UBC students and Vancouver community members have signed its petition calling on the province of British Columbia to release the Millennium Line UBC extension, which I'll call UBCX from now on, business case, and for senior governments to fully fund the project. To explain to any listeners that don't know what UBCX is all about, the subway that's being built on Broadway at the moment is currently going to stop at Arbutus. And what that means is that thousands of UBC students are going to get off at Arbutus and have to change onto a bus to get to the university, and not just students, but staff as well, and anyone that wants to access all of the facilities, sporting facilities, cultural facilities, and other amenities at UBC. Broadway is the busiest transit corridor in Canada and the United States, and the UBC bus exchange is the busiest bus loop without rapid transit in Metro Vancouver. The City of Vancouver, as you're probably aware, has asked already a number of times for the SkyTrain to be extended from Arbutus to UBC. As a person that's done a lot of advocacy, I know that you can't just ask one time and then shrug your shoulders and give up if you're not successful straight away. It takes a lot of effort to get a project as big as this going, and I know that most of the people in this chamber and online have had a hand in also advocating for UBCX as well.
That's your time, Councillor Maloney.
I'm out of time, am I? I got excited, thanks.
Thanks. All right, so since this motion was co-submitted, Councillor Orr is seconding this motion. So we will now hear from the registered speaker for this motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. Our first registered speaker is Suki Sahoda. On the phone?
Can I have my clock stopped?
Yeah.
Okay, hi there, my name is Suki Sahota. I am a resident of Vancouver City, and I am in firm support of this motion. At the end of the day, we all know that the UBCX was meant to go all the way to UBC. It was not meant to stop 80% down the line. I'm right in front of VCC Clark Station right now, and even at this time of the evening, the bus is full as people are unloading from UBC. As Councillor Maloney mentioned, we need to not just consider students who are our brightest, youngest, and mature students who are attending a very well-renowned institution here in BC, but we also need to consider faculty, and we also need to consider the potential for us to be able to develop land between Arbutus and between UBC, which is something that I'm sure that will be considered and is going to be thought about in the future. So I strongly do propose that all the councillors do vote for this motion, and I encourage the Mayor to submit letters again to the Premier and to the Prime Minister. This is a very opportune time as provincially and federally, both levels of government have aligned and said they will be, despite the uncertainties with Trump tariffs and everything that's going on, both levels of government have aligned and are willing to help out with infrastructure projects. This potentially will also help our economy, not just with the extension from Arbutus to UBC, but this will also ensure that students' time is actually respected. I'm sure there's many students out there who, after they finish at UBC and finish studying, they need to go to work. And if they are always in a situation where they are not sure how they're going to get back home because there could be a traffic jam, there could be an accident on the road, that doesn't help our economy. It doesn't help our individuals to be able to actually keep this economy going here in Vancouver. Another thing I'd like you to consider is that at the moment we have a bus, a very busy bus that goes from commercial. It stops at Broadway City Hall, but potentially once the extension is done, we're going to have double the amount, maybe more, traffic coming at the same time due to the connection at Broadway City Hall. And potentially that means that the infrastructure at Arbutus will very quickly not be suitable for rush hour because it is such a small space, it's such a small bus exchange during rush hour to get everyone moving. So please approve this motion.
Thank you. Speaker number 2 is Solomon E. Kiran. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, councillors. My name is Solomon E. Kiran, and my name in Chinese is Yi Xingtian. I'm honored to be the elected VP External of the AMS and a resident of Vancouver. My job is to advocate for the issues facing over 62,000 of my fellow UBC students, so I am predictably here to speak in favor of this motion. Last Wednesday, more than 1,000 students, UBC staff, and Vancouverites gathered at our rally to demand action on the UBC extension. Over the last 3 months, more than 15,000 people from across the Lower Mainland have added their name to our SkyTrain to UBC petition. The community came together as one, rallied for the SkyTrain, and made our voice heard because we are tired of waiting and tired of delays. We've been waiting 17 years for UBCX, 17 years since Premier Gordon Campbell first announced the project. I was 3 years old at the time. The babies born when the project was announced are writing their UBC applications now. Over the past 17 years, we've seen study after study proving the importance of the SkyTrain to UBC. For the 60,000 UBC students, staff, and faculty who commute every day, it shortens commutes by around half an hour. That means that almost all of the 23,000 UBC commuters who live in the city of Vancouver will have their commutes cut to just 45 minutes and most will be under half an hour. Beyond just helping the UBC community, building the SkyTrain will have immense benefits for the entire city of Vancouver. Reducing the reliance that tens of thousands of commuters have on cars would help reduce traffic and congestion on busy roads throughout the Lower Mainland and especially in the city itself. And the SkyTrain would also help ease the strain on key arterial bus routes like the 99, the R4, and the 25, improving capacity on Vancouver's busiest buses and helping transit riders finally get a seat in the morning. The SkyTrain will also be great for jobs. It will connect highly trained students at UBC to understaffed medical centers and hospitals, help UBC's 30,000 person on-campus population access local businesses in Vancouver, and support thousands of new jobs in the building trades. The UBC SkyTrain is also going to provide the transit capacity needed to service population centers such as Sanak, the Jericho Lands, Laleham, and countless other new developments. UBC SkyTrain will support tens of thousands of new homes in Vancouver, and if the city takes proper action, this could usher in one of the largest investments in new affordable housing that the city has seen in years. Overall, the SkyTrain to UBC will have benefits not just for students, not just for commuters, but for the entire city of Vancouver and the entire Lower Mainland. From shortening commutes to creating jobs and homes, the SkyTrain's benefits are clear. But these benefits won't be realized unless we extend the SkyTrain past Arbutus and finish it all the way at UBC. I want to thank Councillor Lucy Maloney and Councillor Sean Orr for working on this motion with us. I urge all city councillors to vote in favour, to add your endorsement to this movement, and help us push the senior levels of government to finally provide tangible action on this vital regional project. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, speaker number 3 has withdrawn. Speaker number 4 is Adam Hawk.
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead, Adam.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, very good. I'm speaking today to this motion. I'm very strongly in favor. Quite simply because Vancouver can't afford to stop halfway. Broadway is one of North America's busiest corridors, moving over 100,000 people a day. The B line is already well over capacity, and we're only building that subway to Arbutus, leaving UBC, one of the region's most important employers and educational centers, disconnected. UBC is not a fringe destination. It has over 80,000 students, staff, and faculty. It contributes billions to the local economy. And it's growing rapidly with new housing, research labs, innovation hubs, and development. Delaying the SkyTrain just risks chronic congestion, missed climate targets, and just widening inequalities. If we compare to other major Canadian cities, Toronto, the University of Toronto has 3 stations. York University has 1 station. TMU has 2 stations, and George Brown College has also 2 stations. In Montreal, McGill has their own station. Université de Montréal, Edouard Montpetit, Lionel Groux has has Dawson College, Côte-des-Neiges has Brébeuf, Snowdon has Marianopolis, Montmorency has Cégep Montmorency, and Jean Drapeau has the University of Sherbrooke campus there. In these cities, students have rapid, reliable, and direct access to education. That's how you support a future-ready city. Vancouver, we have VCC Clark, Surrey Central, Langara, but UBC has nothing, and SFU has a 20-minute bus ride as well. So this is a glaring gap. UBC is a globally ranked institution, a transit hub in its own right, and a growing residential center. Without SkyTrain, we are undermining our own goals around climate, housing, equity, and economic growth. The good news is that this project is backed by Metro Vancouver mayors, UBC, but it still needs Vancouver's leadership to get it over the finish line. So let's not stop at Arbutus. Let's follow the lead of other Canadian cities and build a SkyTrain that truly connects us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adam. Speaker number 5 has withdrawn. Speaker number 6 is Christopher Lee. Christopher.
My name is Christopher Lee. I'm a proud resident of our beautiful city and a young person. I'm also the founder of Helping Hearts, a youth advocacy nonprofit which has reached thousands of young people across our city. Today, I'm speaking in full support of the motion. A week ago, I released a short-form video on this motion, bringing the issue to now over 80,000 viewers in Vancouver and beyond. I've also been speaking and listening to students across Vancouver, and the answer is clear. We need to build a SkyTrain extension to UBC. Look, I don't need to tell you why an extension is necessary. I imagine you'll hear plenty about it. You'll hear about how the extension supports students, supports workers, and supports faculty at a school who need it most, cutting down commute times and giving it back for another job, studying, or more. I imagine for students who still have to live at home and workers who commute back for their family, this time is invaluable. It's common sense to extend this SkyTrain to UBC. For decades, we've known that we've needed this, yet we've been stalling now for too long. As I write my UBC application now, as Solomon said, I was a baby when this project was announced. The unfortunate reality is that we have accepted it. The first message I got after my video was that the SkyTrain extension to UBC would happen as soon as the Canucks win a Stanley Cup. Students and young people are losing faith in this process, which has taken too long, but today City Council can change that. In this time of increasing public distrust of government, this motion, if approved, would reassure these students that the city is on their side. It would back the over 15,000 people who supported the petition and would put pressure on our provincial government to finally get it done. When thousands of people, the Coquitlam student traveling hours, the single mother studying for a master's, the professor who's worked there for who knows how long, are being stalled by a problem that's been here for 2 decades, sooner rather than later is the way to go, and the City of Vancouver must tell that to the BC government. Thank you for your time, and let's get an extension bill.
Thank you. Speaker number 7 has withdrawn. Speaker number 8 is Hugh Chan. Hugh.
Councillors, good evening. My name is Hugh Chan, and I'm a student at UBC's Vancouver campus. Last time this chamber voted on a motion like this was back in 2019. Since then, we've had a change in both Prime Minister and Premier, both of whom committed to funding the business case back in 2020. Despite that, nothing further has come of it. We all know how critical the SkyTrain is. We've talked about it for 17 years, and as someone at UBC, I couldn't agree more. I'm from a working-class family in South Vancouver. My dad drives a bus. My mother takes transit to get to her language classes. Students like me get up early in the morning to get their education at the UBC campus, braving the commute so that if they can get to school on time, if they work hard enough, they can live better lives than their parents. If we want to ensure that Vancouver remains the premier city in the mainland, and then we need to help commuters reclaim their time from long waits on Broadway. And we need to be able to attract the best of the best in talent and business. This council has to show that this is a priority for the city of Vancouver. And I hope we'll see a unanimous vote tonight in favor of the SkyTrain. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 9 is Jalen G. Jalen?
Oh, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Wait, hi. My name is Jalen G, and I am a resident of Richmond, BC. And although I don't live in Vancouver, I have to take the R4 to go from my home in Richmond to UBC. The problem with the R4 is that every time I go there, especially in the morning, it becomes an overcrowded mess where buses have to keep passing people because the buses themselves cannot handle both the population of UBC's Richmond and Burnaby commuters. And this includes many other cities that I may not be even thinking of. A SkyTrain route to UBC would give options that would relieve the stress of the other transit systems for anyone that's trying to get to UBC. In fact, the R4's pressure would be alleviated if we still had the 480 going from Richmond to UBC directly. However, since that was discontinued during COVID, transit has gone more and more overcrowded these past few years. I can guarantee that I'm not the only one that feels this way. Way more people would be coming to this meeting, I'm sure, if they didn't have so many other responsibilities that affected them, such as midterms. I myself have 3 midterms next week, but I felt this was important enough that I needed to put my voice out there. Now, I may never get to actually use that SkyTrain to UBC, even if I did a master's or PhD there. I'm okay with that, because to me, society is built on the seeds that others before us have planted. And it feels like we started keeping the seeds to ourselves and gone too comfortable with the situation that's going on here. I don't want to see people in the future asking me why we let our transit system start to collapse so heavily when so many people are unable to get to their classes on time or their jobs because we haven't expanded our transit system. This is beyond just the SkyTrain. We need to improve transit everywhere as our city's growing population requires more demand for equitable transit, and expecting everyone to not use transit or start driving cars is only going to make our city's infrastructure collapse under the weight of itself. I thank you for giving me the time to speak to you, and I hope you all have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Jalen. The next speaker is speaker number 10, Nav Sharma. In person? Nav? Okay, we're going to come back. Speaker number 11, Antonio A.W.L. Wang. 11 or 11 withdrawn. Okay, thank you. Number 11 has withdrawn. Number 12 is Zachar Solomon. Okay. Speaker number 13 is Emily Tan. Didn't see Emily. Oh, we're going to come back. Speaker number 14 is Michael Malone. Michael? Oh, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Michael Malone, and I live in Vancouver. I am a renter. I am a transit taker and lover. I firmly believe transit is an investment in the future. Every day, over 50,000 people commute to UBC, which is the 3rd largest job hub in the entire province. The 99B line is the busiest bus line in North America, and the vast majority of students who study at UBC rely on transit to get to class. New developments in the UEL and the Jericho lands will add thousands of new residents and jobs to the west side. Simply put, the Millennium Line must be extended from Arbutus to a terminus at UBC. The numbers are clear. The existing Millennium Line extension, to say nothing of the future Langley SkyTrain, carries far fewer riders than would a future UBCX line. This extension would be a win for climate, equity, accessibility, and economic growth. So, let's unite together, make noise, press the provincial and federal governments to act, and make the UBC SkyTrain a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, speaker number 15 has withdrawn. Speaker number 16 is Nancy Nicole Cantarero de la O. Sorry for this. Okay.
It's okay.
Okay, yeah, please go ahead, Nancy.
Oh, hello. My name is Nancy Cantarero. I'm a current Vancouver resident, and I'm here to speak in support of this motion. I recently graduated from Kwale Polytechnic University, so as a former commuter and a student, I deeply relate to and empathize with UBC students who face daily challenges traveling to campus under the current transportation system. I too spend nearly an hour commuting from Vancouver to Surrey, and I understand the frustration caused by delays, traffic congestions, and overcrowded buses. Today, I want to urge this council to support this motion because it will make a huge difference for thousands of people, specifically UBC students, who rely on public transit every day. For far too long, UBC students have been waiting for this SkyTrain extension, while having to depend on buses that are either full or late for reasons beyond their control. Students shouldn't be late for their classes or spend hours on the road because of traffic jams, accidents, or bus malfunctions. A good transportation system is a basic part of a city that works for everyone, and accelerating the construction of the SkyTrain to UBC will be a crucial step in ensuring that students receive the transit access they deserve. Once again, I urge all of you to support this motion because this extension was first announced by the government in 2008, and we're now in 2025. I believe it's about time for this promise to finally be achieved. Thank you so much for your time and consideration, and I wish everybody a great afternoon.
Thank you, Lindsay. Speaker number 17 is Harman Moon.
Thank you. As already established, my name is Harman Moon, and I live in Mount Pleasant here in Vancouver. I'm here to speak in favor of the motion. UBC is strange. Well, its location is strange. I've never been a student there, so I can't say how strange the actual university is. But the location is strange. In most cities, the main university or the largest university is surrounded by cheap apartments. McGill University, where I did my undergrad, has the infamous McGill Ghetto directly outside its gates, for example. These neighborhoods provide an affordable, if not necessarily high quality, starting home for students transitioning from dormitories to their own space with easy access to campus for their classes. UBC does not have that. UBC is surrounded by the most expensive real estate in the country, filled with houses that would be unaffordable even to professionals with a six-figure income, let alone an 18-year-old just starting their career. And this is not an unfortunate coincidence or a quirk of the free market. These neighborhoods are zoned almost exclusively for single-family homes and large ones at that. It's illegal to build apartments or affordable housing there. So what's a poor student to do if they can't live on campus anymore? Well, live on the other side of town or outside of town, in Surrey or Richmond or wherever, and take transit to school. Which brings me to the 99. Have you ever tried to ride the 99 westbound at peak hours? If you can get a bus, which isn't a guarantee, you'll be packed in elbow to elbow with as many people as can fit inside. It's like riding the Tokyo subway, except Tokyo has almost 60 times the population of Vancouver. We just choose to cram all these people onto a single transit route that just happens to be the busiest in North America. Now, I have a joke about this. My joke is that every elected official in the city should be forced to ride the 99 at peak hours until we get the SkyTrain to UBC. Because those cramped buses are the direct result of policy failures at every level of government. The provincial and federal governments failed to prioritize this important transit route, yes, but the municipal government has also failed to address the zoning laws and apartment bans that would make it easier to live close to school and not have to take this bus and not cram themselves into these sardine cans in order to get to school from the other side of the city or from the Fraser Valley even. These are the same zoning laws that have, say it with me, put us into a housing crisis. So I urge council to support this motion. But let's also take a good, hard look at why so many people need to travel so much distance to get to school in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 18 is Luca Santa Cruz Parolo. Hi.
Good afternoon, City Councillors. My name is Luca Parolo, and I speak in favor of the motion. Standing alongside residents and students who believe in a more connected Vancouver, I couldn't help but feel the weight of a question. How is it that the University of British Columbia, the university that carries the name of an entire province, still doesn't have a SkyTrain link to the city it represents? It's as if we built a bridge of knowledge but left the final span unfinished. Last week, I volunteered at the UBC rally for the SkyTrain with Solomon, and I learned many stories. One such was of a student from Delta. Every term, he struggles to make ends meet. Rent near campus is too high, and he commutes by bus, which takes several hours every single day. This semester, he told me that he dropped a few classes. Not because he lacks ambition, but because he can't afford the distance. That's when I realized that this project isn't just about tracks and tunnels. It's about three core values that define a just city: affordability, renewability, and accessibility. I was fortunate to grow in an area with excellent bus service. I could get to school, to work, to volunteer shifts without worrying about time or cost. But to everyone in Metro Vancouver, the experience is varied. Some people have more access than others, especially in an economy as fragile as Canada's right now, when affordability isn't just a policy goal, it's a survival issue. This SkyTrain extension can ease that burden. It can make the education not only reachable, but housing more flexible and transportation more sustainable. And not just students who can benefit from this motion, but it's everyone, from healthcare workers commuting across the region to seniors visiting family. And this can ease the ability for people to move across the city or even from other cities, also aiding in employment and taking into account the UBC to this area into account. This is a citywide solution, not a campus luxury. From my experience representing UBC at Model United Nations conferences in Seattle and Portland, I've seen how other cities treat connectivity as a pillar of progress. They understand that when you link people to opportunity, you ignite innovation. Why can't, thereby, Vancouver lead that movement? A city must do its best for the portability of its services and the accessibility of education, because those are the foundations of an equitable society. If you finish this line, we won't just be connecting an university, we'll be setting an example for other cities and universities across Canada, providing that when we invest in a connection, we invest in people. The Arbutus extension is expected to end in 2027, beginning in 2022. If accepted now, this project may be done in the next decade. So if I may, why let students wait? Do it now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, speaker 19 is Akshay Balakrishnan.
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Akshay Balakrishnan. I'm a resident of Vancouver, speaking in support of this motion. I do not attend classes or work at UBC, but I do enjoy going to the businesses and restaurants, parks and beaches, and friends who live along the Broadway corridor. I would like very much to visit all of these places in a timely, less squished manner. It is a mark of shame that such a broadly popular project has languished for 17 years with such low progress. This feels like the worst group project one could imagine, with one member signing up for work, then ghosting the group for 17 years. I believe British Columbia's approach to and ambition for public transportation has a lot of room to improve. If this motion passes, it will not only be a strong show of support to several groups in our community who have also called upon the province to honor its commitments, it will not only affirm that this project benefits Vancouver as a whole and not just UBC, it reaffirms that Vancouver wants these projects. We want better public transportation, we want more public transportation, and we want it yesterday. And so, I fully support the proposed calls and letter to the province to take meaningful steps to fund UBCX and to properly communicate its progress. I also encourage Council to think on what they and what the Metro Vancouver Regional Planning Board can do to speed up the studying, planning, and building of this project and to build and support future public transportation projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 20 is Luis Villegas. Luis here? Didn't see Luis. Oh, okay. Speaker number 21 is Michelle Scar. Michelle? Online? No. Speaker number 22 is Alan Mitchell. Alan. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Alan Mitro. I'm a South Granville resident. I'm here to express my wholehearted support for this motion, and I want to thank Councillors Orr and Maloney for bringing attention to the UBC SkyTrain extension. The 99B bus route is very busy. I use it frequently, even though I'm not a student, and it is crowded no matter what day of the week. I am very excited for the SkyTrain to come to my neighborhood in 2027 when the Broadway subway project currently underway is expected to complete. The subway will help me get to work, shopping, leisure trips across Metro Van quicker. It will also speed up my occasional City Hall visit. I hope that in the measurable future, we'll be able to provide these benefits that are coming to my neighborhood to those in Point Grey and at UBC as well. An extension to UBC would help me because I would be able to visit a relative in Point Grey far easier. Usually the bus back would be later in the evening, meaning I'd have to wait 10 to 15 minutes if I just missed one. If the UBC extension was built, I would find myself visiting UBC campus, endowment lands, West Point Grey more often to enjoy the botanical garden, beaches, parks, trails, and campus amenities, since right now the bus takes a while to get to, and the bike paths to UBC are steep and treacherous. On a more general note, extending the subway to UBC, which is already a major trip generator in the region, would further increase ridership across Metro Vancouver's transit network and reduce congestion from cars in and around Vancouver. It would make life a lot more affordable for students studying at UBC and residents living in the endowment lands from not needing a car to go further. It would relieve 41st Avenue congestion and provide an alternative way around for any event or construction-related road closures. It would also speed up times during the 2 or 3 weeks of winter that we have. Of course, there's still a lot of questions and unknowns as to the extension's routing, station locations and design, funding, impacts, and timelines, but now is the time to prepare the questions and prepare for the questions, figure out how to get those answers, and get this extension project underway as soon as possible. So to Council, I ask that you please do everything in your power to help get the ball rolling on the extension project. Work together with the province, the feds, UBC students, local communities in Point Grey and endowment lands and Indigenous. Proactively identify what we can do as a city to help facilitate the completion of the business case, evaluate, prepare, and see it through without delay. Once again, I support this motion. Public transit is one of the things that makes Vancouver as a city stand out amongst its peers. So let's pursue this extension with determination and get it on track. Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Alan. Okay, speaker number 23 is Chris Ng.
Hello, I am a third-year student, and I'm currently on the 99B
Can you
line.
turn off your... Okay, that's good. Chris, as a procedure question, I have to ask you if you are a resident of Vancouver or not.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
I am currently on the 99B line. When I joined this phone call, I was in line with about 100 other people. After 23 speakers, we've only gotten to McDonald Street. I think this speaks for itself. Thank you, Lucy, and let's build the SkyTrain.
Okay, thank you. Short and sweet. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to go back to speaker number 10, Nav Sharma. Okay, good. Speaker number 10, Nav Sharma. Not online, not in chamber. Okay. Speaker number 12, Zachar Solman. Not online, not in chamber. Speaker number 13, Emily Tan. Not online, not in council chamber. Okay. Speaker number 20 is Luis Vilgas. No. Speaker number 21 is Michelle Scar. Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you. So this is the end of our speakers list. Thank you everyone for speaking to the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services. Committee members, is there any discussion? I saw Mayor Sin.
Bless you.
Thank you.
First of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Orr and Councillor Maloney for bringing this this motion up, and I also want to clear a bit confusion up. I was actually planning on being, at a different commitment, and I asked Councillor Kirby-Young to submit an amendment, and I canceled that commitment. So I am here. I submitted something, and she submitted the same thing. So it's the same amendment, and so I would like to amend this motion and give you a little bit of color. So UBCX has been one of this council's top priorities since the day we were elected in 2022. We made a clear commitment to advocate for SkyTrain all the way to UBC, and since coming into office, we have followed through on that commitment. Since 2022, my office has sent multiple letters to Ministers Farnworth, Minister Ma, Minister Robinson, and to the TransLink Mayor's Council, all emphasizing that UBCX is the most important transit project in our region. I've met federal and provincial ministers as well with UBC leadership to advance this project. I've gone to Ottawa to speak with the Prime Minister's office and his ministers. And by the way, when I say I, there, like on multiple times, there have been various councillors with me as well. So this is definitely a group effort here. So we've gone to Victoria to speak to the Premier and his ministers on this critical project. We've stood shoulder to shoulder with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh to make it clear that this project is not only a Vancouver priority, but also a national one and a key pillar to true economic reconciliation. We know the province is progressing the business case, which has now entered its next phase, but for UBCX to become a reality, we need full regional and federal alignment. That's why Councillor Kirby-Young has been instrumental in championing the implementation of bus rapid transit, a key prerequisite identified by TransLink, and has successfully secured its inclusion in the region's 10-year transit priorities. At the city level, we've worked hard to remove every possible roadblock to get this key transportation priority built. Simply put, UBCX will be transformational. It will connect one of Canada's leading centers of learning, research, and innovation to the rest of the region. It will generate significant economic, social, and environmental benefits, not just for Vancouver, but for all of British Columbia. Right now, the federal government is making historic investments in infrastructure projects that deliver national impact. UBCX clearly meets that test. It serves the busiest commuter corridor in North America and connects a major employment hub to the broader region. That's why my amendment calls on the Government of Canada to designate the UBCX SkyTrain extension as a project of national significance. This designation would bring the project under the Federal Major Projects Office, helping to accelerate approvals and ensuring that all orders of government work together to complete the full extension to UBC as quickly and efficiently as possible. Councillors, UBCX is not just a transit line, it's a national building project. I urge your support for this amendment so that Vancouver, our region, and Canada can move forward together. And so once again, I would like to thank Councillors Orr and Maloney for moving this motion forward. And this amendment is moved to augment this motion, make it stronger so we can all support UBCX and get it built because it's been way too long. We've been waiting way too long for this.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. So it's seconded by Councillor Dominado. I'll move everyone to the amendment queue. So Councillor Dominado, can you add you? Yeah, perfect. Please go ahead.
Yeah, Chair, just given the hour, I'm going to keep my comments extraordinarily brief. I would echo wholeheartedly the Mayor's comments on this. Support the amendment, support the motion. In fact, it was in spring of 2022, the last council that actually endorsed the extension to UBC. And just to add to the advocacy that's been ongoing is that as of last week, members of council were at UBCM. We met with the Minister of Transportation and also raised this issue there. We were told that a big part of the business case work is done, but now they're looking at the financial framework. They're looking at roughly a year for that work. But we made it very clear that this is our top priority from a transportation standpoint, and that we will continue to advance this and prioritize it in our conversations with provincial and federal counterparts. And many of you know I'm an active public transit rider. It is something my kids are now using. It's a big part of our life of encouraging them to take public transit, to use their bikes. And it really is an essential part of an urban center developing city to have robust public transit. It's not just important for getting people moving around, but relieving congestion and also supporting the economy. We know that when public transit grinds to a halt or there's risk of shuttering of lines and routes, it actually has a direct impact on the economy. And so I am wholeheartedly in support of this, and it's long overdue, as many speakers spoke to, in terms of, I was just out at UBC this afternoon, in fact, of getting moving people to and from the university, which is in and of itself a small city. And we've already made the planning for the stations out to UBC as a final destination, but happy to support it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Meisner on the amendment.
Yes, thank you. Just want to thank the mayor and Councillor Orr and Councillor Maloney for bringing this forward. I mean, and to all the speakers who came out to advocate for this. What you need to know is that I think council is 100% united on doing everything we can to help move this forward. And as mentioned by Councillor Dominato, we were just at UBCM meeting with ministers, including the transportation minister, and pushing for this project. Some of you know that prior to my time on council, I worked at UBC for 8 years as a staff member. And can personally attest to how difficult it is to get there on transit for students, staff, faculty. The buses are busy, crowded. In the winter, it's not a fun experience either. Lots of condensation on the window and lots of it's just not a good environment being packed on a bus. So we are pushing hard to make this happen, to get the business case moving and get shovels in the ground. Frankly, it's never really made sense to me to stop this line at Arbutus when all the construction equipment is out there and the tunneling equipment. It should have just been one shot. But I don't control those levers. But what we do control is our advocacy and our united voice to push to make this happen as soon as possible. So happy to support this amendment and the overall motion.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Maloney.
I just briefly want to say this is a thoughtful amendment, and I think it augments the motion. I'm happy to support it.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks to the mayor for this amendment. I think it's totally appropriate, and thanks to Councillor Orr and Maloney for bringing this forward. I'm just going to wrap my whole comments up now rather than jump on the later queue. Thinking about this, wow, 2019, I recall that was one of our first council moves, and we endorsed the SkyTrain out to UBC. At the time, we were talking about even possibly streetcars and different kind of technology, but we landed on the SkyTrain, we decided on the SkyTrain, and that was really following up on work that was the previous council back in 2014. It seems like an awful long time that we've been waiting for this extension, and I understand that it comes down to money and infrastructure and spending and priorities. So to that end, I want to thank the speakers who came and advocated for this, and just a reminder that part of your advocacy will have to be to those senior levels of government. This council is supportive of it, but we're not the ones who write the checks for this stuff. And so there is an imperative to lean on your provincial representatives, on your federal representatives, and keep making that case. And it's not just on you, of course, but that is part of the collective effort that we all need to make, not just this council, not just this mayor, but all of us. And I believe in it, and I think we all believe in it. So let's keep applying that pressure, and let's get on board the SkyTrain to UBC. Sorry, that was the pun that I was, anyway. Or knows what I'm talking about.
All right, thanks, Councillor. Seeing no one else on the queue, so let's go to the vote. So clerk, please take us to the voting screen, and council, please register your vote. We are voting on Mayor Sin's amendment. All right, the amendment passed unanimously with Councillor Bly and Councillor Klassen absent. Okay, going back to the main queue, Mayor Sin, you have anything else?
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you.
Thanks. Councillor Dominato? Councillor Meisner? Okay, Councillor Maloney?
Just briefly wrap up. I think the speakers have really summed it up, especially the ones that called from the bus. Thank you very much to the speakers who waited a long time today to speak to us, and especially thank you again to the AMS for initiating this motion. It's really important that we present a united front in advocating for this essential infrastructure, and I very much appreciate what looks like unanimous support for this motion. We heard at the AMS's rally, I think last week, that UBC students have initiated so many improvements in our city and at UBC, and this is another example of UBC students taking the lead and showing really strong leadership in pushing for things that benefit us all. So thank you.
Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks very much. As I mentioned at that rally, we need this extension not in 5 years, not even today, not 17 years ago when it was approved, but 30 years ago. It used to take me 3 hours to get to UBC from Surrey which ultimately led me to drop out. So I know I appreciate it's a lot quicker today, but it's still it's a barrier to education. It's a barrier to employment. You know, it's not just about students. It's about a lot of the healthcare workers that live along and residents that live along the line. It's about the Jericho Lands project as well. So it's about economic reconciliation. It's about a lot of things, but it's about the city that we want to see, and I appreciate everyone coming out, and I appreciate the thoughtful comments from my colleagues and the mayor's thoughtful amendment, and let's get this passed.
Thanks. All right, so I'm going to call the vote. Clerk, please take us to the voting screen. And council, please register your vote. We are voting for the motion as amended. Okay, the motion as amended has passed unanimously with Councilor Bly and Claassen absent. Thank you. That completes motion 5 on the agenda. All right, so our next item is motion 6. The last motion of the day is advancing recommendations and remedies to improve operation and application of Vancouver Code of Conduct bylaw. It's moved and introduced by Councilor Fry. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Councilor Fry, you are not for conflict of interest, are you? Okay. Okay, good. All right, so Councilor Fry, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Please go ahead.
Yeah, and I appreciate it's been a long day for all of us, and I don't know about you guys, but I'm exhausted. So I'll try and move through this relatively quickly. I just want to be clear that this is not about relitigating any past infractions of the Code of Conduct, anything like that. This isn't about the ruling from August 5th. And the fact of the matter is that we have paid good money for excellent advice from a series of professionals, including Lisa Southern, the Integrity Commissioner, Reese Harding, the independent investigator. We've had opinions from the BC Ombudsperson, and all point to the efficacy of our Code of Conduct and where we have room for improvement. And so I've iterated some of those. And I just want to take a moment to be perfectly clear about the intention here. This is not about punitive. This is not about relitigating past. In fact, I was going to suggest an amendment to ensure that Council had the confidence that this was not about relitigating the past. Rather, it was about proactively looking towards the future. But as it happens, the Code of Conduct itself does stipulate that under 6.34 that council must, within 30 days of delivery of the investigative report, yada, 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 decide on appropriate measures, if any, that are warranted under the breach of the bylaw, and will take council consider appropriate circumstances and actions. So this isn't about relitigating anything. This is a new chapter, and I think we all recognize that there's room for improvement. We've had excellent advice provided to us, and the opportunity here is for us to act on that advice, and then very specifically look at how we can provide a different methodology for sanctions in the absence of any existing sort of provincial oversight. We do need some kind of ability to sanction, and if it means that we don't have quorum to do that, we need an alternate measure. And this is not just about us, this is about future councils. So, out of time.
Okay, thanks.
Chair.
All right, thanks, Councilor Fry. Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councilor Orr. Okay, now we'll hear from the registered speaker for this motion. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations, and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it is not noted on the speakers list. We're gonna have this public body representative first. The first speaker is Tom Digby, Park Board Commissioner. Tom, are you there?
Yeah, hi, everyone. Good evening. Thank you. I'm Tom Digby, and I am speaking in favor of the motion. I am speaking on behalf of myself as a Park Board Commissioner. And I just wanted to update you that at the Park Board, we are several apologies behind. We're in a deficit position on apologies. These are apologies that have been required by the Integrity Commissioner, but never delivered. And the reason they've never been delivered, they were evaluated by a fair and impartial a judge, being the integrity commissioner, and these were never, and they were ordered for a clear breach of the code of conduct, but never delivered. And there's no mechanism to enforce these apologies. I have to say that my own apologies, I'm up to date on my own because my apologies have always been informal and they've always been off the record. And I was generally able to apologize for things that I did wrong at the park board before an integrity commissioner complaint was even needed. So that's how I manage my situation. But when it's ordered against someone else, it seems that it's never able to happen. And, you know, I've never seen anyone gain any political advantage by behaving badly or being in breach of the code of conduct. I mean, some people think they can rest on their pride or their ego, or they have a small group of enablers that cheer you on when you're in breach of the code of conduct. But it brings frankly, folks, it brings massive discredit on the entire table when somebody is not responding to an integrity complaint. You know, it brings discredit on the purpose and the potential of civic governance. And that's what we're all here for. You know, I actually know that you, councillors and mayor, secretly have a lot of fun at this table and have, you know, real emotional connection with some of the issues and the speakers before you. I mean, today, just Champlain Heights was obviously an example. UBCX that you just passed was a clear example of how emotionally wound up and connected you can get to these issues. And I give you full credit for the emotional connection, but sometimes it goes too far. And this motion is an opportunity to resolve public doubts that people may have about this council, about their commitment to integrity. And I think we could make a substantial step forward by following what Councillor Fry has been put before you today. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Tom. The first registered speaker is Stephen Lowe in the council chamber. Hi, Stephen.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Stephen Lowy, and I'm a resident of downtown Vancouver. Actually, I do stand opposed with recommendation to the motion. So thank you for the opportunity to speak and to be heard. As council considers how to strengthen Vancouver's code of conduct, I want to draw attention to something fundamental: the responsibility of speaking the truth in public life. I stand opposed to the motion with recommendation. I would like to see language included that addresses public officials speaking truthfully and substantively based on facts and not popular opinions or inaccurate and manipulated media reporting. Recently, a member of council publicly stated that the United Nations had said what was going on in a war halfway around the world was a genocide. The member's statement is factually inaccurate. In fact, the claim comes from a 3-person independent panel commissioned by a UN agency. And it is not the position of the UN itself. This is easily verified by media articles with details. I mention this not to assign blame, but to remind us how much words matter, especially when spoken from positions of authority. A single misstatement about an international body can travel fast, shaping opinions, deepening divides in our city, and provoking violence. Vancouver is home to communities with deep ties to conflicts abroad. When those conflicts are described carelessly, our communities can feel exposed, misunderstood, or even threatened. We have already seen how misinformation can fuel hate, from vandalized synagogues to intimidation on our streets. It begins with words. The Code of Conduct rightly seeks civility and accountability. As outlined in Section 2 of the Code of Conduct, Bylaw number 1288-6, the current code, council members are committed to upholding standards of integrity, competence, and public trust. Misinformation contradicts these principles and erodes the trust that allows our diverse communities to coexist peacefully. Public officials have a duty to verify what they say, especially on matters that touch upon identity, faith, and human suffering. Our democracy depends not just on freedom of speech, but on the integrity of that speech. This is not about silencing views, it's about protecting trust, the public trust that allows diverse people.
Sorry, Stephen, you are at time. You are at time, 3 minutes.
One civic space, one conversation. Let's ensure
Sorry,
our
Stephen,
code
I have to be fair for everyone.
reflects the simple but vital truth. The
Sorry,
truth is not optional in public service. It is the ground we
Stephen,
all
yeah.
stand upon. Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you so much. Yeah, thank you. All right, so this is the end of the speakers list. Thank you, everyone, for speaking to Standing Committee on City Finance and Services. Committee members, is there any discussion? Councilor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks to the speakers for speaking to this item. I want to thank Councillor Fry for bringing this motion forward to advance these important recommendations and strengthen our code of conduct, something I know that everybody here around the chamber wants to see. We had two important inputs into this work, the Integrity Commissioner and also, importantly, the independent review that was led by Reese Harding. That council commissioned to give us a neutral and expert and outside perspective. Mr. Harding did a deep dive by looking closely at the Integrity Commissioner's recommendations from her annual reports and building on those recommendations, interviewing stakeholders and comparing practices in other cities. One important takeaway, which I would agree with, is that Harding said in his review that the code of conduct, unfortunately, is perceived to have been weaponized. And he stated that he heard this from nearly all of the council members that he interviewed. He said that the first step was to rebuild trust, clarify the rules, and ensure council once again sees the process as fair before introducing additional new sanctions. So that brings me to the amendment that I circulated to everyone. So I don't know if you want to take us to the amendment
I'll
queue.
take, yeah, second by Councilor Dominado. I'll take you to the amendment queue. Please add yourself there, Councilor. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. So while I'm supportive of the motion overall to strengthen our code of conduct and advance these recommendations, my issue with the original language of the motion is that the original clauses A and C jump ahead of the independent expert report from Reese Harding, as they call for an immediate implementation of new sanctions. And that was something that Harding specifically warned against in his report. He wrote, quote, "While reductions in remuneration and sometimes even fines are relatively standard throughout codes of conduct in Canada, we think that the specter of financial consequences might, in this case, work to be counterproductive to Council's goals around de-weaponization and depoliticization of the process. But we think, however, that after a period of administration, this item could be brought back for further consideration." So I agree with that assessment, and I also agree that that's something that we should take a look at in the near future after we implement these recommendations. But I also agree with the independent review that now is not the time to do that. So essentially, my amendment is to strike and replace the motion. And the other important aspect is that Councillor Fry's motion only included 6 of the 10 recommendations. I am proposing that we act on all 10 recommendations. I think they're all worthwhile, and I'd like to see all those 10 recommendations move forward. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Any other councillors? Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I won't be able to support this strike and replace. Fundamentally, I think, number one, it misrepresents Reese Harding's timing. His report was written in March and stressed not immediate action. Of course, since that time, we've had the Integrity Commissioner rule, and I think very specifically the omission of any consideration of having staff. And again, I'll just reflect that the motion that I had originally penned was very general in the approach for staff to work with the Integrity Commissioner and Legal Services to come back with draft amendments to the code to look at how we could incorporate sanctions. And bearing in mind that the 30-day limit has passed, so there would be no sanctions retroactively applied to any past transgressions. This is about looking to a future where we can ensure that we have some rules. Because frankly, these are all excellent recommendations from Reese Harding, and I appreciate Councillor Meisner articulating them individually. I just tried to save space by just giving an example of including, but not, the implication was all of them. But I think it's critically important, and really, honestly, the substance of all of this is around having some methodology for some kind of censure or sanction in the event of breaches of the code of conduct, because we have nothing now, and we will have nothing in the future if we don't direct staff to make some kind of considerations about what it means to violate the code of conduct, in particular, if we have a caucus majority that will be subsequently ineligible to vote on their own set of sanctions because they are a majority. And again, that doesn't necessarily have to mean this council. We're a year out from an election. Who knows what our future council could look like? And I think it's important just for the integrity of our office and the transparency to know that we don't consider ourselves above the law, and that the code of conduct applies to all of us equally. So I would be happy with this amendment if it left Article C and D, but as it stands, I can't support this amendment.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Dominado.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, a couple of reflections. Appreciate the discussion we're having at this table. It's actually the first time in 14 months I feel I can actually speak openly on this matter. And I would say that I appreciate the amendments coming from my colleague, and I think they are thoughtful and they do reflect that Reese Harding's independent report and some of the things that we did hear from him, and in terms of priority areas of where the code of conduct could be amended. But I do think it's important to add to this conversation that there's a real struggle right now at the local government level. I wouldn't say just local government. We're seeing challenges provincially and federally, but and there are other municipalities that have codes of conduct. The province is looking at a provincial one, but they're not functioning very well. The codes of conduct don't necessarily reflect how modern democracies work and exist today, especially in the context of civic electoral organizations that weren't ever contemplated in local government. You know, my hope and aspiration was that in having, and we did this in the school system, so we were dealing with bullying and violence in schools, and so we worked on having clear codes of conduct of acceptable behavior, unacceptable behavior, but really working with kids and youth and trying to really focus on culture and climate of the school environment. And what I think we need to be focusing on is informal resolution and education and coaching, and not moving directly into investigative models, which has been my experience. No informal resolution was offered during my last experience with a complaint. And because I really believe that everyone who puts their name on a ballot, that in and of itself is a daunting task to decide, I'm going to put my name out there, I'm going to stand for something, I'm going to go to the public and say, please vote for me because I can represent you, I want to represent you. And I believe even despite the differences we have, and we do not all agree in terms of the different parties represented at this table, and now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 electoral organizations represented at this council table. And sometimes we don't even agree within the electoral organizations. But I do believe we all care about the city and we want to do the right thing, but we aren't perfect. We might make mistakes along the way, and we have also seen that over the course of time. And so my perspective ultimately is on this. I'm happy to support the amendment brought forward by my colleague, but what I hope is that in going forward with a future integrity commissioner is that we really, really focus on informal resolution of disputes or conflict and education, because I think we're all here to do a good job. We want to do a good job, and we want to represent Vancouverites to the best of our ability. And that's where I'm coming from. I'm constantly learning in this role, and I believe everyone else is at this table as well. And I hope that we see potentially some action provincially, because I think it is just a quagmire. It's unwieldy. Municipalities are all coping with this differently and struggling. And so I'll leave my comments there, Chair, but I thought it would be helpful to provide a bit more kind of rounded context to this.
Thanks, Councillor. Hey, Councillor Meisner.
Thanks. I want to echo a lot of Councillor Dominato's comments around the need to serve as a resource for council, who I strongly believe wants to abide by the code at all times and do the right thing. I want to touch on the remedies that are available. So there are not formal financial sanctions, but remedies that are already available. So some of those include a letter of reprimand from council addressed to the member, or requests that the council member issue a letter of apology, a recommendation that the member attends specific training or counseling, suspension or removal of the appointment of a council member as deputy mayor. So there is a financial penalty there if one was not to serve as deputy mayor, suspension or removal of council member from some or all of council committees and bodies, termination of advisory board members' appointments from advisory committees, public censure of a member. And not to mention the negative reputational consequences that can stem from a negative finding by an integrity commissioner. So it's not as if there aren't sanctions or punishments already available within the code. So I think, the bottom line here is that let's advance the recommendations from the independent reviewer, all of them, and reestablish trust in this process and proceed from there. So that's what I would like to see happen, and that's why I put this forward.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll be brief because while I have a voice here, there's no way I was going to be able to support Councillor Fry's initial motion for a number of reasons, but mostly because it doesn't take into account what Mr. Harding cautioned about due to the weaponization of the code as it is. He was very clear that he recommended to fix and de-weaponize the code and rebuild confidence in the process first. I also noted in the original motion that Councillor Fry chose to put in a recommendation that was actually in complete conflict, complete opposite to Mr. Harding's recommendation. So that alone wouldn't allow me to support. I think Councillor Meisner's amendment is thoughtful. It actually takes into account all 10 of Mr. Harding's recommendations. And like I said, his review noted that the perception is that the code has been weaponized, if not fact that it's been weaponized for politics, not necessarily accountability, and that the right fix is to rebuild the trust and the fairness first. And that's what I think Councillor Meisner's amendment focuses on. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Fry.
Well, I certainly hope Councillor Montague wasn't questioning the motives of a council member by suggesting this was weaponized for politics. For me, this is a matter of integrity and transparency and accountability. I will say to Councillor Meisner's points about the availability of sanctions and censure, the most salient piece of this motion, frankly, is of the original motion was C, Article 6, which is to ensure that sanctions are enforceable regardless of the composition of councils or boards. The reality is as a direct outcome of the ruling by the Integrity Commissioner on August 5th, council was unable to act on that recommendation because there was a majority of council was found in violation of the Code of Conduct, and we wouldn't have quorum to initiate any kind of sanctions, any kind of censure, any kind of remedy at all to what amounts to a pretty serious violation of the Code of Conduct. And again, we had a time limit to address it within 30 days. So we're not talking about what happened August 5th in those rulings. It's immaterial to what we're looking at as a future sort of remedy to any future Code of Conduct violations. And I think that that's critical, that we can't have a majority conflict out, and then by that point, there's no remedy because the majority have conflicted out because they were in violation of the code. It makes absolutely no sense and undermines the entire process, and any of the sanctions that Councillor Meisner mentioned are immaterial without that consideration. So again, can't support this strike and replace. I think it misses the point and does not strengthen our transparency and accountability as councillors under the code.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. Seeing no one else on the queue, I'm gonna call the vote again. Clerk, can you take us to the voting screen? And let's bring the amendment out. It's right there. Committee member, please register your vote on the voting panel. We are voting for Councillor Meisner's amendment. Okay, so the amendment passed with Councillor Fry and Maloney in opposition. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the main queue. Councillor Meisner. Okay, anyone else? Okay, seeing no one else, I'm gonna call the vote for the motion as amended. Okay, let's bring the motion as amended to the bigger screen. One moment. Okay, yeah, so very quick. Yes, replace. Okay. Yeah, so Councillor Meisner, can you clarify? Strike C and D as well, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, it's right there. Okay. Okay. All right. So as you can see from the large screen, and that's the council motion as amended. So I'm gonna call the vote. Everyone, please register your vote on the voting panel. And we are voting for the motion as amended. Okay, so the motion as amended has passed with Councillor Fry and Maloney in opposition. Thank you. That completes motion 6 on the agenda. The standing committee portion of the meeting is now complete. We will now convene in council with Mayor Sin as the chair to deal with recommendations and action from today's standing committee meeting. Over to you now, Mayor Sin.
Great, thank you very much. We will now convene in council to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting. Clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Mayor Simon, the chair, Councillor Kirby Young, not here, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly is on a leave of absence for civic business from 4 p.m. onwards. Councillor Fry. Councillor Klassen is on a leave of absence for personal reasons all day. Councillor Montague.
Present. Present.
Councillor Meisner. Councillor Joe.
Present.
Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney. This meeting has quorum, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much. We need a motion to adopt the committee's recommendations for reports 1, 2, and 3, and council member motions 1 through 6. Great, thank you. Councillor Joe and then Councillor Dominato seconded. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Urgent business. Council, are there any items of urgent business? For instance, are there any leave of absence requests needed prior to the next meeting cycle on October the 21st, 2025? And I don't have access to the panel, so nope. Okay, okay, well, we'll just keep going then. Can we please have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Great. Councillor Montague, seconded by Councillor Dominato. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.